Me, this Isekai, and my not-so-wholesome brainwashing skill. Volume 1, by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. My life as a corporate slave came to an end, and with my memories intact, I was reborn into another world. The Leith Kingdom, a grand nation in the eastern reaches of the Almira continent. My second life began in a modest baronial family in the northeastern frontier of this kingdom. Nestled amidst mountains and verdant greenery, I grew up in this rural haven, enveloped in the warmth of my parents' love. As a child, I roamed freely through fields and mountains. As a boy, I studied diligently to prepare for my role as the next lord and trained tirelessly in swordsmanship. Then came my 15th birthday. In this world, turning 15 carries profound weight. First, it marks the age of adulthood. At 15, one is recognized as a full-fledged adult, free to drink alcohol and marry. Second, it is the age when the gods bestow a skill upon every human, be they human, elf, dwarf, or otherwise. These skills vary widely. My father, for instance, received the skill Hunter. It allows him to see animal tracks glowing faintly and grants him the precision of a master archer when targeting beasts. My mother, on the other hand, possesses the skill Chef. As the name implies, her cooking is extraordinary, each dish a masterpiece. It's said she once ran a diner in the capital where my father fell in love with her culinary creations. After a relentless courtship, he won her heart. Even now, as a noblewoman, my mother continues to grace our kitchen. The dishes she crafts from the game my father hunts are nothing short of divine. "It's finally time, Hugh," my father said. "Yes, father," I replied. That day, I accompanied my father to the church in the most prosperous village of our domain. There, I would offer my prayers to the gods and receive my skill. During the carriage ride, my father noticed my tension. With a reassuring smile, he patted my back. "No need to be so nervous. As you can see, our Penosis domain is the middle of nowhere, and our Penosis family, a poor, backwater noble house on the farthest edge of the frontier. Even if you get a useless skill, it won't stir any trouble. Father, doesn't saying that make you a little sad? Sad or not, it's the truth, so what can we do? Honestly, it'd be more troublesome if you got some overly grand skill. Something average is just fine. Even if you say that." I had researched out of curiosity, and it turns out the gods' skills are entirely random. There are tales of people who have never seen the sea receiving a skill to breathe underwater, or frail individuals barely able to move being granted spear mastery. My father, too, had no hunting experience and had never touched a bow before receiving his hunter skill. So, even if father urged me to hope for something average, all I could do was pray for a safe, unremarkable skill. By the way, are there any skills that would be bad to receive? Well, a skill that's too powerful would draw too much attention. If the royal family or high nobles take notice, it could spell trouble. In the worst case, execution or assassination isn't unthinkable. Execution. I swallowed hard, but my father laughed and slapped my back heartily. "No need to worry. Unless it's a skill so extraordinary it threatens the royal family, you'll be fine. I mean, there's no way my son would get something like that." "Why, yeah, you're right." I forced a smile in response to my father's booming laughter. Surely, the son of this man wouldn't receive such an outrageous skill. Yet, because I carry memories of my past life, I sometimes can't help but feel special. I keep wondering if, like in the Isekai novels from my previous life, I might receive a powerful skill and rise to greatness or wield some cheat ability. Ridiculous, I don't need any cheat skills. I'm already blessed enough. Born as the only son of a minor noble family, far from the capital's political strife, raised with boundless love from my parents, and surrounded by the tranquil beauty of nature. This land is perfect for a slow, leisurely life. That's my resolve, to live carefree and unburdened here. So please, dear gods, grant me an unremarkable skill. I prayed fervently in the carriage until we reached the church. My father, exasperated, muttered, "You don't need to pray." That, hard, but to me, this was a matter that would shape my entire life. Even knowing the skill was random, I couldn't stop praying. The carriage eventually stopped before the church. My father waited inside while an elderly priest led me into the chapel and then to a small room called the Chamber of Divine Bestowal, reserved solely for receiving skills. "I'll leave you here," the priest said. Alone in a room no larger than a bathroom stall, I followed the instructions I'd been given. I knelt, clasped my hands, and pressed them to my forehead. No special incantations were needed. Just pray to the gods. Please grant me a skill, I whispered. I shall bestow upon thee a skill. The voice of the gods echoed from nowhere, resonating directly in my mind. Please, let it be an unremarkable skill. The skill I grant thee is named Brainwashing. Huh, what did the gods just say? Senue. This skill grants thee the power to control the will of any being whose eyes meet thine. Control their will, Sennu. Brainwashing. Wait, isn't that the kind of thing you see in adult doujinshi, where you alter a girl's common sense to do naughty things or build a harem? Seriously, a power like that, if anyone found out I had it, wouldn't that be dangerous? I could control royalty or nobles as I pleased, couldn't I? If word got out that I had such a skill, it'd be a one-way ticket to execution. Hold on, wait a second. I don't need it. I don't want a cheat skill like this. Something like slightly warm fingertips or no more armpit sweat would be more than enough for me. Thou hast now awakened to the skill Brainwashing. Hey gods, listen to me. May thy life be blessed. My life just became cursed. Hey gods, the voice of the gods fell silent. No way. Status. Hesitantly, I checked my skill. By saying status, one can view the skill granted by the gods. A translucent panel appeared in my vision, and there it was written. Hupinosis. Skill, Brainwashing LV1, controls the will of a target whose eyes meet yours, maximum targets. 1. Seriously. No matter how many times I blinked or rubbed my eyes, the words on the status panel remained unchanged. I prayed again in desperation, but the god's voice did not return. My life is over. The skill Brainwashing. If anyone discovered I'd been granted this skill, I'd be on a fast track to execution. Even if it didn't come to that, my father and mother would likely disown me. No one would willingly risk getting close to someone who could brainwash them. At best, I'm doomed to a lifetime of solitude. I could try embracing it and building a harem like in those adult doujinshi, but the skill's description includes the restriction, maximum targets. 1. That likely means I can only brainwash one person at a time. The skill has a level system, so perhaps I could control more people if I leveled it up, but even if I could control a few people, what's the point? Sure, it might be useful for fleeting pleasure. But my goal, born from the unfulfilled desires of my past life, is to live a carefree, leisurely life. I have no desire to ruin myself by recklessly using a skill like brainwashing. I need to figure out what to do from here. Did you receive your skill? Wah! A sudden voice startled me, and I let out an embarrassing yelp. Turning around, I saw the elderly priest standing at the door, his expression tinged with concern. I must have lingered too long, arousing his suspicion. Why yes, well. That's wonderful, your father is waiting. Come this way. Why yes. Urged by the priest, I began walking. I'm fairly certain no one can see my skill unless they use a special magical device. The priest shouldn't know what I received, but for some reason, I felt the tension of concealing a crime. Even though I haven't done anything wrong. Don't look so down, the priest said. The gods never give trials that cannot be overcome. Whatever skill you've received, it will surely serve you well. Father, yes, even if it's something like incredibly smelly farts. You were saying something profound, but that example is awful. The priest chuckled, insisting it was just a joke. He must have sensed my disappointment with my skill and was trying to lift my spirits. But that example was terrible. Still, it lightened my mood slightly. As I stepped outside the church, my father was chatting with the elderly butler who had driven the carriage. Seeing me, he hurried over. You took your time, Hugh. Did you receive your skill? Why, yes, somehow. That hesitant response piques my curiosity. What skill did you get? Well, that's. Oh no, the priest rushed me, and I didn't prepare an excuse. If I said brainwashing outright, my life would be over. I could try using the skill to dodge the question, but it only works on one person at a time, and there's my father, the butler, and the priest here. This skill is so inconvenient. I have to come up with something. Well, something like fire coming out of my hands. What a terrible lie, me. Fire from my hands. Couldn't I have come up with a more believable skill? What ignition? That's an incredible skill you've been granted. As expected of the Lord's Son. Enough of that, priest. HRMM, I always thought my son was exceptional, but to this extent. Father, is something wrong? I blurted out a random lie, but my father's reaction worried me. Could ignition be a skill that might draw attention from the royal family or high nobles? No, it's not that. It's just a combat-oriented skill, so it'll require some reporting. Ignition isn't that rare, so don't worry. I see. If father says not to worry, it's probably fine. I guess I managed to dodge the bullet. It seems I'll need to report it, but a skill that can start fires is likely considered somewhat dangerous. In my previous life, it'd be like needing a license for a car or handling explosives. The truth is, brainwashing is far more dangerous than ignition. Let's head back. Hugh, when we get home, show your skill to your mother. And no, I'm kind of tired today. Is that so? Well, you were tense as a board this morning. All right, rest well today. Thank you, father. Phew, that was close. I almost triggered a skill reveal speedrun. I managed to get through this for now, but living with a ticking time bomb like the brainwashing skill fills me with nothing but anxiety. The priest said the gods don't give trials that can't be overcome, but can I really overcome this one? Section. As soon as we return to the manor in the carriage, I holed up in my room. For now, it's best to avoid my father and mother. The topic of my skill is bound to come up, and I'm likely to slip up and say something incriminating. I absolutely must keep the fact that I received the brainwashing skill a secret. That's precisely why I need to understand it. I need to know exactly what kind of power this skill holds. Young master, how are you feeling? A soft knock came 3 times, followed by a voice from the other side of the door. Perfect timing. This is the ideal person to test the brainwashing skill on. Come in, I called. The door opened slowly, and the speaker stepped into the room. I've brought you something to drink, young master. Thank you, Servaz. Bowing respectfully was Servaz, the butler who had served the Penosis family since my grandfather's time. He recently celebrated his 58th birthday, making him an elderly man by this world's standards. He's the perfect candidate for my first brainwashing experiment. Our Penosis family is a poor, backwater noble house in the middle of nowhere. There are no young, cute maids here. Too bad, hummy. Servaz, could you keep me company for a bit? Of course. This old man is happy to oblige. Servaz placed a pitcher of water on the table and sat across from me on the sofa. Young master, what did you want to talk about? Well, about the skill brainwashing. The moment our eyes met, I activated the skill. So this is how it feels to use it. Looking closely, the words brainwashing active floated above Servaz's head. This must be something only I can see while the skill is active. Sorry for catching you off guard, Servaz. Just to confirm, are you currently under brainwashing? Yes, I am currently under brainwashing. Servaz responded in a flat, emotionless tone. There was no sign he was acting or teasing me. Will you follow any order I give you? Yes, I will carry out any command from Master Hugh. Stand up, spin 3 times, and bark like a dog. Servaz stood from the sofa, spun 3 times to the right, and woofed. He barked. What am I making this old man do? Sit down, Servaz. Watching that pitiful scene dampened my mood. I need to choose my commands more carefully. That said, the power of the brainwashing skill seems genuine. If Servaz were in his right mind, he wouldn't have followed such a ridiculous order. Even if he did, he'd likely show hesitation or embarrassment. I don't sense any of that from him now. It feels like he'd carry out any order, even something as extreme as self-operated by Isekai Harem, without hesitation. This is terrifying. I instinctively covered my mouth. If this skill were to activate by mistake, who knows what kind of disaster it could cause. Right now, I essentially hold Servaz's life in my hands. What a troublesome skill I've been saddled with. Servaz, we were just talking about Father's youth, got it? Yes. I was discussing Master's youth with Master Hugh. Good brainwashing deactivate. Thank you, Servaz. That was a productive talk. Not at all. If you'd like to hear more about Master's younger days, I'm happy to share anytime. It might be fun to include Madam as well. That's a good idea. I'll ask again sometime. Of course, if you'll excuse me, young master. Servaz stood, bowed, and left the room. He showed no signs of suspicion or doubt. Making it seem like we were talking about Father's past must have worked. This brainwashing skill is insane. Judging by Servaz's reaction, its effect is nothing short of absolute obedience. It's exactly like those adult doujinshi where you can toy with girls however you want. With this, any girl would be at my mercy. Not that there are any beautiful, cute girls around here. If I had to pick, my mother is stunning, even from her son's perspective. She's in her 40s but could easily pass for someone in their 20s. In my past life, she'd be called a beautiful, mature woman. But naturally, I'm not so depraved or insane as to brainwash my own mother for something perverse. I stood in front of the mirror to check my appearance. Black hair inherited from my mother, a well-proportioned face, and a physique that's starting to resemble my father's sturdy build. I'm still growing taller, too. Compared to my past life, I'm blessed with incredible looks. And though we're a poor noble family in the sticks, I'm still the heir to a barony. I won't have trouble finding a wife, even if I can't pick and choose freely. Yeah, I don't need the brainwashing skill. If I were still the gloomy, corporate slave virgin from my past life, I might have used this skill to do whatever I wanted. But the current me is blessed with good looks and status. I have room in my heart. A dangerous skill like brainwashing is nothing but a liability. I need to figure out a way to keep this skill hidden, but no good ideas come to mind. As I mulled it over, it was time for dinner. I didn't want to face my father or mother to avoid skill-related talk, but skipping dinner would only raise suspicion. The key is to not act suspicious. Pretending to be calm, I entered the dining hall and took my seat. My father, seated at the head of the table, looked at me and spoke. "Hugh, tomorrow you'll head to the capital. You're to take the entrance exam for the Royal Academy." I'm sorry, what? Chapter 1. Wow, my brainwashing skill is too strong. A month had passed since I left the Synopsis domain, and at long last, I set foot in the royal capital. Man, the capital is way too far. Exactly 30 days ago, on my birthday, my father instructed me to head to the capital. The very next day, I set out as ordered, but the journey proved far more grueling than I'd ever imagined. It began with traveling on foot. No cars, trains, or planes existed in this world, unlike my previous life. Worse, the roads were barely maintained. The only path out of the Synopsis domain was an unpaved, neglected trail. I lost count of how many times I mistook it for a beast track and nearly wandered off course. It wasn't that my father refused to lend me a carriage. The roads were so poor that a carriage would have broken down, leaving me stranded. A horse might have fared better, but I'm no good at riding. Walking was the lesser hassle. After a week trudging along a road that barely deserved the name, I reached the largest town in the neighboring noble's domain. From there, I hopped between 13 shared carriages, moving from town to town. That's how remote the Synopsis domain is from the capital. Assuming an average of 35 kilometers a day by carriage, it took roughly 22 days of travel, about 770 kilometers. In short, it was an absurdly long journey. In nearly 40 years across both lives, it was the greatest adventure I'd ever undertaken. So why endure such a grueling trek to the capital? It all stemmed from a cert obligation imposed on the nobles of the Leith Kingdom. If a skill granted by the gods is deemed potentially useful in war, the children of royalty and nobility must study at the Royal Academy for 3 years. Long ago, during a massive war that engulfed the continent, the king sought to harness the immense power of skills for battle. He gathered the children of royalty and nobility with combat-oriented skills and subjected them to military training. That was the origin of the Leith Royal Training School, the predecessor to the Royal Academy, over a century ago. Nowadays, the Leith Kingdom enjoys peace, and war feels like a distant memory. Still, I couldn't help but find it absurd that a royal decree from 100 years ago still held sway. Complaining, however, changed nothing. The ignition skill I'd blurted out as a lie was precisely the kind of combat-oriented skill that qualified. As they say, the tongue is the root of all trouble. My slip-up had landed me eligibility for the Royal Academy. Ignoring a royal decree meant execution, no exceptions. I had no choice but to make the journey. The silver lining? The Royal Academy required an entrance exam. About a decade ago, they began admitting commoners with exceptional skills, and the number of eligible candidates started exceeding the Academy's capacity. Thus, the entrance exam was established to screen applicants. For someone like me, carrying the ticking time bomb of the brainwashing skill, spending 3 years surrounded by people at the Academy was far too risky. So I had to fail this entrance exam. Oh crap, I need to hurry. The entrance exam was today, and I'd barely made it in time. Being late could be seen as defying a royal decree, which meant execution. I hurriedly dashed toward the Royal Academy on the northern outskirts of the capital. Section, so this is the Leith Royal Academy. Passing through the majestic gates, I entered a vast garden, beyond which stood a magnificent white school building. Not as grand as the royal castle, but impressive nonetheless. As expected of the kingdom's premier institution, though I had no intention of enrolling, I couldn't help feeling a spark of excitement. Look at that guy. What's with those filthy clothes? A commoner. I can't believe His Majesty allows commoners into the prestigious Royal Academy. Scornful voices reached my ears. At first I tensed, thinking they were aimed at me, but it seemed I wasn't the target. Glancing around, I noticed a girl walking cautiously a little ahead. She wore a tattered, patched-up gray dress, her light blue hair reaching her shoulders, dull and unkempt from neglect. She was about as tall as my shoulder, slightly petite for a girl my age. A commoner, likely from the slums. Her appearance, so stark against the polished surroundings, made her stand out painfully. Hey, you filthy commoner. Like moths to a flame, a pompous-looking boy blocked her path, dressed in gaudy clothes with an ostentatious red cape. Clearly a noble's spoiled son, he had 5 lackeys, boys and girls, trailing behind. He must hail from a high-ranking noble family. The blue-haired girl, suddenly confronted and intimidated by his overbearing attitude, shrank back in fear. Who gave you permission to be here? This sacred institution is no place for a filthy commoner like you. But, the priest told me, after hearing about the skill I received, to come here right away. Huh, did she just receive her skill? If someone receives a skill less than a month before the entrance exam, their obligation is deferred to the following year. I'd barely been caught by the deadline, which was why I had to rush to the capital. No priest in the capital's church would miss that rule. Her skill must be extraordinary. What's that? You dare talk back to me, a member of the Hortness family. And no, I didn't mean. She wasn't talking back, but the Hortness boy wasn't listening. Coming from a backwater like the Penosis domain, I had no clue about the Hortness family's rank. The girl looked around desperately for help, but everyone who stopped to watch averted their eyes the moment they met hers and walked away. The Hortness family must wield significant influence. I should probably steer clear too, sorry, girl, but with a dangerous skill like brainwashing, I can't afford trouble. As I tried to slip away quietly, enough, idiot Hortness. A clear, dignified voice rang out from behind. Turning, I saw a girl with light reddish-brown hair tied in twin tails approaching. Her delicate, doll-like face was perfectly proportioned, her simple yet elegant dress exuding refinement. Every graceful step marked her as the daughter of a high-ranking noble, worlds apart from the posturing Hortness boy. Good day, backwater poor noble, she said, tossing an insult my way as we passed. It was all true, so I couldn't argue back. Lily Purity. Those with exceptional skills must study at the Royal Academy, whether noble or commoner. That's the absolute rule set by royal decree, no exceptions. But this filthy commoner is unworthy of this sacred academy. That's not for us to decide. Only the royal family can overturn a royal decree. Isn't that right? For some reason, Lily turned to me, seeking agreement. Please, don't drag me into this. I wasn't well versed in noble society and hesitated on how to respond. Still, I could vaguely sense what Lily wanted. Guess I should back her up? I didn't want to get involved, but something tugged at me to help. If I was getting dragged in, I might as well go all in. Could it be that you're royalty? Oh, why would you think that? Lily replied. Well, you keep saying that girl isn't worthy of the academy. Only royalty can decide that, right? So I thought maybe you're royalty. What? How dare you? There's no way I'm royalty. Idiot went pale, clearly flustered. Apparently, being mistaken for royalty was a misstep. Oh, sorry. I'm just a backwater poor noble, so I've never seen royalty before. I got excited thinking I'd met one, but to think someone would deny a royal decree in the middle of the Royal Academy's grounds and not even be royalty. Why you? That's a bit harsh, even if it's true, Lily interjected. But you should watch your careless remarks, idiot. Stand out too much, and you won't brush it off as a misunderstanding or a joke. You'll pay for this, commoner. And you, backwater poor noble. Idiot spun on his heel and stormed off with his lackeys, cutting through the crowd. I definitely earned his grudge, but oh well. I planned to fail the entrance exam anyway. Once I returned to the Penosis domain, I'd likely never see him again. Thank you so much for helping me. The blue-haired girl bowed deeply to Lily and me. When she raised her head, I caught my breath. As expected, my judgment was spot on, Lily said. You're a diamond in the rough, ready to shine with a little polishing. Hi. The girl tilted her head, puzzled by Lily's words. A diamond in the rough, that's exactly it. Though emaciated and unhealthy, her features were strikingly beautiful. A bath to wash away the grime and some proper meals, and she'd transform into a stunning beauty in no time. I'm Lily Purity. This is the spineless backwater poor noble. Hey, who are you calling spineless? I protested. Oh, was I wrong? It's all true. I'm Hugh Penosis. Nice to meet you. Why, yes, I'm Lecty. Are you two acquainted? That's what I was wondering, I said. You've been talking like you know me this whole time. We've never met, right? Of course, Lily replied. I only know your family name. Your Penosis barony is a distant relative of my Purity Marquisate. There's barely any blood connection left, though. So, super distant relatives. This was the first I'd heard of ties to a Marquis family in the capital. Wait, she's a Marquis's daughter. Exactly. I only knew because of the crest boldly embroidered on your cloak. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw the Penosis family crest prominently stitched on my travel cloak. That's how she pegged me as a backwater poor noble. This cloak is suddenly really embarrassing to wear. No need to worry, Lily said. Hardly anyone knows about a minor frontier noble family like Penosis. I only knew because we're distantly related. Could you stop insulting my family while trying to reassure me? It's the truth, isn't it? Anyway, we'll be late for the entrance exam if we keep chatting. Let's go, Lecty. With that, Lily took Lecty's hand and started walking. W8, I can come with you. Of course, why else would I take your hand? Watch your step. Why, yes. Lily escorted Lecty toward the school building like a princess. Wait, they left me behind? I thought we'd bonded a bit through that exchange, but apparently I was mistaken. Chasing after Lily and Lecty, I reached the school building, where several lines stretched from the entrance inward. Exam candidates had to join one of the queues. Lily and Lecty were at the back of one line, so I lined up behind them. Lily-sama, what's this line for? Lecty asked, a question I was also curious about. Lecty, no need for sama, Lily replied. We'll be classmates in this academy, so call me whatever you like, Lily or Lily-chan, your choice. Then Lily-chan. Hey, that's a creepy laugh. Lily wiped her mouth and composed herself. Lecty tilted her head, puzzled. Back to your question, Lily continued. I'll explain for the eavesdropping backwater poor noble too. Thanks for that, I muttered. At the front of this line, they use a special magical device to check candidate skills. It confirms whether you have a skill worthy of the Royal Academy. This is the first screening, determining if you can proceed to the next exam. S-skill screening, Lecty murmured. That's really bad news. I knew about the magical device that reveals skills normally visible only to the holder, but I hadn't expected to face it so soon. At this rate, everyone would discover my brainwashing skill. Do we have to show our skill? I asked. Of course, Lily replied. If they allowed self-reporting, anyone could take the exam. Some skills granted by the gods are so dangerous that even the holder can't control them. This checkpoint assesses that risk. Why, yeah, makes sense. Her logic was airtight, leaving no room to argue. As Lily said, this measure was likely designed to catch dangerous skills like my brainwashing. Could it be your skill is, Lily began. Oh crap, sorry, sudden stomachache, gotta hit the bathroom, I blurted. Hey, wait a second. Ignoring Lily's attempt to stop me, I bolted into the nearest boys' restroom. Peeking out, I saw her sigh, hands on her hips. That was close. She might suspect something, but it was better than being interrogated on the spot. More importantly, this situation was really bad. If I did nothing, my brainwashing skill would be exposed, a one-way ticket to the guillotine. Leaning on the sink, I racked my brain. What do I do? If this keeps up, my life is over. Should I just run away? No, that's tough. Going against the flow of people to escape would draw attention. If a guard stopped me, I'd be done for. Even if I got out, I didn't know my way around the capital. If Lily or Lecty reported my disappearance, I'd be hunted down. Escaping the capital would be nearly impossible. And if, by some miracle, I escaped, where would I go? The Penosis domain would be the first place they'd send pursuers. A fugitive life with nowhere to go sounded like pure despair. Could I use the brainwashing skill to get out of this? Maybe I could brainwash the examiner and alter the records. No, that'd eventually fall apart. If there were 2 examiners, I'd be screwed, since my brainwashing skill only targets one person at a time. Who could I brainwash to get through this? Someone with authority. The academy's headmaster or deputy headmaster? Yeah, right. Where even are they? I don't have time to search. Someone powerful nearby Lily. If I brainwashed Lily, a marquis's daughter, maybe her family's influence could. No, that won't work either. She's just an exam candidate like me. No matter her status, she can't pull strings here. Am I really doomed? Damn it, stupid gods, giving me a troublesome skill like brainwashing. If it could at least target more than one person, I could figure something out. What am I supposed to do with a skill that only brainwashes one person? Who could I possibly brainwash to get out of this? Raising my head, I saw a mirror in front of me. Reflected in it was me, clutching my head. What would happen if I brainwashed him? The thought crossed my mind. Brainwash myself. Convince myself. Make myself believe my skill isn't brainwashing but ignition. Could that maybe, just maybe, trick the skill display? No way, that's too. It's hopeless, I know it is. A desperate, half-baked idea. It's bound to fail. But trying it was simple enough. If it didn't work, no harm done, I had no better ideas anyway. All right, skill brainwashing. I felt the skill activate, but nothing seemed to change. A failure, or so I thought, until I noticed the words brainwashing active floating above my head in the mirror. I could actually brainwash myself using the mirror. In that case, next. Hugh Penosis, your skill isn't brainwashing, it's ignition. Click. Something snapped into place in my mind. I felt with certainty that the brainwashing had taken effect. S status. A translucent panel appeared in my vision. Hugh Penosis. Skill. Ignition LV max. Manifests fire on a designated target. The word brainwashing had vanished from the skill section. No way did I actually trick the display. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but the skill remained ignition. Not a trace of brainwashing lingered. Yet in the mirror, the words brainwashing active still floated above my head. Come to think of it, I didn't feel the dulled consciousness I'd noticed when I brainwashed Servas. I clearly remembered my true skill was brainwashing. Was brainwashing myself different from brainwashing others? Brainwashing deactivate. I deactivated the skill and checked my status again. It reverted to brainwashing. Activating brainwashing once more, I switched it back to ignition. The status panel showed ignition, but was this really enough? It might just be an illusion visible only to me. If the magical device revealed brainwashing, I was done for. Still, there was no way to confirm. I couldn't hide in the bathroom forever. If I took too long, Lily would grow suspicious. It was do or die, a gamble where I had to throw myself in and hope for the best. Steeling myself, I stepped out, only to find the school building in an uproar. Did you hear that? The skill saintess, that's something out of a fairy tale. That filthy commoner. It's got to be some kind of mistake. Shock, envy, and jealousy swirled in a chaotic mix of voices around me. At the center was the light blue-haired girl. Lecty, looking bewildered, glanced nervously at the reactions. It didn't seem like Idiot was harassing her again. Unable to grasp the situation, I approached Lily, who stood near Lecty, deep in thought with her arms crossed and her fist pressed to her lips. What happened? I asked. Oh, is your stomach feeling better? Backwater poor diarrhea noble. It's not exactly smooth sailing, but I'm at the point of whatever happens, happens. Could you stop with the worst kind of resignation? You didn't actually leak, did you? I'll leave that to your imagination. Lily silently took a step away from me. Apparently, in her imagination, I did leak a little. So, what's going on with Lecty? It's quite the commotion. Her skill is, well, not just a little, extremely unique. Unique. Skills granted by the gods can be categorized into several types. For example, Thunderstrike, a skill that lets you attack with lightning. Skills that manipulate natural phenomena like fire, water, or wind are collectively called natural skills. So Ignition is one of those natural skills. Yes, is Ignition your skill, by the way? Yeah, sort of. What about skills like hunter or chef? Those are classified as occupational skills. They're rare, about 1 in 3,000. No way. So my father's and mother's skills were super rare. The defining trait of occupational skills is that they grant multiple abilities. For example, someone with the knight skill might gain benefits equivalent to swordsmanship, body enhancement, spear mastery, and horsemanship. That's an insanely powerful skill. Now that I thought about it, my father's hunter skill was like having both tracking and archery. I wasn't sure about my mother's chef, though. So, this commotion is because Lekti was granted an ultra-rare and powerful occupational skill. Exactly, skill Saintess. A mythical skill thought to be a mere fairy tale, I sensed something special about her, but to think she held such incredible potential. Truly a diamond in the rough, worth polishing. Skill Saintess, huh? Ignoring Lily's enraptured expression, I pondered. The term Saintess brought to mind Joan of Arc from my previous world, but what was its significance here? The Penosis domain was so rural that books were scarce, and I was starting to realize how much I lacked in common knowledge. Lily-chan, Hugh-san, did I do something wrong again? Lekti approached with a worried look, clearly thinking she'd messed up based on the crowd's reaction. No, Lekti, you didn't do anything wrong, Lily assured her. If anything, you could say her luck was bad, but it wasn't her fault. There was no point in feeling guilty. Lekti, you've been granted an incredible skill by the gods, Lily continued. It's so remarkable that everyone here is shocked or jealous. Is that what it is? You don't need to feel anxious. Hold your head high and take pride. The skill you've been granted is yours alone. Why, yes. Encouraged by Lily, Lekti seemed to regain her composure. The commotion was eventually calmed by the examiners, and Lekti was escorted by Lily and an examiner to a separate room. I was asked if I wanted to join, but since I hadn't had my skill checked yet, I stayed behind. See you later, Lily said. Hugh-san, see you soon, Lekti added. Yeah, later. I bid farewell to Lily and Lekti as they left. If things went poorly, I might never see them again. It was a brief acquaintance, but the thought left me a little lonely. Next, please step this way. Prompted by an examiner, I entered a small room sectioned off by curtains. Inside stood a large crystal, about 30 centimeters in diameter, the magical device that revealed skills. Please state your name and skill. Hugh Penosis, my skill is ignition. Place your right hand on the crystal. Touching it would reveal my skill. My hand trembled with nerves, but I forced myself to reach out. Here goes nothing. The moment my right hand touched the crystal, it glowed faintly and words appeared within. Hugh Penosis. Skill, ignition. Confirmed. Please follow the staff's instructions to proceed to the practical exam. Thank you. I bowed to the examiner and stepped out of the room. Following the staff's guidance toward the exam venue, I let out a sigh of relief. Somehow, I'd cleared the first hurdle. Next is the practical exam. Hugh Penosis, you have a natural skill, so please head to the second ground. It's straight down this path, then left at the end. Understood. Thank you. I bowed to the staff member and headed outside. Once I confirmed no one was around, I crouched down and exhaled deeply. Phew, I made it through. I couldn't believe I'd actually altered the skill display with brainwashing. It was a long shot, but it paid off. I had no idea how it worked, though. That said, there's no way I'll pass the practical exam. Since the skill I rewrote couldn't actually be used, I should start thinking of excuses now. Maybe a stomachache affecting my performance. With the immediate crisis of my brainwashing skill being exposed averted, I felt a bit more at ease. That's why I let my guard down a little. Are you okay? Wah. Startled by the sudden voice, I lost my balance and fell backward from my crouch. Looking up, I saw a girl peering at me with concern. Sorry. I startled you by calling out so suddenly, didn't I? And no, it's fine, my bad. Can you stand? The girl extended a hand to me. The reason I wasn't sure of her gender was her clothing. Her short silver hair glimmered in the sunlight. Her youthful face, with large, sapphire blue eyes, emphasized her childlike charm. From the neck up, she looked like a girl, but her petite frame was dressed in a nobleman's shirt and coat. Thanks, you saved me. You're welcome. I took her hand and stood, and she smiled shyly. She's cute. A different kind of beauty from Lily or Lekti. She is a girl, right? I'm Hugh Penosis. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Hugh. I'm Lug. Lug Becto. Lug, so you're a guy. Moo, Hugh, do I look like a girl to you? Lug puffed out his cheeks indignantly. The gesture was adorable, but was he really a guy? He'd almost said I in a feminine way just now, hadn't he? Well, if he's a girl pretending to be a boy, there's probably a reason. Prying could stir up trouble, so I'll play along for now. Sorry if I offended you. I was lying on the ground, so the light made it hard to see your face clearly. Your voice is a bit high for a guy, so I got confused about your gender. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Sorry for getting mad. Oh, by the way, you were crouching earlier. Are you okay? I thought you might be feeling unwell. Nah, just a bit of a stomachache. You should go to the infirmary. Want me to come with you if you're nervous? No, it's fine now. Fine now? Oh, want me to grab you a change of clothes? I didn't leak, okay. Why does everyone assume I sold myself? I'm really fine, so don't worry. By the way, are you heading to the practical exam too? Yup, I was told to go to the second ground for my exam. Wanna go together? I'm headed there too. Really? I was feeling a bit lonely, so I'm glad. Lug flashed a bright, carefree smile. She's way too cute. There's no way this kid's a guy, seriously. We walked side by side toward the second ground. Lug's height barely reached my shoulder, making him even shorter than Lecty. Hugh, you're really tall, huh? I was a little surprised when you stood up. My father's pretty tall, so I take after him. If anything, Lug's the short one, but saying that might upset him again. I'm jealous. I want to grow taller too. Maybe then people won't mistake me for a girl. Not sure about that. It's his face and voice that make him seem like a girl. Growing taller probably won't change much. Hugh, are you thinking something rude? Nope. Look, isn't that the second ground? We'd reached the end of the path. To the left, a wide field stretched out below a slope, where exam candidates were launching fire, water, and other elements at human-shaped targets. A practical exam feels just like this, huh? Exactly as I imagined. Let's go, Hugh. Lug tugged at my arm, his grip firm as he pulled me toward the second ground. Even the brainwashing skill, I doubted, could save me this time. It was a pity to part with Lug so soon after meeting her. At the second ground, we joined the line, only 5 people ahead of us. The practical exam seemed straightforward, just demonstrating your skill a few times, so our turn would come quickly. Wow, everyone's skills are incredible, Lug exclaimed, his eyes wide as he watched from the line. Indeed, the bursts of fire and water aimed at 3 sets of targets were a captivating sight. Still, it felt a bit lackluster. Take the ponytail girl in our line, for instance. She shot water from her hands, but the stream was so weak it barely reached the target, about as forceful as a cheap water gun from a 100-yen store in my past life. The other candidates' skills were similarly underwhelming. Only 1 in 5 managed to hit the target, and even then, the iron human-shaped targets didn't so much as flinch. Come to think of it, skills have levels, don't they? Everyone here gained their skill within the past year, so most are likely still at LV1. This must be what LV1 looks like. Wait, wasn't my ignition listed as LV max? What kind of power would a max-level skill unleash? Since it's just a fake display, I couldn't test it, but curiosity gnawed at me. Lost in thought, I barely noticed the line moving until our turn arrived. Hugh, who's going first? Lug asked, tilting his head. You go ahead, I replied without hesitation. I'd likely fail since I couldn't actually use the skill, and I didn't want to sour the mood for Lug by going first. Thanks, Hugh. Here I go. Lug clenched his fists in front of his chest, psyching himself up. Adorable. His enthusiasm drew warm smiles from nearby examiners and candidates, some even cheering, "You got this," in high-pitched voices. Lug, cheeks faintly flushed, raised his right arm toward the target. Watch this, Hugh, skill wind strike. A fierce gust erupted, not a gentle breeze, but a powerful blast that sent my cloak billowing wildly behind me. The wind surged forward, kicking up dust, and toppled the iron target with ease. No one else had even budged a target. Lug's skill was exceptional. The crowd exploded into cheers and applause, shouting, "Whoa." Scratching his head shyly, Lug returned to me with a bashful smile, striking a V pose. This kid was just too cute. Your turn, Hugh, show me something cool, he urged, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Yeah. His eager gaze sent a cold sweat trickling down my back like a waterfall. The thought of turning his excitement to disappointment twisted my stomach. I didn't want to meet Lug only to feel like this. I wanted to get along with him, to share something special. If only I hadn't been saddled with a skill like brainwashing. If my skill had truly been ignition, maybe I could have looked forward to a fun academy life with Lug, Lily, and Lekti. Damn it. Just moments ago, I was resigned to failing, but now I was desperately wishing for a miracle to pass, as if something that convenient would happen. Go for it, Hugh. Lug's cheer rang out behind me. With his encouragement at my back, I raised my right arm toward the target. Sorry, Lug, I muttered under my breath. I don't think I can live up to your expectations. Skill ignition. Nothing's going to come out of my arm. Boo-woo-woo-woom. A massive pillar of fire engulfed the iron target, melting it into nothing. Huh! A ridiculous sound escaped my lips, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. What was that? A giant fire pillar just whooshed out of nowhere. Wait, what's the melting point of iron again? Huh! As I stood dumbfounded, a sudden impact hit my waist. Looking down, I found Lug clinging to me, his arms wrapped around my side, a faint softness pressing against my ribs. That was amazing, Hugh. So awesome. What was that? The fire went whoosh. It was all whoosh, he squealed, his voice bubbling with excitement. Why, yeah, it was pretty whoosh, huh? I managed, still dazed. It was so incredible, I was totally shocked. Lug's eyes sparkled, his words slipping into a more feminine, I in his excitement, unnoticed by him. Yeah, me too, I admitted, my voice faint. The examiners and candidates around us erupted into a commotion rivaling the uproar when Lekti's Saintess skill was revealed. That was definitely my skill, right? Skill Ignition LV Max. Its power far surpassed anything I'd imagined. No, it wasn't ignition that exceeded my imagination, it was the brainwashing skill. I never dreamed a skill rewritten with brainwashing could actually be used. Isn't my brainwashing skill just way too powerful? Chapter 2, Pass the Entrance Exam. Ready, go to your hopeful future. After the practical exam, the examiners guided Lug and me back into the school building for the written exam. Lug walked beside me, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Wow, Hugh, your skill was so amazing. You've said that about 100 times now, I teased, but it was really incredible. I've never seen a fire skill that powerful, not even at the royal castle, he insisted, his eyes wide. The royal castle? You've been there, Lug? I asked, curious. I mean my father works at the castle, he stammered, flustered. I see. Better not pry too deeply. I'd pretend I didn't hear that slip. Still, the fact that a skill rewritten with brainwashing could be used was mind-boggling. Even now, I was stunned. This went far beyond what brainwashing should be capable of. If I could do this, I could wield any skill I wanted. It was almost like I'd gained a power akin to the gods who grant skills, which only made my brainwashing skill exponentially more dangerous. If I suddenly started using something like water gun tomorrow, I'd draw suspicion immediately. If my brainwashing skill were exposed, it'd be a one-way ticket to the executioner's block. My goal in this life was to live the leisurely, carefree lifestyle I never had in my previous world. I didn't need excessive power. All I wanted were peaceful, happy days. I glanced at Lug beside me. He tilted his head curiously. What's up, Hugh? Nah, nothing, I replied, suppressing a smile. I couldn't exactly tell him I was looking forward to a fun academy life with him, could I? By the way, Hugh, how are you with studies? The Royal Academy's written exam is famously tough, he said, his tone shifting to concern. Seriously? My heart sank. Wait, don't tell me, Hugh, are you bad at studying? His eyes widened. Lug, I might be done for. I only got my skill a month ago and my dad rushed me to the capital. I barely had time to study. But hey, the questions are probably on general knowledge and kingdom history, right? If you've read books, you might know some answers, he offered, trying to stay optimistic. My family's a dirt-poor noble from the boonies. We had maybe a handful of books at home, and they were all field guides on wild plants and herbs, I admitted, my voice flat. Well, I think there's maybe one question on herbology. Lug's attempt at comfort faltered, and he looked away, defeated. Shoulders slumped, we trudged to the classroom for the written exam. The seating was free, so we sat side by side. Before the exam began, I begged Lug to cram as much knowledge into me as possible. He launched into a rapid-fire explanation of the Reese Kingdom's history, from its founding in divine calendar year 539 to its wars with neighboring countries. My head spun. There was no way I could memorize all that from a verbal rundown. If only I could use brainwashing to rewrite my skill into something like super smart skill. But I'd need a mirror, and once we entered the classroom, leaving wasn't allowed. The brainwashing skill was kind of inconvenient, wasn't it? My last-ditch cramming lasted a mere 10 minutes before the exam began. Glancing at the questions, I felt a flicker of hope. History was a complete wash, but the math problems were middle school level. The general knowledge section included questions on noble duties and estate management, which I wasn't entirely clueless about, having helped my dad occasionally. Still, I only managed to answer about half the questions within the time limit, with maybe 30% accuracy at best. I didn't know the passing threshold, but I was in deep trouble. As the answer sheets were collected, I slumped over my desk, exhausted. The hour-long test felt more draining than the month-long journey to the capital. "Good job, Hugh," Lug chirped, undeterred. "Lug, I'm done for." "Enjoy academy life for me," I groaned. "Oh, come on, I don't think you'll fail, Hugh. Your practical exam was that amazing, after all. Plus, you didn't completely bomb the written part, right?" "Well, yeah, I think I got about 30%, I muttered. "See, with that in your practical exam, you're definitely passing. I can't wait for the results." His optimism was infectious, but I wasn't convinced. "By the way, when are the results announced?" I asked. "Probably around dusk. Successful candidates move into the dorms today, and the entrance ceremony is tomorrow." "That's awfully quick." Apparently, it used to take a week, but there were issues with pressure, violence, threats, theft, you name it. So now they announce results the same day. "That's a lot of issues," I exclaimed, imagining the chaos overzealous parents must cause to get their kids into the Royal Academy. "Oh, right, there's some time before the results. Do you have any plans, Hugh?" Lug asked, his eyes bright. "Nope, nothing in particular." "Then could you maybe come shopping with me for a bit?" he asked, his voice tinged with excitement. "Shopping?" "Sure, but what are we buying?" "Well, I don't have many clothes. I was hoping you could help me pick out some boys' clothes." He looked up at me pleadingly. "Can you help?" The answer was an obvious yes. With permission from a nearby examiner, we left to explore the capital until the results were announced. I'd rushed through the city on my way here and hadn't had time to sightsee. After a month-long journey, it'd be a waste not to look around. "Look, Hugh, so many people." Lug's voice was filled with wonder as his head swiveled in every direction. "Watch where you're going, or you'll trip," I warned. I know," he laughed, undeterred. Everything seemed new to him, especially the bakeries and food stalls lining the streets. He seemed more like a country bumpkin than me. "Is this your first time in the capital, Lug?" I asked. "Huh. No, I was born and raised here," he replied, surprised. "You're awfully excited for someone who grew up here. Is this area new to you?" "Kind of, but I also haven't had many chances to wander around. Everything I see is just so interesting." "Oh, sorry, am I being too loud?" he asked, suddenly self-conscious. "Nah, don't worry about it. I'm from the countryside, so everything in the capital feels new to me too." "I get how you feel," I reassured him. "Hee, you're really nice, Hugh." Lug grinned shyly and clung to my arm. A subtle softness pressed against my elbow. Why are you clinging to me?" I asked, flustered. "There are so many people, I might get lost. This way, we won't get separated, right?" he said, his logic sound but his closeness disarming. "That's true, but if he kept this up, I might actually fall for him." He needed to be careful. "Lug, guys don't usually cling to each other like this," I pointed out. "Huh, really?" His eyes widened in shock. "Yeah, so let's walk a bit apart. We're kind of standing out." The stares from passers-by felt like daggers. To them, a girl was clinging to a guy's arm, of course we'd draw attention. Realizing this, Lug's cheeks flushed red, and he let go. Still nervous about getting separated, he lightly pinched my sleeve. Sorry, Hugh, was that uncomfortable?" I shook my head immediately. "Uncomfortable? Hardly, I was thrilled. If not for the stairs, I'd have loved to keep walking like that." "Oh, okay, hee. Lug smiled happily up at me. He's so cute, damn it. I knew getting involved with a charming boy hiding something serious was trouble waiting to happen. but his friendly, small animal-like charm had completely won me over. This was bad. If this kept up, I'd get dragged deeper into whatever mess Lug was caught in. With my ticking time bomb of a brainwashing skill, that could spell disaster. For my own safety, I should distance myself from him now. I knew that logically, but cutting off my feelings wasn't that easy. "Hugh, that shop, it looks like a clothing store." Lug pointed excitedly. "Yeah, let's check it out," I agreed, unable to resist. "Yay," he cheered. We entered the shop, filled with casual clothes and accessories geared toward wealthy commoners rather than nobles. A plump, middle-aged woman, the only shopkeeper, greeted us with a warm smile. "Welcome. What kind of clothes are you looking for?" "Could you pick out some boys' clothes that would suit him?" I asked, gesturing to Lug. "Him? Oh, of course. I'll prepare some right away," the shopkeeper replied, looking puzzled for a moment before nodding and heading to the racks. "They thought I wasn't a boy again," Lug muttered, his shoulders slumping. It wasn't the shopkeeper's fault. She was a pro, quickly gathering several outfits and returning in just a minute. "Thank you for waiting. Please, this way. You can use the fitting room." "Hugh, I'm going to try these on. Don't go anywhere, okay? I want to hear your thoughts on the clothes," Lug said, his voice bubbling with excitement. "Got it. I'll wait right here, so don't worry," I assured him. "Okay, you'd better." He took the clothes and disappeared into the fitting room. I could hear the faint rustle of fabric from behind the curtain. Okay, focusing on his changing sounds was way too creepy. I browsed the store to distract myself. The shop had women's clothing too. A mannequin displayed a white dress with blue accents. I couldn't help but think Lug would look stunning in it if he were to try something different. It'd suit him perfectly in a different context. "Hugh, you there? I want you to see the first outfit," Lug called. "Yeah, I'm here," I replied. The curtain parted slowly and Lug stepped out in a bright cream-colored tunic. The choice was striking. Paired with his silver hair, it gave off a refined, delicate vibe, emphasizing his boyish charm. Too casual for a noble, but perfect for someone blending in. "What do you think?" he asked, his voice tentative. "It looks great." "Really cool," I said honestly. Hey, I want to look like a boy, not cool in that way," he protested, his cheeks puffing out. "I mean, your face is charming to begin with, so it's inevitable," I teased. "Wah. HMPH, you're such a jerk, Hugh." His face turned bright red, and he spun around, closing the curtain with a huff. "Next one." I spent a while enjoying Lug's personal fashion show. The shopkeeper's picks all made him look like a charming boy, which Lug wasn't thrilled about, but I was loving it. After calming him down, we bought a few outfits. While Lug changed back, I browsed the accessories section. A compact hand mirror caught my eye, a simple folding design, but pricey. I could probably find a cheaper one elsewhere, but having a portable mirror ASAP would be a game changer. I still had some travel money from my dad. It'd cover the mirror if I dipped into my return carriage fare. With a portable mirror, I could use brainwashing to switch skills anywhere, as long as I avoided prying eyes. The benefit outweighed the cost. I could earn the fare back using brainwashing, not for anything shady, but maybe by registering as an adventurer and taking quests. Switching skills to fight would make handling dangerous monsters easy. Plus, I didn't need the fare yet. If I passed the academy exam, I wouldn't need it for a while. I wasn't confident about my test performance, but Lug seemed sure I'd pass, so I'd trust him. I picked up the mirror, called the shopkeeper, and paid for it. Waiting for Lug to emerge from the fitting room, I noticed he was taking a while. No sounds of movement or rustling came from behind the curtain, just silence. "Lug, is something wrong?" I called. No response. A bad feeling crept up and I reached for the curtain. "Lug, I'm opening it, okay." Still no answer. I pulled the curtain open. The fitting room was empty. The mirror reflected only me, with brainwashing active floating above my head. Lug's clothes were left behind, but he was gone. "What's going on?" "Your companion left in a hurry while you were paying, heading outside," the shopkeeper said from behind me, her tone calm. "He left, without saying anything to me. We'd only known each other for hours, and I didn't know much about Lug, but I didn't think he'd vanish without a word. There had to be a serious reason, maybe tied to why he was so secretive. I had to find him. I opened the shop door, but the rusty hinges creaked loudly. Key. I hadn't heard that sound when I was paying. If Lug had gone outside, I would have noticed the door. I turned back to the shopkeeper, who tilted her head with a polite smile. "Aren't you going to look for your companion?" Her tone almost urged me to leave. Was I paranoid or? Glancing at my new hand mirror, I saw brainwashing active above my head. I muttered, "Brainwashing deactivate," and the text vanished. The shopkeeper's suspicious gaze was about to meet my skill. "Skill brainwashing," I said softly. Her eyes went blank, her body rigid. "Tell me everything you know about where Lug went," I commanded. "Yes, sir," she replied, her voice mechanical. The shop was a front for a human trafficking ring. The fitting room's mirror was removable, hiding a small room connected to a back exit. The ring kidnapped children and women who came in as customers. The shopkeeper, complicit for hefty payments, distracted one customer with fake service while the other was taken. She'd lie, claiming the missing person had left. If I'd fallen for it and searched outside, it would have been over. The traffickers would have escaped through the back exit, lost in the main street's crowd. What a dirty trick. "Where's Lug?" I demanded. "He's likely been taken to the trafficking ring's hideout," she replied. "Where is it?" "I don't know." She wasn't lying under brainwashing. A collaborator, well paid but kept in the dark about key details to be cut loose if needed. "Sleep for a while, brainwashing deactivate," I ordered. She collapsed, no clues about Lug's location. I checked the hidden room and back exit behind the mirror, nothing. I was out of leads, no, this was where brainwashing shined. "Skill brainwashing. Hugh Penosis, your skill is a skill to track Lug." I tried. Nothing happened. The mirror showed brainwashing active but no change. My status still read brainwashing. Vague skill names didn't work. What was the condition? I tried again. "Your skill is tracking, no tracker." A click in my mind. My status updated to tracker LV max. Specific names then. No time for theories. I had to find Lug. "Skill tracker." Blue lights formed in my vision, depicting 3 figures, 2 carrying a third from the hidden room to the back exit. Lug's abduction, recreated like my father's hunter skill, highlighting animal tracks. I burst out the back exit, kicked off a wall, and leaped onto a rooftop. With speed beyond my limits, I sprinted in the direction the light pointed. Tracker, an occupational skill, included abilities like body enhancement and swiftness. Through back alleys to a main street, the light formed a carriage. 2 figures tossed the third inside and climbed in, heading west. Without tracker, I'd have lost them. My enhanced legs kept pace effortlessly. No one noticed me running across rooftops, another perk of tracker, making me unnoticeable. After 3 kilometers, the carriage entered the port district. Lug had mentioned the capital's lake trade routes. The ring likely used them to sell victims. The glowing carriage stopped at a small warehouse, merging with a real one before vanishing. 2 men stepped out, carrying a sack, and entered the warehouse. "I made it in time," I sighed, hiding on a nearby warehouse roof. If they'd put him on a ship, chasing would have been impossible. Tracker probably wasn't built for swimming. That warehouse was the hideout. I needed to see inside. "Hugh Penosis, your skill is clairvoyance," I muttered. A click, and my status updated to clairvoyance LV max, allows you to see everything you desire. Skill clairvoyance. I focused on the warehouse, how many people, where Lug was. My vision shifted to an overhead view, the building translucent, people glowing orange. 12 total, 3 motionless, likely victims including Lug. I saw the building's structure, victim locations, and criminal positions. Subduing them with brainwashing would be easy. Hugh Penosis, your skill is brainwashing, and the maximum number of targets for brainwashing is 12. Its weakness was targeting 1 person at a time. Rewriting it to handle 12 would solve this. Searing pain split my head, dropping me to my knees, writhing. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, an eternity of agony. Drenched in sweat, I gasped, taking 3 minutes to recover. Damn it, I thought I'd die. The cause was trying to rewrite brainwashing's effects. The gods didn't like cheating. I wasn't using it for evil, but still, I'd never try that again. Using clairvoyance, I checked the warehouse. The numbers hadn't changed, but 3 criminals were near the victims. Common sense said they wouldn't harm their merchandise. But common sense didn't apply to traffickers in a kingdom where slavery was outlawed. I had to hurry. Ignition's firepower was too risky in a confined space. It might burn the building down with Lug inside. Plus, I wanted to avoid killing. Trafficking was a capital offense, so killing to save victims might go unpunished, but my past life ethics held firm. I'd subdue them without killing. For a tight space, a martial arts skill would work, but 6 of the 9 criminals were lone lookouts. I'd neutralize them first with a skill for stealth and takedowns. Hugh Penosis, your skill is ninja. A click. My status updated to Ninja LV Max. Enables all forms of stealth operations. Using Stealth Step to silence my footsteps and concealment to hide my presence, I approached the warehouse. With enhanced abilities, I slipped through a second-floor window. The lookout didn't notice before I struck his solar plexus, knocking him out. 3 lookouts remained on the second floor, stationed in east, west, and south rooms, focused outside. Sneaking up from inside made neutralizing them simple. 5 left on the first floor, 3 near the victims, 2 patrolling outside. Timing my move, I leapt from the window, landing silently to incapacitate the patroller below. Waiting by the wall, I struck the second's jaw with a palm thrust. Ninja likely included martial arts, making takedowns smooth. Only 3 remained. Re-entering through the second-floor window, I descended to the first floor, erasing my presence. Approaching the victim's room, I overheard the men. No matter how you look at it, this one's a boy, right? Now look at these clothes, definitely a guy. Why are we even arguing about this? How should I know? They were arguing over Luke's appearance. Peering into the dim room, I saw 2 men bickering, a third sharpening a knife. Luke lay at their feet, his breathing steady, drugged like the other victims. God, you're loud. Just strip him and move on, the knife wielder sighed, approaching Luke. He was about to cut his clothes. No way I'm letting you, I growled. Using Ninja's enhanced speed, I closed the distance, kicking the knife wielder's head. He spun, crashed into the wall, and went limp. What? Who the hell are you? One man shouted. Where'd you come from? The other demanded, both drawing swords. I hurled a nearby vase and vanished into the shadows, erasing my presence. What the? He's gone. Where'd he go? These men, likely skilled and experienced, were bold enough for trafficking. Even with Ninja, a head-on fight was risky. If I could avoid danger, I would. Damn it, stop hiding and come out, guh. Another one down. I paused briefly, channeling my strength before moving fluidly into the first man's blind spot. A precise palm strike to his jaw sent his eyes rolling back as his body arced through the air, crashing onto the floor. The noise made the second man whip around, but I was already circling behind him, slipping into his blind spot. What's going on? Ugh. A swift hand chop to his carotid artery dropped him lifelessly to the ground. Is that the last of them? To be certain, I sharpened my senses, relying on my enhanced hearing to detect any lingering signs of activity. The criminals all seemed unconscious, with no hint of additional accomplices. Satisfied it was safe, I hurried to Luke's side. Luke, hey, stay with me. Where? I shook him gently, and his eyes fluttered open, consciousness slowly returning. Hugh, did I fall asleep? Yeah, you were out cold, I said softly. Morning, Luke. Morning, Hugh. Still groggy, his voice was thick with sleep, barely grasping the situation. His carefree reply drew a quiet chuckle from me. I'm so glad he's okay. Once Luke was fully awake, I sent him to the guard post in the port district. While he fetched help, I bound the criminals tightly, gathering them in one spot and stuffing cloth in their mouths to prevent them from using any skills. The other victims were a young girl, about 6 years old, and a young woman who appeared to be her mother. Judging by their clothes, they were commoners, perhaps kidnapped from that shop, or maybe the ring had other fronts. They were asleep, with no visible injuries. Not wanting to leave them on the filthy floor, I gathered some nearby cloth and fashioned a makeshift bed on a table. I carefully laid the mother and daughter there and waited. Soon, Luke returned with the guards. The criminals were taken into custody, and the mother and daughter were safely rescued. Luke and I were asked to accompany the guards to the post to explain the situation. When we mentioned we were in the middle of the Royal Academy entrance exams, they opted to send us back to the academy in a carriage, promising to take our statements later. Apparently, with the criminals alive for interrogation and evidence like the hideout and the shop's hidden room, our immediate accounts weren't critical. Besides, detaining academy examinees for too long, even voluntarily, could stir trouble. Luke had mentioned past incidents, where rivals framed examinees to get them detained, all to secure a passing spot. There really were way too many incidents. The carriage rolled through the capital, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the streets. By the time we reached the Royal Academy, the results announcement would likely be underway. What a whirlwind of a day. This morning, I'd arrived in the capital, rushed to the entrance exam, met Lekti while she was being harassed by a noble brat, and got to know Lily. Then I became friends with Lug, only for him to be kidnapped right after the exam. Even counting my past life, I don't think I've ever had a day this chaotic. As I stared blankly at the passing scenery, a cold touch grazed my right hand. Glancing down, I saw Lug's slender fingers resting lightly on the back of my hand. His eyes were squeezed shut, and he leaned against me, as if seeking comfort. "What's wrong?" I asked gently. Well, I'm finally calming down and thinking clearly, and it's hitting me that I was kidnapped. Saying "what now" would have been callous. I'd sent him to the guard post right after he woke up, giving him no time to process the fear. Sorry, Hugh," he stammered. "I know it's weird for guys to cling to each other, but I'm just really scared." His body trembled faintly, his sapphire eyes glistening with unshed tears as they met mine, searching for reassurance. "It's not weird if you're scared," I said. "Even guys want to cling to someone when they're afraid." "Really? Do you, Hugh, want to cling to someone when you're scared?" "Yeah, so if I'm ever scared, let me cling to you. If you're okay with it, of course." "Yeah, I'm okay with it if it's you, Hugh," he murmured. "Are you okay with me clinging to you?" "Fine anytime." I raised my arm slightly, and Lug hugged it tightly, his soft warmth and the steady beat of his heart pressing against me. "Thank you, Hugh, for coming to save me." "Of course, we're friends, aren't we?" "Friends? Wait, are we not?" That would actually be kind of a shock. We'd only known each other for half a day, but we'd taken the exam together and gone shopping. By my standards, we were already friends. No, we are friends," he said quickly. "But Hugh, His voice dropped deliberately, as if he didn't want me to hear the rest. But I'd forgotten to switch off my ninja skill, and its enhanced hearing caught his faint murmur perfectly. "Want you to be my knight. In this life, I'm determined to live the leisurely, carefree lifestyle I couldn't in my past life. But just for a moment, I thought maybe dedicating my life to one friend wouldn't be so bad. It's a fleeting whim, of course. I still want that carefree life, but if a loyal friend is part of it, that'd be even better." The carriage slowed as we approached the Royal Academy. We stepped off, thanked the guards who escorted us, and entered the academy just as the results announcement began. Shouts of joy, cries of despair, and even some angry yells filled the air. I'd rather not get too close, but I had no choice. Pushing through the crowd with Lug, I reached the bulletin board and scanned for my name. Thanks to the enhanced vision from my ninja skill, I found it quickly. Thank goodness, I passed. "I found it, my name's there," Lug exclaimed. "Did you find yours, Hugh?" "Yes, you were right, Lug." We stepped away from the board and turned to face each other. "We did it, Hugh. Congratulations." "Congrats to you too, Lug. Here's to the next 3 years." "Yeah." We celebrated our success and followed the guides to the classroom where the successful candidates were gathering. It's funny, this morning, I was hoping to fail and return home. Now, I can't wait for the 3 years of academy life with Lug. Section. At nearly the same moment Hugh and Lug were checking the results at the Royal Academy, a knight dispatched from the royal castle arrived at the human trafficking ring's hideout in the Port District. Stepping off the carriage was a lean, middle-aged man clad in white armor with blue trim, a matching cape draped over his shoulders. His dark brown hair was disheveled, his face marked by a scruffy beard. Yawning widely and slouching as he walked, he was saluted by passing guards and knights already on the scene. "Good work, sir." "Yeah, good work," he replied casually, waving his left hand in acknowledgement. No one seemed to mind his laid-back demeanor. Some guards even brightened at his words. "That's the vice commander of the kingdom's knights, Roan Ashblade, with the skill sword saint." Roan sighed at the whispers trailing behind him. This is why fieldwork is such a pain. When had the younger knights and guards started looking at him differently? It had been over 20 years since he joined the knights. Though the Reese kingdom was in a peaceful era, the knights weren't without battles. There were no wars, but monster hunts and fights against bandits or criminal organizations were routine. Roan had always fought at the forefront. As a rookie, he was doted on. As a mid-level knight, he earned trust. And now, at a veteran's age, he was respected. He recalled how, as a young knight, he'd admired the commander and vice-commander of his time. "I'm getting old. I'd love to retire like those commanders and live quietly with a wife and daughter, not that I'm married." Halia. Sighing deeply, Roan entered the warehouse that served as the trafficking ring's hideout. A knight already investigating inside noticed him and hurried over, a young woman with purple hair tied to the side, her face still youthful. She stopped sharply in front of him and snapped a crisp salute, her right arm extended, hand to her forehead. "Good work, master." "Hey, who are you calling master?" Roan grumbled. "Alyssa, I keep telling you that nickname causes misunderstandings." "Sorry, master." "If you're sorry, change how you address me, geez." Roan sighed for what felt like the 100th time, muttering, "Whatever." He'd known Alyssa Swift since before she became a knight, having saved her during an incident. Since then, she'd persistently called him master. His skill being Sword Saint made it technically accurate, but a young, unmarried woman calling him master looked bad to others. The worst part was the assumption that he wanted her to call him that. In reality, Alyssa ignored his protests, but to outsiders, it seemed like he encouraged it. It caused him no end of headaches. Lately, he'd let Alyssa handle fieldwork while he stayed at the castle, but who'd have thought the culprits behind the capital's string of disappearances would be taken down by a single student? To be precise, an examinee in the middle of the Royal Academy's entrance exam, sir, Alyssa corrected. "Oh right, today's the exam day, isn't it? They didn't detain him, did they?" "No worries there. The guards sent him back to the academy." "Good, after pulling off something this big, there's no way he failed. We can take his statement later." "Are you going to question him yourself, master?" "Maybe, I'm curious to see his face." Roan was genuinely intrigued by a boy who single-handedly subdued a criminal organization without killing anyone. That said, crimes in the capital were typically the guards' jurisdiction. Stepping on their toes wasn't worth the trouble, but that applied only to ordinary cases. If the incident involved the capital or the entire Reese Kingdom's stability, jurisdiction shifted to the kingdom's knights. The knights had long suspected foreign involvement or ties to the royal succession dispute in the disappearances. "Found any connections?" Roan asked. "A few documents. Thin threads, but they're there. We'll have to follow them." Alyssa's preliminary investigation suggested some link. She handed him the victim list. "And take a look at this." Roan's eyes widened as he scanned it, spotting a certain name. "This a coincidence? The guards who took statements think it's a coincidence. Still, we should report it to her, just to be safe." Chapter 3, Your Name is Lucretia. Following the guide's instructions, I stepped into the school building and was directed to complete the dormitory registration in the hallway. A notice on the bulletin board outlined the room assignments. So, rooms are divided by social status, huh? The student dorms comprised 2 buildings, one for boys, one for girls. Commoners were assigned 4-person rooms, viscounts and barons got 2-person rooms, and only those from earl families or higher received single rooms. That meant I'd be in a 2-person room. Apparently, you could choose your roommate if you had a preference. I glanced to the side and met Lug's gaze, his eyes fixed on me. Were we thinking the same thing? By the way, Lug, your family's noble, right?" I asked, scratching my head. "Sorry, I'm just a backwater baron from the sticks, so I'm not too familiar with noble ranks around here. Mind filling me in?" "Sure," Lug replied brightly. "The Bestow family doesn't own land, but we're a viscount family." "A viscount family without land. Instead of land, the royal family granted us property in the capital. My father works as a bureaucrat in the royal castle, you see." "I see, so that's how some nobles operate." "So, Lug's voice softened. His cheeks faintly flushed as he looked up at me with those big eyes. "We can share a room, right?" "Guh, this guy's just too adorable. Could my self-control handle living in the same room as him?" "Oh, if you don't want to, that's fine," Lug stammered, waving his hands. "If you'd rather room with someone else, but I'd feel safer with you, Hugh." "Lug, let's live together," I declared, dropping to one knee and gently clasping his hands in mine. "Eek," Lug's mouth opened and closed in confusion, startled by my sudden move, before he blurted out, I'm not much, but I look forward to living with you." He totally botched the line. Tears welled in his eyes, and his face turned so red it seemed steam might escape. "Seriously, so cute. What are you two doing?" A voice cut in, and I turned to see a girl with light reddish-brown hair tied in twin tails, eyeing me with exasperation. Behind her stood another girl with pale blue hair, her expression curious. "Lily, Lecty, you both passed too. Congrats," I said, standing up. "Yes, congratulations on passing as well, Hugh," Lily replied coolly. "Passing's a given, isn't it?" Lily added with a smirk. "More importantly, what's with this little drama?" "Drama? We were just sorting out our dorm assignment." "It looked like a marriage proposal to me," Lily said, pressing a hand to her forehead with a sigh. "Well, I did ham it up a bit on purpose. Hopefully, this would keep some of the guys from hitting on Lug. Let me introduce my best friend, Lug," I said, gesturing toward him. "Be best friend?" Lug squeaked, then caught himself. "Oh, I mean nice to meet you. I'm Lug Bestow." "Lug Bestow," Lily murmured, bringing a fist to her mouth as if lost in thought. She stepped closer, staring intently at his face. Lug, flustered, took a few steps back and averted his gaze. "Sorry, I thought you looked like someone I knew. Must be a case of mistaken identity," Lily said, stepping back. "Why, yeah, probably," Lug mumbled. "I don't think the Bestow family has much connection with the Purity family." "Oh, I haven't said a word about being from the Purity family," Lily pointed out, raising an eyebrow. Lug clapped a hand over his mouth, realizing his slip-up. Watching him today, I couldn't help but think, Lug's kind of a klutz. "Well, someone as remarkable as me could easily be linked to the Purity family just by the name Lily," she said with a confident toss of her hair. "That's some serious confidence," I remarked. "It's a fact. I'm quite well known in high society, you know. Not that a backwater, dirt-poor, diarrhea-ridden baron would understand." "I can't argue with anything except the diarrhea part," I shot back. High society was a world I had no connection to. Even for my parents, traveling a month each way for events in the capital wasn't practical. We were so far out that we were even excused from sending New Year's greetings to His Majesty in person. A letter sufficed. "Let's start over. I'm Lily Purity," she said, offering a slight nod. "It's an honor to meet the renowned daughter of the Purity Marquis family," Lug mumbled, clearly intimidated. "Hee, I'll let that slide." "And this is Lecty," Lily said, gesturing to the girl beside her. "I am Lecty. Nice to meet you, Lord Lug," Lecty said softly. "Oh, could you drop the Lord part, please?" Lug asked, scratching his cheek. "Then Lug-chan," Lecty ventured. Hey," Lug clutched his chest, staggering back as if struck. Lecty, could you call him Lug-kun instead?" I suggested. But she's a girl, isn't she?" Lecty tilted her head. "Gah," Lug winced again. "Lecty, sometimes the truth can hurt people," Lily added with a teasing smile. "Gah," Lug yelped, crouching down and trembling as if utterly defeated. "Don't pile on like that," I said, shaking my head. Poor guy, still, Lily seemed to have seen through Lug's facade and was teasing him on purpose. Was Lug from an even higher-ranking family than a viscount? I'd rather not get involved, but if Lug kept acting like this, I had a bad feeling I'd get dragged into something soon. Oh well, I'd deal with it when it happened. Maybe I could stay this relaxed because I'd gotten somewhat used to controlling my brainwashing skill, giving me a bit of mental leeway. "Lug, it's fine to be shocked, but shouldn't we finish the dorm registration first?" I said, nudging him. "Why, yeah, you're right, I'll go do it," Lug replied, snapping out of it and dashing off to the teacher handling registrations. I started to follow, but Lily grabbed my shoulder. "Hey, are you seriously planning to live with that person?" "Lily, I don't know who Lug is, whether he's a girl or anything else, and I don't plan to find out," I said firmly. "So, there's nothing strange about a baron and a viscount sharing a room as two guys." "Well, since he's a viscount's heir, sharing a room is unavoidable," Lily conceded. "And considering how attached he seems to you, it might be better for him if you're his roommate." She pulled me around to face her, her sharp eyes locking onto mine. "Listen carefully, don't do anything reckless. If you act on a whim and make a move, it'll bring misfortune to you, your family, and him. Avoid that at all costs, got it?" "I get it, I wouldn't make a move on another guy anyway," I assured her. "I'll trust you, Hugh," Lily said, releasing my shoulder. Looks like I'd got myself attached to someone pretty important. If even a marquis's daughter like Lily referred to him as that person, his status must be something else. All right, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that. "By the way, don't you two need to register for the dorms too?" I asked. "Lily, you'll get a single room, and Lecty, you'll be in a 4-person room." Oh, right, that's how it works, Lekti murmured, looking down anxiously. As a commoner from the slums, sharing a room with wealthier commoners would likely make her feel out of place. Don't worry, Lekti, you'll be rooming with me, Lily said confidently. Ha, Lekti squeaked. Rooming together. Doesn't a marquis family get a single room? I asked, surprised. Room assignments are flexible with a marquis family's influence, Lily explained with a smirk. It's not like I'm asking for an upgrade. If it's an issue, I'll just have an extra bed brought into my room. Though sharing one bed could be fun, don't you think? W what? Lekti stammered, blushing and hiding behind me. Hee hee, just kidding, Lekti. Don't take it so seriously, Lily said with a laugh that didn't sound entirely like a joke. Lekti seemed to sense it too, peeking out from behind me. But won't I be a burden? A commoner like me living with you, wouldn't you prefer a single room? What's the point of dorm life if you're alone? Lily countered. The whole appeal is living together, right? And stop putting yourself down. I say you're worthy, Lekti. Lily Chan, moved by Lily's words, Lekti stepped out, stood before her and bowed deeply. I'm not much, but I look forward to living with you. I swear by the gods to make you happier than anyone else, Lily replied solemnly. That sounded way more like a proposal than what I did. As Lily and Lekti headed off to register, I grabbed Lily's shoulder. Don't you dare make a move on her, got it? I can't promise that, Lily said with a mischievous grin. This girl, I was worried about Lekti, but rooming with Lily was probably the best option for her. It wasn't my place to interfere. Sorry, Lekti, you're on your own. After that, we completed our dorm registrations without issue. Following the guide's instructions, we entered a classroom where we were briefed on dorm rules, campus facilities, and the schedule for tomorrow's entrance ceremony before being dismissed. Lug and I headed to the boys' dorm and stepped into our assigned room. Wow, this is our room, Lug exclaimed, eyes sparkling. It's way more spacious than I expected, I added, unable to hide my excitement. The room was impressively large. Beds and study desks were arranged symmetrically on either side, accompanied by a wardrobe, shelves, a low table in the center, and a U-shaped sofa surrounding it. Even with all this furniture, the room didn't feel cramped. It even had a shower room and a flush toilet. As expected of the Royal Academy. If this was the room for viscounts and barons, I could only imagine how luxurious the rooms for earls and above must be. Apparently, there was all sorts of stuff regarding the room's furniture and furnishings, Lug said vaguely. Please don't tell me the details. It'll ruin the vibe, I replied, shaking my head. This school had way too much, all sorts of stuff going on. Finally able to relax, I sank into the sofa. Lug, meanwhile, started preparing a towel and change of clothes. Hugh, I'm gonna use the shower first, okay? He said. Yeah, take your time, I replied casually, watching him head into the shower room. Soon, I heard the rustle of clothes, the sound of running water, and Lug's contented sighs mixed with a soft hum. This is, pretty overwhelming. Even without Lily's warning, I had no intention of doing anything, but her advice definitely reinforced my resolve. Living with a girl was this heart-pounding? No, wait, Lug hadn't been confirmed as a girl yet. If there was even a 1% chance he was a guy, I should treat him as one. Yeah. Still, were the walls in this room kinda thin? No, wait. I forgot I still had the ninja skill active, I muttered, pulling out a hand mirror and switching my skill to ignition. Tomorrow was just the entrance ceremony, but you never knew when someone might check my skill. After that, I sat on the sofa, zoning out. I must have been more tired than I thought, because I might have dozed off for a bit. The sound of the door opening woke me. Lug walked toward me, drying his hair with a towel draped around his neck. Phew, that was a nice shower. Your turn, Hugh, he said cheerfully. Why, yeah, I managed, my voice catching. What's wrong? Lug tilted his head, puzzled. What's wrong? That's my line. It wasn't just that post-shower Lug looked oddly alluring or that the sweet, osmanthus-like fragrance reached me even from a distance. No, I was stunned for a different reason. Lug's pajamas were a frilly, pale pink negligee. The fabric was so thin you could faintly see his flushed skin underneath. The sleeves only covered half his upper arms, and the hem was so short it left his thighs exposed. This guy wasn't even trying to hide his gender anymore, was he? Section. It was a dream from my childhood, probably 10 years ago. I was around 5, running through the fields and mountains of the Penosis domain from morning till night. Freed from the work-obsessed life of my previous world, I'd reverted to a childlike state, engrossed in catching bugs or building secret bases every day. While exploring the forest as usual, I came across a girl sitting alone, on the verge of tears. In the sparsely populated, aging Penosis domain, there were no kids my age. Her dress was intricately designed, so I immediately knew she was from outside. "Hey, what's your name?" I called out. Holding back tears, she said she was the daughter of a traveling merchant. I couldn't quite catch her name. Her hair color and features felt vaguely familiar. For a merchant's daughter, her dress was awfully fancy, and her speech was surprisingly mature for a child. When I asked what happened, she explained that the carriage she was traveling in with her family had broken down, leaving them stranded. While the adults were repairing it, she got bored, wandered into the forest, and got lost. For some reason, I decided to show her the secret base I'd just finished building. With no other kids my age around, I was desperate to show it off to someone. "You made this?" she asked, wide-eyed. "Yeah, I built it all by myself." "Pretty cool, right?" I boasted. "It's a very impressive doghouse," she teased. "It's a secret base," I protested. We spent the rest of the day chatting about nothing in particular. I complained about being from a dirt-poor noble family in the middle of nowhere, and she grumbled about her days being filled with boring lessons. We bonded over griping about our families, laughing and getting mad together. At night, I took her back to my family's manor, keeping our secret base playtime a secret, and explained the situation to my father. He immediately went to the forest, brought her family back, and they stayed at our manor until their carriage was fixed. For the next 3 days, I spent every moment with her from morning till night. We swam in the river, read books she brought, and took naps together. When it was time for her to leave, she was holding back tears again. "Don't forget me, okay? If we meet again someday, I'll make you my groom." What did I say in response to her confession? Section. The morning sun streamed through the window, and the distant chirping of birds stirred me awake. I slowly opened my eyes, my groggy mind confused by the unfamiliar surroundings, still lingering on that nostalgic dream. After a moment, I remembered. I'd passed the Royal Academy's entrance exam and started dorm life. That's right, this was the dorm room where I'd spend the next 3 years. On the other side of the room, Luke's bed was empty. He must have woken up early and gone to the bathroom or something. Maybe I'll sleep a bit more. I tried to roll over, but my body felt oddly heavy, like something was restricting my movement. When I moved my stiff left arm, my palm brushed against something soft. With my free right arm, I felt fabric that wasn't my blanket and something small but soft and springy. A sweet sigh came from under the covers. No way. I yanked the blanket off, and silver hair came into view, pressed tightly against me. "Are you kidding me?" My roommate, Luke Bestow, who I hoped was a guy, was clinging to me, fast asleep. No wonder I couldn't move. So that soft sensation I felt earlier was. "Sorry, Lily, I might be done for." "Calm down, stay composed, it's fine. Settle down, settle." As I seriously considered using my brainwashing skill to tame my riled-up emotions, Luke stirred with a soft NNH and slowly opened his eyes. "Hugh," he mumbled sleepily. Morning, Luke," I managed. "Morning, hee." Still half asleep, Luke gave a goofy smile, closed his eyes again, and snuggled closer, clinging tightly to me. God, he's way too cute. I'd love to stay like this forever, but my self-control was at its limit. "Wake up, Luke, it's morning," I said, shaking him gently. "Morning? Wait, why is Hugh sleeping with me?" Luke mumbled, rubbing his eyes. "That's my line." "This is my bed?" I exclaimed. "Huh." Luke groggily sat up, looking around. Then, as if recalling last night's bed assignments, his face turned bright red, and he scrambled off the bed in a panic. Sorry, Hugh. I can't sleep well without hugging something, and after using the bathroom in the middle of the night, I just got a little curious and... "So you did it on purpose," I cried. "Thanks to you, I slept like a baby." "Thank you," Luke said earnestly. I didn't know what to do with that gratitude. At this rate, he might turn me into his personal body pillow every night. If that happened, my restraint was gonna snap. Lily's warning was starting to feel like a lifesaver. I should frame it. "For now, after the entrance ceremony, let's go find you a proper body pillow, okay?" I suggested. "Huh. You're not good enough, Hugh," Lug asked, tilting his head. Of course not, you klutz of a roommate, I shot back. Klutz of a roommate? Lug echoed, looking shocked. Ignoring his expression, I started changing into my uniform. There was still time before the entrance ceremony, but considering the time to eat breakfast in the dining hall, I didn't have much to spare. I put on black pants, a white shirt with blue accents and gold buttons, and tied a red tie. The white and blue reflected the colors of the Reese Kingdom's flag, and the gold symbolized the royal family, a quintessential Royal Academy uniform. Finally, I draped a black cloak with gold embroidery over my shoulders and glanced back to see Lug covering his face with both hands, but peeking at me through his fingers. Hugh, you're pretty built, huh? He said, his voice muffled. This is pretty normal, isn't it? I replied, shrugging. This world didn't have the entertainment or sugary drinks and snacks of my previous life, so I didn't lead an unhealthy lifestyle. I didn't specifically train, but moving around in daily life had naturally built some muscle. Still, was it necessary to pretend you weren't looking while asking that? I'll wait outside. Come out when you're changed, I said, heading into the hallway. It was breakfast time, and other freshmen in crisp new uniforms were streaming out of their rooms. This sight would probably become familiar soon enough. After a bit, Lug emerged from the room in his uniform. So, how do I look, Hugh? Does it suit me? Yeah, it looks surprisingly good on you, I said, nodding. Compared to yesterday's outfit, this felt less forced and fit him well. He could pass as a cute boy like this. Surprisingly is uncalled for, Hugh, Lug huffed, puffing out his cheeks. Sorry, I said, placating him as we left the dorm. After breakfast in the dining hall next to the school building, we headed to the entrance ceremony. Entrance ceremonies were the same in any world, it seemed. We freshmen sat in chairs, listening to speeches from important figures. The only highlight was when Lily took the stage for the freshman representative speech. As expected of her, she spoke confidently with a clear, dignified voice, without even glancing at any notes. According to Lug, the representative was chosen based on entrance exam scores, not family background. So, Lily must be this year's top scorer. It made sense. She probably aced the written exam, and I bet she had a powerful skill too. After the ceremony, we were dismissed for the day. Tomorrow was a rest day, with class assignments and lessons starting the day after. Back at our dorm room with Lug, I found a letter addressed to me in the mailbox. No sender was listed, but it was sealed with a wax stamp shaped like a flower crown. A flower crown, I've got a bad feeling about this. That's a letter from the royal castle, right? Lug said, peering over my shoulder. Hugh, what did you do? I don't have a clue, probably, I replied, frowning. Did they find out about my brainwashing skill? No, if that were the case, would they really just send a letter? Either way, I needed to check it. Sitting at the study desk, I opened the envelope with a letter knife. The letter, written in elegant script, invited me to the royal castle. Apparently, the royal family wanted to personally hear about my role in taking down a human trafficking ring. It was penned by a deputy knight commander named Roan, and mentioned they'd send a carriage to pick me up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The deputy commander Roan wrote it? Lug said, surprised. Lug, you know him? I asked. Well, not personally, but he's famous. He's the deputy commander of the kingdom's knights, the strongest knight in the kingdom with the sword saint skill. He's usually pretty lazy, but his handwriting's surprisingly neat, so he often gets asked to write letters, especially for Prince Lucas. Prince Lucas, the third prince, I said, my voice trailing off. Even a backwater baron like me had heard of him. The third prince, Lucas von Rees. Brilliant mind, exceptional athleticism, well-versed in military strategy and politics. A genius. And a blind prince, born with a disease that took his sight. They say if he hadn't lost his vision, he'd be the top contender for the throne. Probably, Lug said, nodding. Why would someone like that want to see me? I muttered. I glanced to the side and saw Lug leaning over my shoulder, practically hugging me from behind, staring intently at the letter. No way, right? Hugh, can I borrow this letter for a bit? Lug asked suddenly. Sure, but what for? I replied, curious. Just remembered some errands. Oh, I'm staying at my family's place tonight. It's been a while and I want to see my dad and family, he said cheerfully. Got it. I'm jealous you can do that living in the capital, I said. Your home's in the northeast, right? Must be lonely, Lug said softly. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't, but I'm an adult now. It's a good time to be on my own. Yeah, but I'd love to visit your hometown someday, Hugh. It's just mountains and forests, I said with a shrug. That's why it sounds great. Living quietly in a peaceful place with you sounds fun, Lug said, his eyes sparkling. I see, I stammered, caught off guard. Was that like an indirect proposal or something? It was true, though living a relaxed, carefree life in my hometown with Lug would definitely add some color to it. Then maybe we can go back together sometime. If you like it, you could even settle there. I'd be happy to have you, I said. Really? It's a promise, Hugh. Lug beamed with genuine joy, holding out his pinky. This world had the custom of pinky promises too. When I hooked my pinky with his, Lug said happily, "May the gods guide this promise." Section. The next day, after Lug went back to his family's home, I stood at the academy's front gate, waiting for the carriage. Is this outfit really okay? I muttered, tugging at my uniform. The thought of meeting royalty made me nervous. I was wearing the Royal Academy's uniform, which, according to the school rules I'd checked last night, counted as formal attire for students. It should be fine for an audience with royalty, probably. If Lug were here, I'd feel a bit more at ease, I mumbled. Lug and I had agreed to meet up at the royal castle after my audience. I wondered how he could just show up at the castle but didn't press for details. Probably helping out with his dad's work or something, right? About 5 minutes before the scheduled time, I spotted a carriage approaching from a distance. The driver's seat was occupied by a knight in white armor with blue accents. Just to be safe, I switched my skill to ninja in case I needed to make a quick escape. My enhanced vision let me see clearly even from afar. The knight driving the carriage was a young woman with purple hair tied to the side, her face still carrying a hint of youthfulness. Another knight was inside the carriage. The carriage stopped in front of me, and the door opened to reveal a middle-aged male knight. His hair was unkempt, his posture slouched, and he sported a scruffy beard, giving off a distinctly lazy vibe. But my senses, heightened by the ninja skill, were sounding alarm bells. This guy was strong, no question about it. Even with the ninja skill, I wouldn't stand a chance in a fight, not head-on, not even with tricks. The gap in skill and experience was overwhelming. Could this be the kingdom's strongest? I'm Roan Ashblade, deputy commander of the kingdom's knights. You Hugh Penosis? He asked, scratching his beard. Why, yes, sir. Nice to meet you, Deputy Commander Roan, I replied, straightening up. Just Roan's fine. Unless you're aiming to join the knights, no need for formalities, he said with a yawn. Then I'll call you Roan, sir. I'm set to inherit my family's estate, so I trailed off. That's a shame. With your skills, you'd be welcome anytime, but let me know if you change your mind. Hop in, Roan said, gesturing to the carriage. Urged by Roan, I climbed in. The female knight at the driver's seat called out, "You're Hugh, right?" Name's Alyssa Swift. Pleasure to meet ya. Hugh Penosis. Nice to meet you too, I replied. Whoa, you're surprisingly polite and proper. I figured the guy who single-handedly took down a human trafficking ring would be some rough, hulking brute, Alyssa said, grinning. Really? I muttered, unsure how to respond. Hey, Alyssa, quit yapping and get the carriage moving, Roan barked. Got it, master, Alyssa replied cheerfully. Master? I echoed, confused. Don't mind her, Hugh. She's always like this, Roan sighed, slumping back in his seat. With a sigh, Roan rubbed his forehead, a gesture that spoke volumes about the trouble she caused him. Still, Roan was one thing, but Alyssa was no less formidable. Against these two, fighting was out of the question, and even escaping would be a challenge. If they knew about my brainwashing skill, I'd be finished. For now, they didn't seem hostile. I'd stay cautious, keeping an escape route in mind, though against these two it was likely futile. I wasn't giving up without a try, though. By the way, who summoned me? I asked, suspecting it was the third prince, Lucas. Roan scratched his scruffy beard, his grin tinged with unease. Well, up until yesterday, I could have told you, but it's suddenly classified. Sorry, can't say here. It doesn't seem like something that needs to be hidden, I muttered. I agree, Roan replied, but a knight's gotta follow the orders of the royalty they're sworn to. Let's just say it's a surprise for when you get there. All right. The carriage ride to the royal castle was filled with light-hearted chatter. Roan, it turned out, had been in the same class as my dad at the Royal Academy. They'd stayed up all night drinking at my mom's diner and even gotten into a fistfight over her. Honestly, hearing about my parents from Roan was far more interesting than meeting royalty, but the fun ended too soon as the carriage pulled up to the royal castle. I wanted to hear more about my parents, I said, reluctant to let the stories end. I'll tell you more anytime, Roan promised. On my day off, we can drink till dawn. Count me in, I grinned. You two are getting along real well, huh? Alyssa remarked with a wry smile as I followed them into the castle. Until yesterday, I'd never imagined setting foot in a place like this. The sacred, tense atmosphere was almost overwhelming, perhaps intensified by the ongoing succession disputes. The place was lavish, plush carpets underfoot, vases, urns, and paintings lining the halls, each clearly priceless. Breaking even one would probably bankrupt the Pinasis family like a house of straw. Sweating nervously, I followed them up several staircases until Roan stopped. Here we are, Hugh. Your Highness, I've brought Hugh Pinasis, he announced. Come on in, a cheerful voice called from inside. Roan sighed again, rubbing his forehead, while Alyssa gave another wry smile. I was sweating for a different reason. The voice sounded eerily familiar. Roan gestured with his chin for me to enter. I stepped into a simple room with just a desk, where a figure stood by the window, dressed in an elegant white gown adorned with blue and gold embroidery. She turned to face me, her glossy golden hair cascading to her waist, her large sapphire blue eyes giving her a youthful air. A petite girl. Welcome, nice to meet you, Hugh Pinasis, she said with a smile. My name is Lucretia von Rees, the 7th princess of this kingdom. Pleased to meet you. This 7th princess is definitely Lug. I screamed internally, clutching my head. My senses, sharpened by the ninja skill, were certain. Lug Princess Lucretia. Her hair color and length must be altered by some magical tool, hardly surprising for royalty. I'd had my suspicions. Lily, a marquis's daughter, calling him that person, his unusual familiarity with the royal castle and academy, the way he wandered the capital like it was all new despite being born here. It all clicked if he was royalty. I'd consider the possibility, but royalty, really? I spent a night in the same bed as her. I didn't do anything, of course. Well, I might have accidentally groped her chest and butt, maybe. Lily's warning hit me with full force. She was right, this was someone I couldn't afford to mess up with. A wrong move could get my entire family executed and lead Princess Lucretia to a tragic fate. What do I do? For now, she was meeting me as a princess. I had to respond appropriately. Dropping to one knee, I bowed my head and performed the vassal's salute, thankful my dad had taught me the basics. It is my honor to meet you, Princess Lucretia, I said solemnly. I am Hugh, son of Mike Pinasis, Lord of the Pinasis domain. Thank you for inviting me. Hee, you don't have to be so formal, she replied, her tone light. I must respectfully disagree, I said, shaking my head, keeping it lowered. A displeased HMPH escaped her lips. I couldn't treat her like Lug. What was she planning, appearing as Princess Lucretia? If she pulled a surprise, I'm Lug. Like some prank, I'd be done for. As I gauged her intentions, Princess Lucretia let out a small sigh. Raise your head, Hugh Pinasis. Yes, your highness, I replied, looking up to find her gazing down at me with a composed expression, fully in princess mode. I've heard of your deeds from the kingdom's knights, she said. You single-handedly dismantled a human trafficking ring and saved its captives. A truly remarkable feat. It's not worthy of your highness's praise, I deflected. HMPH. You should accept compliments graciously, she chided. But my carelessness got a friend kidnapped, I admitted. I only acted to save him. Taking down the ring and freeing the others was just a byproduct. Hugh, you're too serious and humble, she said with an exasperated sigh, then smiled. That's exactly why I want to reward you. A reward, huh? She was clearly hiding her identity, which was helpful, I suppose. Hugh, I shall grant you a reward, she declared, approaching from the window and extending the back of her right hand. Hugh Pinasis, I appoint you as my personal knight. A knight sworn directly to royalty. The highest honor for a nobleman, a dream every noble boy held at least once. Only those trusted by royalty could receive it, bound to protect their liege until death. The authority surpassed even the kingdom's knights, and the position came with a marquis title. It was likely the greatest reward a royal, short of the king, could bestow. The moment I took her hand and kissed it, I'd become a marquis, dedicating my life to her. My answer was already decided. I respectfully decline, I said firmly. Yes, I look forward to what? Why would you refuse? She exclaimed, grabbing my shoulders and shaking me, clearly not expecting rejection. Well, it's just, I began. As the heir to the Penosis family, I must return to manage our estate after graduating. I have no siblings or relatives to take over. Then just appoint a governor to manage it, she countered. Lots of nobles in the capital do that. That works for closer territories, I explained, but my home is in the far reaches. It took me a month to get here. If something happened, it'd take 2 months to return at the earliest. That's not feasible. More importantly, a royal knight had to prioritize their liege's safety above all else. Managing an estate alongside that was impossible. I could abandon my family and let the Penosis line end with my father, but my goal in this life was a carefree, relaxed existence. I couldn't become Princess Lucretia's knight, and there was an even bigger reason I couldn't accept her wish. I see, she murmured, sensing my resolve. Releasing my shoulders, she looked down sadly, her expression carrying not just disappointment but a deeper, more poignant emotion. I wanted to know what lay behind that look, but now wasn't the time to ask. What I needed to say was, "I'm sorry, Your Highness," I said softly. "I have a promise with a friend I cannot break." "A promise?" she asked, her voice curious. "Yes, I promised to invite him to my hometown someday," I explained. "I even said he could settle there if he liked it. I can't become Your Highness's knight and be unable to return. I hope you understand." "Honestly, you're just too much," she said, letting out a small laugh and a sigh. "If you have an important promise, I suppose there's no helping it, but this puts me in a bind. I called you here, so I have to give you some reward." "Meeting Your Highness is more than enough honor for me," I replied. "HMPH, being too humble isn't good either," she huffed. "All right, I've decided. Hugh Penosis, I'll grant you a reward. Keep your eyes closed until I say so." "Understood," I said, closing my eyes as ordered. Even with my eyes shut, the ninja skill heightened my senses. I could hear, smell, and feel the air shift, tracking Princess Lucretia's movements perfectly. She stepped closer, bent down, and the sweet scent of osmanthus filled my nose. A soft sensation brushed my right cheek. The princess stepped back 3 paces, covering her mouth with both hands, squirming and hopping in place before finally speaking. "You can open your eyes, Hugh." I looked up to see her struggling to maintain a composed expression, her face still flushed, her lips twitching as she fought a grin. She didn't look okay at all. "Your Highness, what did you just?" I asked, my voice hesitant. "Hee, it's a secret," she teased. "I'm not telling you, Hugh." I knew exactly what happened, and my face had been burning ever since. But I'd pretend I didn't notice. She was a princess here, and I wasn't about to defy absolute monarchy. Chapter 4, Something I Want More Than Half the World. "Well then, I'll take my leave. Hugh, I look forward to seeing you again." Princess Lucretia waved farewell and slipped out the door I'd entered. In her place, Roan stepped into the room, his brow furrowed slightly. "The princess left with her face all red," he remarked. "What did you do?" "It was Her Highness who did something. I hadn't expected her to kiss my cheek as a reward. I could have dodged it if I'd wanted to, but knowing Lug, she'd have sulked if I had. So, I let it happen. Truth be told, I didn't have much reason to dodge it anyway." "Whatever," Roan said, waving it off. "Now we get to the main point. So, it wasn't Princess Lucretia who summoned me. You've already figured it out, haven't you? Who really called you here?" "I had a hunch. Princess Lucretia, or rather, Lug, since her full title was a mouthful, must have seen the letters sent to me and cooked up that little scene earlier to thank me for saving her, complete with a reward. If that was the case, the letter's true sender had to be someone else. Pardon the intrusion." The door swung open, and a figure strode in with confident steps. Long, glossy blonde hair shimmered, much like Lug's, cascading over a petite yet imposing frame. His straight posture and dignified gait lent him an air of grandeur. His features were so refined that even I, a man, found myself momentarily captivated. If not for the black cloth covering his eyes, who knows what might have happened. "No need to kneel," he said smoothly. "It only makes talking harder. I want to speak with the real you." "It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness Lucas." "Yep, nice to meet you. A pleasure, Hugh Penosis." What was it about this guy? Rumors claimed he was blind, his eyes hidden behind that thick cloth. Yet I felt pinned like a frog under a snake's gaze, unable to move. It was unsettling, as though my entire being, head to toe, was laid bare under his scrutiny. Shall we change locations? I forgot this room lacks a sofa. Follow me. Prince Lucas turned sharply and left. Roan nudged me forward. Let's go, Hugh. All right. My legs finally moved, though my mind reeled. Was that just now, my ninja skill sharpening my senses too much? Prompted by Roan, I followed the prince to the next room. It was similar to the last, but a sofa for guests sat alongside the desk. Prince Lucas settled onto it, and I took the seat across from him. Roan stood behind me, Alyssa behind the prince, their positions a silent threat. They could cut me down in an instant if needed. I had no intention of causing trouble, but the air crackled with tension. Let's do introductions again, Prince Lucas said, his tone light. I'm Lucas von Rees. No need to be so nervous, Hugh. I'm not going to eat you. The two behind us are just a precaution. I don't plan on having them draw their swords. Even if you say that, I muttered. Then I'll have Alyssa step back. Roan, stay behind me. That should ease things a bit. At his command, Alyssa silently left to stand guard by the door, while Roan remained. The pressure lessened slightly. Better now? Prince Lucas asked. Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness. It's nothing. Compared to the debt I owe you for saving my sister, this is trivial. This prince didn't hold back, did he? Even with his eyes covered, I could sense him acknowledging that Lug and Lucretia were one and the same while gauging my reaction. May I ask a question? I ventured. Go ahead, no need to ask permission for something like that. Let's keep this casual. Then I'll take you up on that. Why is your sister disguised as a boy at the Royal Academy? That's what you're most curious about, huh? There were plenty of questions I wanted to ask. But above all, why was Princess Lucretia posing as a boy named Lug to take the Academy's entrance exam? I couldn't move forward without understanding that. Are you prepared to hear the answer? He asked. Not until recently, no. I see, very well. The answer is simple. I'm seriously aiming for the throne. Why, Your Highness? Roan paled, clearly caught off guard by the prince's bluntness. I'd suspected as much, but I hadn't expected him to admit it so openly. From what father had mentioned, Prince Lucas's visual impairment put him at a disadvantage in the succession race compared to the other candidates. Is it okay to tell him that, Your Highness? Roan asked, still shaken. Of course. Hugh, you'd already pieced it together, hadn't you? A royal like Lucretia disguising herself as a boy at the academy, it's like she's hiding from something. I tried not to think about it, but yeah. To hide someone, the best place is among others. The Royal Academy was perfect cover, a relatively independent space filled with young men and women of similar age. Change her hairstyle and gender, and she'd be nearly impossible to find. Though Lily had already figured it out. I'm serious about winning the succession race, Prince Lucas continued. Eventually, I'll have to openly oppose my older brothers. When that happens, they'll almost certainly target my sister, Lucretia. To prevent that, I had her enroll in the Royal Academy. I never imagined she'd get kidnapped during the entrance exam for reasons unrelated to the succession, though. That's my sister for you, always defying expectations in the worst way. Didn't you arrange any guards for her? Guards would have been a dead giveaway that Lug is Lucretia, wouldn't they? Besides, the academy was supposed to be safe. I told her not to leave the grounds. I never thought she'd sneak out to buy clothes. Prince Lucas clutched his head, genuinely exasperated. I felt a headache brewing myself. Was Lug an even bigger troublemaker than I'd thought? So, I'm truly grateful you were with her, he said. No, if she hadn't met me, she might not have left the academy in the first place. That's a pointless argument. The fact is, she met you, she was kidnapped, and you saved her. And I highly value your skills for doing so. It's not worth your highness's praise. It was just a series of coincidences. Coincidences, huh? Then I'd have to commend your ability to attract such coincidences. What are you getting at? Don't play coy. You know what I want from you. You want me to join your side. Prince Lucas's smile confirmed it. This felt ominous. Even if I saved Lug, was it really worth him meeting me in person to recruit me? I'm just a poor noble from the remote countryside, I said. What benefit would I bring to your faction? Not true. For one, I don't have to worry about your background. The Penosis domain is the farthest from the capital and holds the least strategic value. It borders another country, but it's surrounded by mountains, making invasion impossible. You have no relatives in the capital, so none of my brother's factions pay attention to the Penosis family. That makes you trustworthy. I'm poor, so I might betray you for money. If money's your only motive for betrayal, you pass. How much do you want? I'm not exactly hurting for money right now. He'd probably hand me hundreds of gold coins without blinking. You're a good one, he said, cautious, thoughtful, and forward-thinking. I feel like I can entrust my sister to you. You want me to guard her highness. Nothing so grand as guarding. Just stay by her side and support her. As you know, she's a handful, but she's my only precious family. Even without you saying it, I don't plan on leaving Luke's side. Thank you, Hugh. On another note, your skill is pretty interesting, isn't it? I nearly gasped but clamped my mouth shut. He'd noticed my reaction. That question, slipped so naturally into the conversation, pierced my heart like a stake. Here's the thing. My eyesight was restored 3 years ago. The gods granted me new eyes. You don't mean your skill is. I can see what I want to see. But this skill is so powerful, it shows me things I don't want to see or don't need to see. It took me 2 years to control it. Now, with this blindfold, I can suppress it to some extent. That explains why. Despite his supposed blindness, he walked confidently without a cane and had pointed out the lack of a sofa earlier. Looking back, his words and actions only made sense if he could see. That feeling of being watched wasn't my imagination, he was observing me, not just physically. My emotions, perhaps even my thoughts, might have been laid bare. And my skill. You'll stay by my sister's side, he continued. But just babysitting her would be a waste of your talents. I want you to work according to your abilities. What do you plan to make me do? Anything. Not that I want to burn you out. I want you to be useful when it counts. Otherwise, feel free to enjoy your youth with my sister. Doesn't seem like I have the option to refuse. Whether he saw my rewritten ninja skill or the original brainwashing skill, Prince Lucas clearly intended to use me as a hidden blade, kept out of sight and drawn when needed. Refusing could mean execution for my skill. Roan stood half-ready, hand on his sword, poised to strike at any moment. Betting on activating brainwashing in time was too risky. I'd been completely outmaneuvered. There was no way out. But backing down like this chafed. I have 2 conditions, I said. Let's hear them. First, I don't want to kill anyone if I can help it. I'm not prepared for that. I'll concede that. Second, if you become king, I want one reward, then I'll retire to the Penosis domain. Grant me your permission. Fine, and what reward would you like? Name it. A prime minister's post, gold and treasures, a new territory. I don't need any of that. There was only one thing I wanted, not status, honor, or wealth. Give me the person most precious to you. She's enough for me. Prince Lucas froze, mouth agape. Without the blindfold, his stunned expression would have been clear. Then, grasping my meaning, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's great. All right, if I become king, I'll entrust my precious sister to you. But if she says no, the deal's off, okay. Of course, I'd never force her against her will. Even with the brainwashing skill that could control anyone, that was the one thing I'd never do. I wanted Lug to choose to be by my side. To keep my promise to her, I'd let Prince Lucas use me however he wished. I had the skills to overcome it. You seem resolved, he said. Deal sealed. I'm glad to have a reliable ally. I'll trust you, Prince Lucas. Become king. That depends on your efforts, doesn't it? I'm far behind in the succession race. My faction currently includes Roan and most of the kingdom's knights, plus the bureaucrats handling internal affairs. The nobles back my eldest brother, Slay, and the standing army and guards support my second brother, Brute. You've quietly secured the core of the kingdom, haven't you? Oh, you noticed. Sharp as expected. His support base was smaller, his faction weaker. But the kingdom's knights were the elite, the strongest in the realm, and the bureaucracy was the nation's backbone. He'd secured them quietly, an opponent not to be underestimated. Soon, my brothers won't be able to ignore me, he said. That's when the real game begins, and your turn, future brother-in-law. I'll do my best to make that happen. I shook the hand Prince Lucas extended. I'd thought I'd stay clear of the capital's political struggles, but here I was, diving headfirst into the succession race. For the leisurely life I couldn't have in my past life, and to keep my promise to Lug. Let's do this. Let's call it a day, Prince Lucas said. I'll send Alyssa to the Royal Academy as your liaison. Contact her if anything comes up. Alyssa. I heard they're short on swordsmanship instructors. Sending her from the knights on secondment might raise some suspicion, but it'll keep scrutiny minimal. They might even welcome it, since it limits Alyssa's movements. Is that okay? That's how vital you and Lucretia are to us. He placed a lot of faith in me. His claim of not wanting to burn me out, how much could I trust that? As Prince Lucas rose from the sofa and headed for the door, he paused and turned back. Oh, and keep your skill a secret. Never let anyone but me know the truth. Especially not the royals, my brothers. They'll have you killed. I'll keep that in mind. Good, take care of my sister. Like Lug, Prince Lucas waved farewell and left, Roan trailing behind. I was alone in the room. He saw right through me, didn't he? If he'd only noticed the skill rewrite, he wouldn't have warned me like that. His words strongly suggested he knew about my brainwashing skill. Could he even read the skill's description? If so, it explained why he didn't see it as a major threat. Brainwashing required eye contact to activate. With his eyes covered, he was safe from it. Maybe he sent Alyssa out to prevent her from being brainwashed. Roan could likely kill me before I could fully activate it. No use overthinking now. I'd taken a step I couldn't undo. All I could do was charge toward my goal. I'm exhausted. Maybe because I'd used my brain more than usual, I let out a sigh. Back home, I just focused on work or studies without thinking. It was so much easier. Now, I had plenty on my mind. Academy life, the succession race, and Lug. Meeting her had changed me in ways I hadn't expected. I want to see Lug. We just parted, but that was Princess Lucretia, so it didn't count. Time to head back. As I rose from the sofa and left the room, Alyssa was waiting by the door. Good work, Hugh. His Highness asked me to escort you back, so I'll tag along. Thanks, Alyssa. She flashed a friendly grin and led the way. Oh, and keep what happened here quiet. You were questioned by the knights about yesterday's incident. You didn't meet any royals, got it. Got it. By the way, was yesterday's incident really a coincidence? From what we've investigated, yeah. That person's always attracted weird coincidences. His Highness and Master were saying it's probably just that again. Sounds like it's been a lot of trouble. You bet. Man, I'm thrilled you'll be taking on that trouble from now on. Haha. If anything happened, I'd drag her into it however I could. As we chatted, we reached the carriage I'd arrived in. Glancing at it, I noticed a strange silhouette through the window, like deer antlers. What was that? Alyssa noticed too, her hand inching toward her sword. We approached cautiously, and a silver-haired girl popped out from the window. Seeing my face, she hopped out of the carriage, clutching something. Hugh, you're late. Where were you? Lug, why are you? I wanted to go back with you, so I waited in the carriage. Was that bad? She tilted her head, and I shook my head vigorously. Of course it wasn't bad. I'd just been thinking I wanted to see her. No, but you shouldn't just hop into a carriage, Alyssa said, her tone reasonable. Lug flinched and bowed her head. Sorry. Good on her for apologizing. By the way, Lug, what's that you're holding? I gestured at the object that had caught my eye. A large stuffed animal in her left arm, a horse with deer antlers. This is Nikoko-san. Nikoko-san. I got it from Lu Cass, His Highness, when I was little. It's a horse deer, apparently. Horse deer, huh? They lived in my homeland, too. Literally horses with deer antlers. I'd secretly called them deer horses. Probably a coincidence, but the naming was oddly ironic. Alyssa agreed to drive us back to the academy, but we got off in the commercial district to buy supplies for classes starting tomorrow. Alyssa, take care of Nikoko-san, okay? Got it. Alyssa gave a wry smile, holding Nikoko-san as Lug handed it over. A knight carrying a cute stuffed animal for a mere viscount's son was quite the sight. I used my ninja skill to scan the surroundings. No sign of anyone watching us, so we should be fine. You can say no if you don't want to, I told Alyssa. Nah, that's a bit. Well, it was Lug, Princess Lucretia, so I understood why Alyssa wouldn't refuse. Oh, right, Hugh, Seymour. What's up? Alyssa stepped away from Lug and beckoned me over. When I approached, she slung an arm around my shoulder, pulling me close. I knew it was for a private talk, but her citrusy scent made my heart skip. Heh, your face is all red, Hugh, she teased. You act all cool, but you're kinda innocent, huh? If you're just teasing, can you let go? Lug's glaring at me. Whoa, you're loved, huh? All right, quick then. Her grin faded, and she lowered her voice. You know the Purity family's young lady, right? Lily Purity. Yeah, make sure she doesn't find out Lug is Princess Lucretia. The Purity family leads First Prince Slay's faction. If she finds out, everything's ruined. Everything. Huh? Why's your face so pale? No, it's... Lily had already figured it out ages ago. I should tell Alyssa. But what if I did? Could Lily be silenced, killed even? If my snitching caused that, it'd be unbearable. From Lily's tone, I'd sensed affection and concern for Lug. If she meant to harm Princess Lucretia, would she have warned me like that? I knew I should tell, but it wasn't too late to confirm Lily's intentions first. It's nothing, I said. I'll be careful around Lily. Good, I'm counting on you. Alyssa patted my back, saying, handle it, and hopped onto the driver's seat with Nikoko-san. The carriage sped off toward the academy like it was fleeing something. Left behind were me and a cross-dressing princess, her cheeks puffed out in a pout. Moo, Hugh, when did you get so chummy with Alyssa? No, it's not like we're chummy or anything. How much could I tell Lug about joining Prince Lucas's faction? The more I hesitated, the more suspicious I seemed, and Lug shot me a sulky glare. Getting cozy with another girl after that? You're such a playboy, Hugh. No, it's not. Wait, that. And nothing. Forget I said that. Lug's face flushed red as she frantically waved both hands. Sorry, Lug, forgive me just this once. My face was burning too, so we were even. We both covered our mouths, falling silent. After standing there for a while, the heat in our faces and the urge to grin subsided, and I spoke to Lug. It's about lunchtime, right? If you're okay with it, wanna grab something nearby before shopping? What? I'd love to. Wow, I haven't eaten out much, so I'm excited. Where are we going? Let's see. I'd love to suavely take her to a chic spot, but I was a country bumpkin on my third day in the capital. I had no idea where the good eateries were. No point pretending otherwise. Sorry, Lug, I'm from the backwater countryside, so I don't know any restaurants in the capital. Oh, okay, then we can explore together, right? Whoa, what was with that response? Was she an angel or what? Let's go, Hugh. While I was marveling, Lug grabbed my hand and started walking. We set off to find food, strolling through the capital. Just walking with Lug made the world feel different. Take the shoe store sign, for example. Would I have noticed the letters forming a cat shape if I were alone? Or the small general store tucked away in an alley? Or the subtly unique designs of the evenly spaced streetlights? Because I was with Lug, these things caught my eye and stirred something in me. It's fun just walking around, huh, Hugh? Yeah, it really is. That's because I'm with you, Lug. I wished I could say that to her face, but all I managed was a bland response, frustrated at myself. I hoped 5-10 years from now, even beyond, I could keep walking side by side with Lug like this. As I thought that, someone running from the opposite direction bumped into my shoulder. Whoa, sorry. That was close. I'd been so focused on Lug I hadn't noticed. Luckily, the impact was light, so neither of us fell. When I looked up, I realized the person was a girl with light aqua hair. Wait, I knew her. Hugh, you okay? Wait, is that? Lectie. I tilted my head in confusion. She looked worlds apart from 2 days ago. Her dull, dirty hair now shimmered glossy and beautiful, reflecting the sunlight. Her skin was a translucent porcelain white, and light makeup hid her former unhealthy pallor, accentuating her refined features. Lily had called her a diamond in the rough, but I hadn't imagined she'd shine this much. With a healthier frame and complexion, she'd be an absolute beauty. Hugh-san. Lectie had noticed me from the start. She hadn't bumped into me, she'd rushed to hug me. As I wondered what was going on, 2 more people ran toward us, both in Royal Academy uniforms. One was Lily, her light reddish-brown hair tied into twin tails. The other was a guy I'd seen before, holding a bouquet of roses for some reason. Lily, clearly not athletic, lagged behind, staggering and out of breath. The guy, probably in good shape, wasn't winded and shouted, "Wait, please wait." That guy, where had I? Oh, is he that noble who was harassing Lectie? His name was Idwin or Windot, I think. Couldn't quite recall. Why, yes, Lectie said. He suddenly approached me in the city. He's bothering you again. Yes, he keeps insisting I marry him. Marry? Lug and I tilted our heads in unison, our voices overlapping. What in the world led to that? Wait, miss, please accept my feelings. And no, I refuse. Why not? When Dodadod, probably something like that, asked, Lectie clung tightly to my arm. Her soft, modest curves pressed against me, more pronounced than Lug's. I'm already dating this person. Huh. Hugh, care to explain what's going on? Lug's glare was as cold as a snowy mountain peak. She was asking me, but I wanted to ask Lecty the same thing. Still, my sharpened ninja senses told me it was smarter to play along. Man, this ninja skill was handy. Maybe I'd just stick with it and dominate this world. Such a, wait, you're that backwater poor noble from the other day. You just now noticed ... It's idiot Hortness. You didn't get a single letter right. Sorry, my bad. So, why are you chasing her with a bouquet of roses? His reaction was a complete 180 from 2 days ago, when he'd berated Lecty, saying, "This noble institution isn't a place for filthy commoners like you. HMPH. It's none of your no, if you're really her boyfriend, I'll be honest. I fell in love with her at first sight. Please, let me have her." It's not love at first sight. She wasn't my property to let you have either. What are you talking about? I saw her for the first time today, and her beauty stole my heart. Her graceful figure standing at the street corner was like an angel serving the gods. The moment I saw her, my heart was pierced by an angel's arrow. You don't realize. I glanced at Lecty, who looked equally baffled. She clearly hadn't expected to be proposed to without him recognizing her. Despite her transformation into a stunning beauty, it wasn't like she'd had drastic surgery. Even I and Lug, after a brief chat, could tell it was her. What's with that pitying look? That's rude. No, I mean, should I tell him or let it slide? Lecty's eyes seemed to ask. What do? I was just as stumped. Wait, I said wait, huff wheeze. Lily finally caught up, hands on her knees, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly out of stamina. Idiot, what's the meaning of? Why are you proposing to Lecty? Lecty, that's her name. What a beautiful sound. Listen to me, you idiot. Lily's voice rose, irritation clear. She didn't seem to grasp the situation either. Lily, I said. This idiot thinks he's meeting Lecty for the first time. Hi. Lily shot a skeptical look at the fool. Hard to believe, but it was the only explanation. You guys, stop calling me an idiot already. Idiot? Are you serious? She's the same person you were insulting as a filthy commoner 2 days ago. What? No way, Idiot folded his arms, staring intently at Lecty. She tightened her grip on my arm, nervous. She's definitely beautiful, but now that you mention it, she does look familiar. No, but He grumbled for a while before it finally clicked. No way, you're really that filthy commoner from the other day. Why, yes. How could this? Clutching his head, Idiot staggered and collapsed to his knees. I stepped forward, shielding Lecty, while Lily watched him cautiously, her eyes sharp. If he lashed out, things could turn dangerous. My plan was to rely on the ninja skill's agility to close the distance and subdue him before he could activate his own skill. But then, I've done something so foolish. Idiot pressed his forehead to the ground in a deep, desperate bow. I'm so sorry, I'm an utter fool, please forgive me, he pleaded, voice thick with remorse. What? Lecty yelped, stunned by his groveling apology. Lily, Lug, and I stood frozen, equally taken aback by the bizarre scene. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the surrounding crowd. Please raise your head, Lecty stammered. What happened the other day, it upset me, but I'm okay now. Why you forgive me? Idiot's voice cracked with hope. Why yes, she replied softly. Oh, you're so kind. Truly an angel. He lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, gazing at Lecty with awe. Lily, Lug, I, and the onlookers were utterly floored. Idiot, maybe call it a day, Lily said, breaking the silence. You'll see her at the academy starting tomorrow. As a noble, this display could cause trouble for you and your father. At her words, Idiot rose slowly, his expression strangely serene, as if a burden had lifted. Thanks for the advice, Lily Purity. Miss Lecty, please, at least accept this bouquet. Why yes, Lecty hesitated, taking the flowers. Thank you, see you tomorrow at the academy. Idiot offered her a bright smile, then shot me a fierce glare. I'll make her fall for me someday, so wash your neck and wait, you backwater poor noble. With that, he stormed off. We stood dumbfounded, watching his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. What a whirlwind of a guy, Lug muttered, snapping us out of our trance like a spell had broken. Honestly, Lily sighed. He's always been like that, intense, single-minded. Sorry I couldn't protect you better, Lecty. And no, Hugh-san protected me, so it's okay. Thank you, Hugh-san, Lecty said earnestly. I didn't do much, I replied. Lily was the one who got Idiot to leave. All I did was stand there while Lecty clung to me, still was, actually. Hey, Lecty, Lug interjected, her tone sharp. Aren't you a bit too close to Hugh? How long are you going to hold on to him? Sorry, Lecty squeaked, realizing her grip and hurriedly releasing my arm. And you, Hugh, Lug huffed, turning away in a pout. Letting a girl cling to you like that, honestly. Her jealousy was kind of cute, but how was I supposed to smooth this over? As I racked my brain, Lily approached, her expression one of exasperation. You've really won her over, huh? She said dryly. Praise me, Lily, I haven't crossed any lines yet, I quipped. Don't brag about the bare minimum, she shot back. Cross that line and you're done. Lily sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Then, fanning herself lightly, she scanned the street and pointed to a spot down the road. Lecty, how about lunch at that cafe? I'm parched from running. Hugh, Lug, you in. Perfect, I said. We were looking for a place to eat. That okay, Lug? If you're fine with it, Lug replied, still sulky. With Lug in tow, the four of us entered the nearby cafe. We ordered drinks and snacks at the counter and snagged a terrace table by the street just as it opened up. The three girls got drinks and sandwich sets, while I, hungrier, added a croissant. The prices were steep for the portions. Living in the capital was no joke. Back home, this would have been cheaper, or rather, we didn't even have cafes in the sticks. Lily-chan, thank you for covering my share, Lecty said. I'll pay you back someday. Hee, I'll hold you to that, Lily replied with a grin. But don't stress too much, okay? I want you to rely on me more, Lecty. Rely on you, Lecty tilted her head. Yep. I want to buy you anything you want, let you live as you please. I want to watch you thrive under my care. And then, when you're totally dependent on me, we can do this and that, you-fu-fu-fu. Lily's tone turned playful, almost predatory. Lecty, if you ever feel in danger, come to me right away, I said firmly. Why, yes. Lecty nodded vigorously, subtly scooting her chair closer to me and away from Lily. At the round table, we sat clockwise. Me, Lecty, Lily, Lug. Lily, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, gave a small, knowing smile. She was probably playing the fool to ease Lecty's nerves. Man, that guy was a shock, Lug said, biting into her sandwich, her mood slightly brighter. Rubbing his forehead on the ground like that, I was floored that a Hortness would do that. Is the Hortness family famous? I asked. Yeah, Lug replied. One of the kingdom's oldest houses. Not that it's why, but they're known for being arrogant and overbearing. But arrogance is the flip side of pride, Lily added. The Hortness family's contributions to the kingdom are undeniable. Idiot's arrogant and foolish, no question, but he's not a dyed-in-the-wool bigot or villain. He's pure enough to run off and buy roses the moment he falls in love. Even knowing Lecty's a commoner didn't change his mind, I noted. His tearful reaction to her kindness was surprising, but in a positive light, you could call him pure-hearted. Still, I don't like him, Lecty said quietly. Yeah, I agreed. For Lecty, his first impression was awful. She accepted his apology, but it was likely out of pressure in the moment. A rumor about making a noble grovel could stir up all kinds of trouble. He's probably gonna keep bothering you, Hugh, Lily said. Me. Yeah, me, I sighed. He did say something about washing my neck and waiting, and he definitely bought Lecty's lie. I'm so sorry, Hugh-san. I dragged you into this, Lecty said, her voice trembling. Nah, it's fine, I reassured her. A normal suitor might have been fooled, but this guy was just a bad match. I'll tell him clearly I'm not interested, Lecty declared. Will he give up that easily? I asked. Not likely. He's the type to keep pushing, Lily said, shaking her head. That's, Lecty faltered. Then we just endure until he gives up, I said. Right, Lily agreed. For now, Lecty and Hugh, keep up the lover act in front of Idiot. Make him think you're a couple. What? Lecty and Lug's voices overlapped, their loud reaction drawing stares. They shyly covered their mouths. You're not surprised, huh? Lily said, glancing at me. I was thinking the same thing, I admitted. Since Lecty had no intention of accepting Idiot, the only way to make him give up was to convince him there was no room for him. Pretend to be lovers, show there's no opening, and maybe steer him toward another love to distract him. Using the brainwashing skill would be quicker, but I couldn't waste my single brainwashing slot on Idiot forever. Plus, it'd revert if I released it. What a useless skill for others. Wouldn't that be a huge bother for you, Hugh-san? Lekti asked, her voice small. I'm already in too deep. Don't worry about it, I said. Decide what you want, Lekti. Hugh-san, Lekti looked down, thinking, then glanced at Lug. Lug, who'd been watching, let out a small sigh. Don't worry about me, Lekti, Lug said. I'll make Hugh make it up to me later. Hey, what kind of making up are you planning? I asked warily. That's a secret. Not telling you, Hugh, Lug teased, grinning mischievously and winking at Lekti. That seemed to solidify Lekti's resolve. She straightened up and bowed to me. I'm inexperienced, but please take care of me, Hugh-san. I'll do my best to be your girlfriend. Why, yeah, sure thing, Lekti, I replied, a bit overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. A fake girlfriend, but still, me with a girlfriend? Academy life was already off to a wild start. I thought I was ready for anything, but... Chapter 5, The Duke Who Dies 149 pages later. It was around the time we started talking about wrapping up lunch and heading out to do some shopping. A carriage pulled up right in front of the cafe where we were sitting. It wasn't the kind of ordinary carriage you'd see around town. It was a custom-made spectacle, adorned with lavish decorations that screamed extravagance. To put it politely, the carriage's taste was questionable at best, and it drew the attention of everyone in the cafe. In the midst of this, thanks to my ninja skill, I noticed Lily sharply catch her breath. A quick glance showed her face maintaining a calm facade, but her fists were clenched tightly. There was even a slight sheen of sweat on her neck, likely from tension. Did something happen between her and whoever's inside that carriage? That carriage, could it be from the lechery ducal house? Lug murmured, eyeing the ostentatious crest emblazoned on the carriage's side. A ducal house is a great noble family, a branch of the royal line. If I recall correctly, there are 3 ducal houses in the Reese Kingdom. My knowledge on this is still lacking. Since I'm working with Prince Lucas, I really ought to study up soon. Anyway, a portly man stepped out of the lechery ducal house's carriage. He was a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s, dressed head to toe in a white vest and trousers. His gaudy outfit, dripping with glittering accessories, seemed to proclaim his status as one of the most powerful figures in the kingdom. Is he the Duke of Lechery? The Duke strode straight toward us at the terrace seats. Every patron in the cafe placed their right hand over their left chest and bowed their heads. As a duke with royal blood, he didn't require anyone to kneel, but failing to bow would be considered disrespectful. The only one permitted to keep her head raised in this situation was Lily, the daughter of a marquis. Greetings, Lord Greed. I trust you are well. Lily gracefully curtsied, delicately lifting the hem of her uniform skirt. Her movements were elegant, flawless, or they should have been. Slap! A sharp sound rang out. Lily staggered, clutching her left cheek, and immediately shot me a glare with her jade-green eyes. I'd instinctively moved to intervene, but her piercing look stopped me in my tracks. Lily had been slapped across the left cheek by the Duke of Lechery. A woman who would be my wife dares to eat such shabby food in a place like this? Are you trying to tarnish the name of the Lechery house? What? What the hell is he talking about? My apologies, Lord Greed. Why is Lily apologizing? All she did was have a meal with us at a cafe. What's there to apologize for? I went out of my way to visit the academy to invite you to dine with me. And what do I find? You're cavorting with some nobodies whose names aren't even worth knowing. This is exactly why I opposed you attending the academy. Ow! The Duke of Lechery shouted rapid fire, roughly grabbing Lily's hand. I moved to step in again, but this time, Lug clung to my right arm, stopping me. I glanced at her, ready to shake her off, and our eyes met. Lug stared straight at me, her navy blue eyes pleading with me not to move. Damn it. In this life and my previous one, I've never felt this much anger. My chest ached and I could barely breathe. Why isn't Lily resisting? I even felt frustrated with her for not fighting back. Come, I'll graciously allow you to join me for a meal. I am deeply honored, Lord Greed. The Duke of Lechery turned on his heel and started walking back to the carriage. Lily followed, her arm being pulled along. She glanced at us briefly, flashing a troubled smile, likely trying to reassure us that she was fine, that we shouldn't worry. But as she passed by, I caught a faint whisper. I'm sorry. Her voice trembled, and her expression looked like she was on the verge of tears. In that moment, a memory from my childhood flashed through my mind, a dream I'd had yesterday morning. A little girl I met in the forest, desperately holding back tears. Could Lily be? the carriage carrying the Duke of Lechery and Lily sped off somewhere. Compared to Idiot, this storm had swept in abruptly and taken Lily away. Hugh-san, Lug-san, what about Lily-chan? Lecty's worried voice hung in the air, but neither Lug nor I could answer. The urge to chase after them clashed with the rational voice asking what I'd even do if I caught up. Finally, I let the tension drain from my body, and Lug released my arm. Sorry, Lug, thanks to you I calmed down. No, I understand how you feel. Lug gave me a gentle smile, and it eased my heart, even if just a little. After that, we finished the bare minimum of shopping and returned to the Royal Academy. I escorted Lecty to the girls' dormitory. Since Lecty seemed anxious, I asked Lug to stay with her. Male students are allowed in the dormitory's entrance hall, and I sat alone on a bench near the academy's entrance. I waited for Lily's return, half hoping a certain someone might pass by. Sure enough, after a while, the person I'd been waiting for appeared. Hey, if it isn't Hugh boy, what are you doing sitting on a bench out here, waiting for a girl maybe? Quite the charmer, seducing a princess and all. Alyssa-san, spotting me with her sharp eyes, teased me playfully. I gave her a wry smile in return. I was waiting for you, Alyssa-san. I saw your carriage was still parked. Hi. Meh. Can you tell me about the Duke of Lechery? Something happened, didn't it? I nodded, and Alyssa-san's expression grew serious as she scanned our surroundings. This bench is too exposed for that talk. We should move somewhere else. Got it. There was a chance I'd miss Lily's return, but I had no choice. I followed Alyssa-san and left the spot. She led me to a reception room inside the school building, a place typically used for hosting distinguished guests. Apparently, it was soundproofed for private conversations. This should be safe enough. Does this mean the other party requires this level of caution? They're a ducal house, you know. If they take offense, you're done in this kingdom. Even for you, Alyssa-san. I'd have to throw away my current status, life, comrades, friends, family, everything. That's about the only way. That's practically the same as dying. Thanks to my ninja skill, I could sense Alyssa-san's strength. Even someone as powerful as her, among the kingdom's top fighters, would have to sacrifice everything to oppose them. So what exactly happened? Tell me. I recounted the earlier events to Alyssa-san, including the likelihood that Lug's true identity had been figured out by Lily. By the time I finished, Alyssa-san's face looked like she'd bitten into something bitter. This is quite the mess. The matter with Princess Lucretia is one thing, but the Duke of Lechery calling the Purity family's young lady, the woman who would be my wife, is a much bigger problem. You're sure you heard that? I definitely heard it. Is it not public knowledge yet? It's news to me, at least. I doubt Prince Lucas knows either. If it's true, our entire faction will have to move to stop it. I'm sorry, Alyssa-san. I'm still understudied on this. What kind of problem would arise if the Duke of Lechery and Lily's engagement were finalized? Well, let's start with the succession dispute. Hugh boy, do you know why the succession dispute is happening? Because His Majesty the King is in poor health, right? Correct. His Majesty suffers from chronic illness and often spends entire days bedridden. It's not something to say lightly, but the consensus in the royal castle is that his time is short. And that's when the issue of succession came up? I asked, unsure. Alyssa faintly nodded before continuing. There are 3 princes with succession rights, all born to concubines. The first princess, born to the queen, is our boss, the current knight commander. There were expectations she'd become the kingdom's first queen, but she declined early on. Now she's stationed at the border with a neighboring kingdom, staying out of the succession dispute. So the first princess distanced herself from the capital to avoid being used as a figurehead. Exactly. The knights not aligned with Prince Lucas's faction follow her and are stationed at border fortresses. The remaining forces are all under Master's command, sworn to Prince Lucas. So that's how Prince Lucas gained control of the kingdom's knights. Our boss was quite fond of Prince Lucas and Princess Lucretia, after all. I see, so that's the reason. Perhaps some bureaucrats are also supporting Prince Lucas under someone's influence within the royal castle. Let's get back to the succession dispute. Currently, there are 3 prominent princes. First, Prince Slay, backed by the nobles. Second, Prince Brute, supported by the military and guards. And our third, Prince Lucas, supported by the kingdom's knights and bureaucrats. Wouldn't first Prince Slay naturally take the throne? Here's the thing. All three are concubine sons, and Slay's mother comes from the royal family of a former enemy nation. While he has the noble's support for his bloodline, he has almost no popularity among the military or the people. So the military supports second Prince Brute instead. Brute's maternal family descends from a great general, once called a war god. Their influence in the military is immense, so it's only natural the military backs Brute over Slay, whose blood ties to an enemy royal family. That's how the succession dispute began. Initially, it was a contest between first Prince Slay and second Prince Brute. Now, Prince Lucas has emerged as a third force, eyeing the throne. For now, Slay is slightly ahead in the succession race, followed by Brute, with our Prince Lucas still gaining ground. That's where the ducal houses come in. There are 3 ducal houses, right? They're sometimes called the 3 great ducal houses. As direct branches of the royal family, their power is immense. They hold vast territories, practically like 3 separate kingdoms within the Reese kingdom. Their influence far surpasses other nobles. Are the ducal houses supporting Slay? No, all 3 declared neutrality in the succession dispute early on. So we shouldn't have had to worry about them until now. But behind the scenes, talks of an engagement between the lechery ducal house and the Purity family have been progressing. The Purity family is a key supporter of Slay's faction. Slay is definitely involved. If this engagement goes through, the succession dispute is as good as decided in Slay's favor. Our faction would be finished before we even step onto the stage. That's why Alyssa said we'd need to mobilize the entire faction to stop it. Thanks to her, I've gained a much clearer understanding of the succession dispute. Still, Slay and the Purity Marquis are ruthless, even if it's to pull the lechery ducal house into their camp, marrying a 15-year-old girl to the Duke of Lechery. And the renowned Purity heiress becoming his 7th wife, that's just too cruel. 7th wife, is that true? He's notorious as a womanizer. There are even rumors he keeps multiple girls and indulges in debauchery every day. So I get how you feel, but don't act rashly. If you mess this up, it won't just endanger us or Prince Lucas. It could put Princess Lucretia in danger too. I understand that much. Good, I'll report this to Prince Lucas. What about you, Hugh boy? I'll talk to Lily first. I might get some useful information. Got it. Oh, and can you pass a message to Prince Lucas for me? I entrusted Alyssa with a few messages and returned to the bench to wait for Lily. Lily appeared as dusk began to settle. When she spotted me, her eyes widened in surprise. No way, have you been sitting here waiting for me this whole time? No way, I just wanted to watch the sunset. The sunset's behind you. Lily sighed, pointing it out with an exasperated look. After a moment's hesitation, she sat down next to me. Where are Lecty and Lug? They're waiting for you at the girls' dormitory entrance. They were both worried. I see, so you sitting here means you were worried about me too, right? Yeah. Is your cheek okay? It's fine, don't worry, it wasn't violent or anything. I just had to join him for lunch. Other than feeling sick from overeating, I'm perfectly healthy. Lily placed a hand on her chest and smiled. My ninja skill didn't detect anything unusual about her. But, praise me, Hugh, I haven't let that man touch me even once. The infamous lecher and pervert, the Duke of Lechery. If you don't believe me, want to check for yourself. For you, I might just... I'm kidding, please don't make that scary face. Even in our short time together, I can tell. The calm Lily would never make a joke like that. Lily, are you aware of the face you're making right now? Of course, the same perfect lady's face as always. The face of Lily Purity, the renowned heiress. I remembered a girl I met in the forest when I was a kid. Lily's body stiffened. I pretended not to notice and continued. She was lost in the forest, looking anxious, like she was about to cry. But when I called out to her, she tried so hard to compose herself. She forced a smile, saying it was nothing, and made some unfunny joke. Calling it unfunny is uncalled for. Lily pouted, muttering under her breath. So it really was her. I hadn't noticed during the entrance exam. After 10 years, memories fade, and Lily had grown so mature and beautiful, unrecognizable at first glance. But seeing her so defeated, with that painful expression as she fought back tears, I finally connected her to the girl from the forest. Lily, is your marriage to the Duke of Lechery Slay's doing? Don't say such reckless things. You don't know who might be watching or listening. At least right now, we're safe. There's no one else around. Even so, You shouldn't get involved in the succession dispute. No one cares about the Penosis domain, so you could stay out of it. Why are you sticking your neck out? Because I know Lug's true identity. So that's it. Knowing Lug is Princess Lucretia means I can't look the other way. If something happens to Prince Lucas, it could endanger Lug too. To keep my promise to Lug, I have to ensure Prince Lucas wins this succession dispute. That's why Lily's marriage isn't irrelevant to me. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about Lug's identity. We used to visit each other's homes when we were kids, you know. If Lug's in danger, I'll do everything I can to help. So you're telling me to stay out of it? Yes, exactly. This is also a Purity family matter. You, an outsider, have no right to get involved. Isn't the Penosis family distantly related to the Purity family? That makes us practically family. That was obviously a lie. Yeah, figured. Lily had remembered me all this time. She recognized the crest on my cloak and recalled my self-deprecating comment about being a backwater poor noble from our secret base. But since I didn't remember her, she pretended it never happened. The distant relatives bit was just a lie to cover for that. It's not my fault. You lied about being a merchant's daughter, so I didn't connect the noble Lily to that girl. I did think your face seemed familiar, though. Really? It looked to me like you genuinely forgot. Don't shift the blame. You're the one who needs to stop acting tough. You don't want to marry the Duke of Lechery, do you? Why not? He's a great noble of this kingdom. Marrying into his family would be far more luxurious than marrying into the royal family. I could live a life of leisure forever. And if Slay gains the Lechery house's backing, he'll almost certainly become the next king. That would secure the Purity family's future. Isn't that all good? Your happiness isn't part of that equation. Then will you make me happy? Lily raised her voice, surprising even herself. Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth. I'm sorry. Lily stood from the bench and quickly walked toward the girls' dormitory. I didn't know what to say to her retreating figure and could only watch her go. Can I make Lily happy? I thought about it until the surroundings grew dark, but no answer came. Section, Lecty's hair is really beautiful. Lily murmured softly, washing Lecty's pale aqua hair with gentle, combing motions. They were in the bathroom, enveloped in steam and the sweet scent of shampoo. Lecty, sitting on a bath chair while Lily washed her hair, shook her head modestly. And no, it's not. I think Lily Chan's hair is much prettier. Hey, accept the compliment gracefully. You don't want to sound sarcastic. I didn't mean it like that. Hee, I know. Thank you, Lecty. I'm going to rinse now. Lily operated the magical shower head, washing the shampoo from Lecty's hair with warm water. There, all done. Go soak in the tub first. Why, yes. Standing from the bath chair, Lecty followed instructions and slipped into the tub. The bathtub, exclusive to the girls' dormitory, was filled with warm water. It's like a dream. For Lecty, who just days ago was living in the back alleys of the slums, being enveloped in warm water was unimaginable. The drastic change in environment left her feeling like she was floating, a sensation that lingered within her. Her gaze was unwittingly drawn to Lily, who was showering. With her hair let down from its twin tails, Lily looked even more mature. Water droplets clung to her porcelain skin, accentuating the luster of her hair. And what caught the eye most was her full, shapely bust. Lecty instinctively brought a hand to her own chest, sighing at the stark difference. Lecty had never cared about her figure before, but the sight before her was overwhelming. Her thin, twig-like limbs and visible ribs were hardly attractive. Lily's curvaceous, well-proportioned figure was so captivating that Lecty couldn't help but aspire to it. Lily finished her shower and joined Lecty in the tub. The tub was a bit cramped for two, so they sat facing each other, hugging their knees. Lily, submerged up to her shoulders, let out a soft ha. It didn't seem like a sigh of contentment. Her brows were furrowed, her lips slightly bitten. The faint tension in her expression wasn't just imagination. She's still thinking about what happened earlier. It was only a few hours ago that a portly man suddenly appeared and forcibly took Lily away while we were having lunch with Hugh and Lug. Upon returning to the girls' dormitory, Lily had initially seemed composed, but as time passed, she let her guard down, revealing a troubled expression like the one she wore now. Lecty, unfamiliar with noble society, couldn't pinpoint the cause of Lily's distress. She vaguely understood that the noble who took Lily away was a bad person, but she had no idea how to resolve Lily's troubles or what specific actions could help. No answers seemed forthcoming. "Lily-chan, are you okay?" When Lecty cautiously asked, Lily's eyes widened in surprise before she nodded with a troubled smile, saying, "Yes. It's not something for you to worry about, Lecty. For a noble lady, this sort of thing is commonplace, a problem everyone has to face eventually." As if reassuring herself, Lily added, "So it's fine. You don't need to worry about anything. I'll definitely protect you. Don't worry, okay?" To Lecty, those words felt like a gentle rejection. She could sense Lily's kindness in wanting to keep her out of it, and in truth, even if Lecty learned the details, there was likely nothing she could do. Even if she took a step forward here, it might only worsen the situation or cause Lily significant trouble. But even so, Lecty lacked the courage to take that step. "Okay." Nodding faintly, Lecty saw Lily smile with visible relief. "Shall we get out soon?" No, I'll stay a bit longer." "Okay, don't overheat, all right?" Lecty watched Lily leave the bathtub and exit the bathroom, then sank her face into the water, letting out a bubbly sigh. Chapter 6. If I Could Grow Stronger for Every Tear Shed. The next morning, soft sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds, gently rousing me from sleep. Checking the clock with bleary eyes, I saw it was just past 7. Time to get ready. As I tried to sit up, I found myself oddly restricted. With a sinking feeling, I pulled back the covers, and sure enough, my silver-haired roommate was clinging to me, fast asleep. Again, I couldn't help but shout, which woke Lug. "NN, what's wrong, Hugh?" Yelling like that first thing in the morning. "That's my line. Why are you sleeping in my bed again?" "Because I sleep so well when I cling to you, Hugh." "Then sleep clinging to Nikoko-san. Isn't that why you brought it?" "Moo, Nikoko-san isn't a body pillow, it's a friend." "So I'm not a friend but a body pillow." "Huh." Lug, still groggy from sleep, tilted her head in confusion. "Whatever. It's not like I dislike her clinging to me. It's just that the morning tug-of-war between reason and impulse is a bit exhausting. Like on the day of the entrance ceremony, I got dressed first and waited outside the room for Lug to get ready. Once she emerged in her uniform, we headed to the cafeteria together. Today marked the start of full-fledged academy life. Classes were beginning, so Lug and I carried bags with the necessary textbooks and writing supplies. It felt a bit nostalgic, reminding me of my student days in my previous life. After breakfast, we headed to the school building and noticed a crowd near the entrance. That was where the entrance exam results had been posted. Just to be safe, I switched my skill to ignition, so I couldn't see the bulletin board clearly from a distance. Maybe the ninja skill is more convenient than brainwashing after all. "Hugh, maybe they've posted the class assignments." "Oh right, high schools do that." I'd assumed it'd be like university, moving between classrooms for each subject. "It'd be great if we're in the same class." "Yeah." Pushing through the crowd, we reached the bulletin board. The class assignments showed 4 classes, A through D, with 30 students each. So there are 120 first years this year, fewer than I expected. I found my name at the bottom of Class A, with the number 30 next to it. Attendance number, maybe? But then I noticed the top student in Class B had 31 next to their name. Could these be entrance exam rankings? Yay, I'm in the same class as Hugh. Lily and Lecty are too. At Lug's words, I rechecked Class A's list. Lily was at the top, Lug third, and Lecty was next to 28. Oh, an idiot was second. Despite Lily calling him an idiot, his skill and grades must be impressive. This class is going to be lively. With our class confirmed, we left the bulletin board and headed to the classroom. The first-year classrooms were on the 3rd floor, so we climbed the stairs under the curious gazes of upperclassmen. Inside the classroom, about half the students were already there, sitting wherever they liked. Idiot was chatting animatedly with his entourage. Our eyes met briefly, but he prioritized his conversation with them. Scanning the room, I spotted Lecty in the back row, 1 seat from the window, quietly waving at us. Lily, sitting by the window, glanced at me, then quickly looked away, propping her cheek on her hand and staring outside. I hadn't gotten to talk to her again since yesterday at dinner. Only Lecty showed up at the cafeteria. According to Lug and Lecty, Lily seemed mostly normal when she returned to the girls' dormitory. But I want to talk to her again somewhere. But this classroom isn't the place for that. For now, I'll just greet them normally. "Oh, right, I'm supposed to pretend to be Lecty's lover in front of Idiot. He's busy with his entourage but might be watching us. Better play it safe. Morning, Lecty, Lily. I greeted them and sat close to Lecty. Unlike the individual desks and chairs from my previous life school, these were long tables and benches seating about 6. Sitting this close should make us look like a couple. Morning, Hugh-san. Isn't this a bit close? Isn't this normal for lovers? LL lovers. Lecty's voice rose in surprise, her face flushing red. Her outburst drew the attention of the entire classroom. Whoa, I'm getting glares. Not just from Idiot, but from nearly half the boys in the class. And is it my imagination, or is the strongest pressure coming from behind me? Morning, Lecty, Lily. Nice weather, huh? Morning, Luke-san. Luke, you haven't forgotten our talk from yesterday, right? Of course not. You two are lovers, so sitting close is only natural, right? I get it. Does she really? Luke sat down with a smile, leaning in close. Now I was sandwiched between two girls, one disguised as a boy. Help me, Lily. I pleaded, but Lily just glanced at me. Best wishes. With that and a sigh, she turned back to the window. Her colder-than-usual reaction definitely wasn't my imagination. The bell signaling the start of class rang, and a young woman with purple hair tied to the side entered. Despite her youthful features, she wore the Kingdom's Knight's uniform, white with blue accents. Attention! Starting today, I'm your homeroom teacher, Alyssa Swiftsu. Nice to meet you, whether we've met or not, Sue. An active Kingdom Knight as our homeroom teacher. Lily muttered, frowning. Her glance at me and Lug probably meant she suspected this was Prince Lucas's faction's doing. She's likely right. But I didn't expect this either. I'd heard Alyssa-san was assigned here due to a shortage of swordsmanship instructors, but I didn't know she'd be our homeroom teacher. Heh. Surprised to have an active Kingdom Knight as your teacher, Sue? Honestly, I was shocked too. I was told I'd only teach swordsmanship, but apparently this class has some students with special circumstances. Too much for a regular teacher, so they needed a Kingdom Knight. What a hassle, Sue. Alyssa-san pointedly looked at us while talking. 3 of those special students are sitting right here. Great. Not that you're one to talk, Hugh boy. Melting iron targets with ignition. Never heard of that, Sue. Why'd she call me out and shrug like that? All right, let's start with the usual introduction, Sue. In order of exam rankings, state your name and skill. First up, the Purity heiress, Sue. Lily sighed quietly, stood, and spoke. I am Lily Purity. My skill is strategist. Pleased to make your acquaintance. With perfect grace, she curtsied and sat down. Strategist. What kind of skill is that? It sounds like an occupational skill, but I can't imagine what abilities it holds. To be top of the year, it must be powerful. Next up is the second-rank student. My name is Idiot Hortness. My skill is Guardian. I dedicate the power of this divinely granted skill to you alone, Lady Lecty. With a flourish of his hair, Idiot extended his right hand toward Lecty. It was so theatrical he'd probably hold a rose in his mouth if one were nearby. Lecty, on the receiving end, was clearly uncomfortable. Well. Unable to respond, Lecty stammered, her face draining of color under the classroom's scrutiny. She must be overwhelmed. Guess I have to step in. Idiot, protecting her is my job. I stood, deliberately drawing attention, and declared. Idiot, as if expecting this, smirked and pointed at me. Well said, backwater poor noble. Then let's see who's more worthy of Lady Lecty. I, Idiot Hortness, challenge you to a duel. The classroom erupted in murmurs. I figured he was up to something like this, but an actual duel challenge. I glanced at Alyssa-san, hoping she'd intervene, but she was grinning like she was enjoying the show. She's totally into this. Fine, it's a bit risky, but this is a chance to resolve Lecty's issue. I have a condition. If you accept it, I'll take your duel. A condition, name it. If I win, you stop doing anything Lecty says she doesn't like. That's my condition. HMPH, that's all. Very well, I accept. Idiot nodded, satisfied, and sat down. What a loud guy. As I sat, Lecty looked down apologetically. I'm sorry, Hugh-san, I caused you trouble again. It's fine, Lecty. You don't need to feel bad. Leave it to me. Why, yes. Lecty nodded repeatedly, looking up. That aside. You refuse to be my personal knight, but you'll protect Lecty, huh? How do I deal with a clearly sulky princess? All settled, Sue. We've got swordsmanship class this afternoon, so you can have your duel then. Next up, Lug Boysu. Yes. Lug responded energetically and stood. Something about it felt off, so I looked up at her. She grinned mischievously down at me. Wait, what's she planning? I'm Lug Bestow. My skill is Windstrike. My dream is to become Hugh's bride. Ignoring the stunned classroom, Lug sat down, propped her cheek on her hand, and smiled at me. So we good. Good for what, exactly? I couldn't help but feel sorry for the fourth-ranked student who had to introduce themselves in this atmosphere. Lug's bombshell was brushed off as a joke, and despite the chaotic atmosphere caused by Idiot and Lug, the introductions somehow concluded without further incident. A few students got dragged into creating embarrassing memories, but things calmed down midway, and Lekti and I managed simple introductions with just our names and skills. After introductions, Alyssa-san went over the annual schedule and exam details, reading from prepared materials. Homeroom ended, she left, and another teacher entered. The first class was mathematics, at a level similar to the entrance exam, middle school by my previous life standards. Flipping through the textbook, it wasn't too difficult. In this world civilization, knowing basic arithmetic is enough to get by, so this is probably a high educational standard for the general populace. Lekti, a former slum-dwelling commoner, struggled immediately. She likely never had proper education. Lily and I helped her through the problems, but she might need to start with basic arithmetic. After math came Kingdom History, where I struggled alongside Lekti. Knowing what happened in which year of the divine calendar is expected, and the class dove into era backgrounds and relations with neighboring countries. Such knowledge isn't needed for running a backwater territory, but it's general education for capital nobles. I left Lekti to Lily and relied on Lug to explain things as we went. Hee, I thought you handled everything effortlessly, Hugh, so this is a bit surprising. Really? I bombed the written part of the entrance exam, didn't I? I remember that, but I didn't see your actual results. Teaching you like this feels kind of refreshing. Lug smiled happily, explaining things clearly in line with the lesson. Her usually lively tone was slightly subdued, exuding intelligence and a pleasant cadence. I could listen to her all day, class be damned. After Kingdom History came Herbology, which I managed thanks to growing up in a nature-rich backwater. Then the morning classes finally ended. Good work, Hugh. You seemed fine with Herbology. My home's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nature. I've got the effects and brewing methods of local herbs memorized. Back home, I often gathered herbs in the mountains for an elderly apothecary. I'd search until dusk. With my brainwashing skill, it'd probably be easier now. Hugh-san, Lug-san, would you like to have lunch together? Turning, I saw Lekti and Lily standing. They were about to head to the cafeteria and invited us. I glanced at Lily, who looked at me with a neutral expression. When our eyes met, her lips moved slightly, as if muttering something. Sounds good. That okay, Lug? Of course. Let's go, Hugh. Lug grabbed my arm, pulling me up, and clung to it. Has her restraint been completely blown off since the introductions? Lug-san, that's not fair. Spurred by something, Lekti grabbed my other arm. With soft curves pressing against both sides, my brain nearly crashed from the overload. Hey, both of you let go. It's hard to walk. No way. You said you'd make it up to me, remember? Does it have to be now? Hugh-san and I are lovers. Idiot's not here, so we don't need to stick this close, you know. Despite my protests, neither listened. I started walking to the cafeteria, but it was incredibly awkward. Everyone we passed glared or clicked their tongues. I looked to Lily for help, but she just gave me a fake smile. Is she upset in a different way now? The cafeteria was bustling with students. With so many people around, Lug and Lekti finally let go, but we still drew attention. Is that the one engaged to the Duke of Lechery? Lady Lily, with that perverted old man. Idiot, you wanna die. Slay's finally making his move. Curious gazes were fixed on Lily. It seems the rumor had already spread throughout the academy by the day after the incident. There were other academy students at that cafe besides us, so the rumor has likely spread beyond the academy to the entire capital. We're drawing a lot of attention, I remarked. This much was expected. There's no point dwelling on it, Lily replied, her expression unchanging as she waited in line for her meal. After that, we ate lunch with minimal conversation. It's hard to chat casually under so many eyes. the risk of Lug's true identity being exposed increases. 2. So it might be best to avoid the cafeteria for a while. Leaving the cafeteria, we headed to the second ground for the upcoming swordsmanship class. Oh, I need to switch my skill first. Sorry, I'm heading to the restroom. I told the three to go ahead and return to the school building alone, slipping into a nearby boys' restroom. Locking myself in a stall, I pulled a hand mirror from my uniform's chest pocket. Now, which skill should I choose? Since it's a duel, it'll likely be a sword match. My father taught me the basics of swordsmanship, but that's all they were basics. He's no sword master himself, and I've never won a single spar against him. To beat Idiot, I'll need a skill. Ignition is too powerful. It might burn him to a crisp, so I need to switch to something else. The first skill that came to mind was Ninja, but it's not ideal for a head-on fight. Vanishing or hiding my presence would make it obvious I've changed skills. A skill that purely enhances swordsmanship would be best. Maybe something straightforward like swordsmanship? No, Idiot's skill is Guardian. It's likely an occupational skill, meaning it encompasses multiple abilities, like several skills combined. Would swordsmanship alone get overwhelmed by the skill's versatility? Perhaps swordsman or swordmaster? No, I know a stronger skill. Using this skill in front of Alyssa-san might be too risky, but I want to believe it's somewhat safe since we're on the same side. Skill Brainwashing, Heinous. Your skill is Sword Saint. Heinous. Skill Sword Saint LV Max activates when wielding a weapon categorized as a sword. Grants superhuman strength, allowing the user to wield the sword freely as desired. Enables the use of sword techniques from all schools, past and present. Is this too strong? Reading the status description, unease crept in. Right, skills altered by brainwashing always become LV Max. Superhuman sounds excessive. This might seem unnatural, drawing suspicion not just from Alyssa-san but from the entire class. Heinous, your skill is swordsmanship. Skill Swordsmanship LV Max activates when wielding a weapon categorized as a sword. Allows the user to wield the sword freely with mastery, enabling the use of sword techniques from all schools, past and present. Even at LV Max, this is plenty strong. Compared to Sword Saint, it's just within acceptable limits. I don't know how powerful Idiot's Guardian is, but I can't think of a better balanced skill. I'll have to wing it and make it work. Steeling myself, I left the restroom, only to find Lily waiting with her arms crossed in front of the wall. What are you doing in a place like this? Didn't you notice the signal I gave you earlier? Signal? Oh, that. I recalled Lily moving her lips as if muttering something just before we headed to the cafeteria. Let's move somewhere else. Follow me. Prompted by Lily, I followed her. She stopped in a secluded spot behind the school building, shaded between two structures. Hugh, I thought I should tell you alone. Just me, is it something you can't tell Lug or Lecty? And no, it's just that they don't need to know right now. Not that she can't say it, but that it's hard too. 9 times out of 10, it's about her engagement to the Duke of Lechery. In 5 days, a grand ball will be held at the Lechery Ducal House's mansion, attended by Slay and the nobles supporting him. There, my engagement to the Duke of Lechery will be announced, and he'll officially declare his support for Slay as the next king. Why tell me this? If Slay becomes king, Lucas will surely be killed. Lucretia won't escape unscathed either. And Lecty, with her Saintess skill, could be exploited, so you should take Lucretia and Lecty and flee now. It'll take time for pursuers to reach the Penosis domain, so you can escape easily. There must be plenty of places there to hide 2 people, right? Yeah, hiding them wouldn't be hard. The vast wilderness of the Penosis domain has countless spots for concealment. Natural caves, dungeons, ancient ruined fortresses, you name it. But do you think Lug and Lecty would want that? It's not about what they want. It's about what's necessary to protect their lives. No way, thinking about it is a waste of time. Wah, Lily was speechless at my blunt rejection. Don't you want to protect Lucretia and Lecty? Of course I do. I'd do anything to protect Lug, and I want to protect Lecty as much as I can. That's exactly why I can't accept Lily's plan. The happiness I seek, the peace, the leisurely life I want, it's not built on someone else's sacrifice. I don't just want to protect those 2, I want to protect you too, Lily. What can you do? A backwater poor noble like you thinks you can save me. If that's what you want. How? There's a way. It's just a matter of whether I can muster the resolve, and whether I can trust Lily. 10 years ago, when I parted ways with that girl in the forest, what did I say to her? I can't recall now, but I'm sure I would have said something like this. I thought she was a girl who wanted to cry but couldn't. So if we ever met again, I'd want to be someone she could cry to without fear. I made up my mind. To save Lily, I'll accept the risks. If this choice backfires, I'll just have to accept it. Even if it comes to that, I want to be there for her, because that's what I've decided. Lily, I can freely rewrite my own skills. What? I know it's hard to believe. I don't fully understand this skill myself, but I think this power can save you. What's that supposed to mean? Trying to cheer me up with such nonsense? Lily clenched her fists tightly and bit her lip. As expected, she doesn't believe me easily. I could switch skills now to prove it, but letting her know I have brainwashing is too risky. I'd rather she think I have a skill that lets me freely rewrite skills. Conveniently, an opportunity to prove it is right around the corner. I'll prove it in the duel with Idiot. I'll use a skill other than ignition, swordsmanship, and beat him. That should convince you, right? Idiot is a formidable opponent. His guardian skill includes swordsmanship, shieldsmanship, and body enhancement, and possibly other abilities. So, normally, I wouldn't stand a chance. Yes, I assumed you had some confidence when you accepted the duel, but if what you're saying is true, winning might not be impossible. It's settled then. But even if you beat Idiot, it doesn't mean my decision will change. The fate of the Purity family rests on this engagement. Even if you can change your skills freely, this is. I might have a way to handle that. I consulted someone yesterday. What? I might get a response as early as today. We can figure it out from there. If my guess is correct, resolving this depends on his judgment. To a stunned Lily, I said, let's head back, and turn to leave. Wait a second. Lily hurriedly caught up, bombarding me with questions, but I brushed them off for now. First, I'll defeat Idiot and earn Lily's trust. Then we'll talk. Chapter 7, This Love I Offer to You. Joining up with Lug and Lekti, I headed to the second ground, where most of our classmates were already gathered. Among them were Idiot and his entourage, and upon spotting us, Idiot strode over. You're late, you backwater poor noble. I was worried you'd chickened out and fled from our duel. His cronies snickered mockingly at his words. Lug and Lekti were the ones who looked visibly annoyed. He didn't run away, Hugh was just in the bathroom. Hey, you don't have to broadcast that. Why yes, exactly, Hugh-san just had a bit of a stomach issue. Lekti, that's not helping at all. I never said anything about diarrhea, okay? What? Is that so, Hugh Penosis? Are you all right now? Be careful not to catch a chill. And Idiot, why are you suddenly acting all kind? Thanks, Idiot, I'm fine now. So the duel's just a straight sword fight, right? Of course. A duel between nobles can only be settled that way. I'll prove with my swordsmanship who's worthy of Lady Lekti. As expected, Idiot seemed confident in his sword skills, making a grand gesture of drawing an imaginary sword from the scabbard at his waist. Since carrying swords is prohibited on academy grounds, it was just for show, but his cronies erupted in cheers of wow, and as expected of Lord Idiot. He puffed out his chest proudly, clearly eating up the praise. Lily watched the scene with a bitter expression. Idiot probably grew up in this kind of environment since childhood. Having seen it up close, Lily must have her own thoughts about it. All right, looks like everyone's here. I'm thrilled to have such diligent students, truly impressive. About 5 minutes after the class bell rang, Alyssa-san finally showed up, carrying 2 wooden swords. You're late, Alyssa-sensei. Harsh as ever, Lady Lily. Can't help it though. The cafeteria food was so good I couldn't stop eating. That's not an excuse. I had no idea how that was supposed to justify anything. Lily tried to scold her but gave up with a sigh. As expected of the Royal Academy. The Knights' mess hall can't compare. If any of you are thinking of joining the Knights, brace yourselves. The food's plentiful but tasteless. Sensei, can we start the class already? Hugh boy, you're one of the serious ones, huh? I was gonna start anyway here. Alyssa-san tossed a wooden sword to both me and Idiot. The moment I gripped it, the sword felt like an extension of my hand, as if it were only natural. I could instinctively understand how to swing it, my stance, and my footwork, everything. Alyssa-san narrowed her eyes as I gave the sword a light swing. Crap, Did she catch on already? I planned for this, but it's still nerve-wracking. I've been waiting for this moment. Watch me, Lady Lecty. I'll prove I'm the one worthy of protecting you. Go for it, Hugh-san. Lady Lecty. I won't forgive you, Hugh Penosis. Idiot got himself all worked up as our classmates formed a circle around us, quickly creating an impromptu dueling arena. Do your best, Hugh. Just don't overdo it, okay? Thanks, you two, here I go. With Lug and Lecty cheering me on, I approached Idiot. Lily said nothing, just watching me silently. Beating Idiot is the bare minimum. I need to win in a way that satisfies Lily, too. We faced each other with about 10 meters between us, wooden swords at the ready. Let's do this, Hugh Penosis. Come on, Idiot Hortness. Ready, boys. This duel will be overseen by Alyssa Swift of the Kingdom's Knights. Fight fair and square, begin. At Alyssa's signal. Idiot moved first. Using his skill-enhanced physical abilities, he closed the 10-meter gap in just 2 steps. Fast, but not too fast to handle. I angled my sword to parry his overhead swing, stepping to the side. His follow-up upward slash and thrust I deflected with light taps while retreating. Seizing an opening, I swung lightly, and Idiot leaped back to create distance. Lord Idiot's flurry of strikes. What was that exchange? Amazing, I couldn't even see the swords. Who's gonna win? The onlookers grew noisy, clearly shocked by the high-level display. Honestly, I was surprised too. Not bad, Hugh Penosis. You too. Thanks to my swordsman's skill, I could tell. Idiot wasn't just some spoiled noble coasting on flattery. His swordsmanship wasn't a cheap trick gained through a skill like mine, it was the real deal, honed through effort and dedication. Idiot readied his sword again and charged. I'd focused on parrying earlier, but now I stepped forward to meet him head-on. In raw strength, Idiot had the edge thanks to his guardian skill, but my LV Max swordsman skill compensated. My body moved on reflex, swinging the sword to match Idiot's strikes blow for blow. To think you can keep up with me? Who taught you swordsmanship? I had the chance to meet the vice commander of the Kingdom's Knights. What the sword saint? That explains your skill. I didn't say I learned from Roan-san, but I didn't lie either. If he's satisfied with his assumption, that's a stroke of luck. After several exchanges and a brief clash, we both leaped back. My hand ached and tingled slightly from gripping the sword. Going toe-to-toe was tough with his physical advantage. Still, I felt confident. I was at a disadvantage in power, but technique made up for it. Should I push through before my grip gives out? This time, I closed the distance to attack. Idiot widened his stance, lowering his center of gravity to brace himself. I raised my sword to strike, and my hand froze unnaturally. What? I hurriedly leaped back to create distance. What was that? My body, guided by the swordsman's skill, stopped unnaturally. Did the skill's effect wear off? No, it didn't feel like that. The swordsman's skill always moved my sword along the optimal path. For it to stop meant there was no appropriate attack against Idiot's defensive stance. No way, if that's true, I'd have no chance if he stayed on the defensive. What's wrong, Hugh Penosis? Not attacking? Then I'll come to you. Idiot abandoned his defensive stance and slashed at me. His strikes were fast, sharp, and heavy, but the swordsman's skill parried them effectively. He wasn't as threatening while on the offensive. In that case, I'd let him attack, and my goal was a counter. Ha! I parried his downward swing, spotting a brief opening and striking his side with my wooden sword. Goo! Idiot quickly stepped to lessen the impact, but I definitely felt the hit connect. Yet Alyssa-san didn't react. It wasn't a decisive blow, likely because it hit where armor would be in a real battle. Hugh Penosis. I can't afford to lose to you. Idiot Hortness, will protect Lady Lecty. Idiot pressed the attack relentlessly. His rapid strikes grew faster and heavier, but lacked the earlier precision. Through my swordsman's skill, I sensed his anxiety and impatience. He was losing his cool. Sorry, Idiot. His swordsmanship was undeniably the real deal. Without cheating by swapping to the swordsman's skill, I'd have had no chance. And if Idiot had more experience or composure, even the swordsman's skill might not have been enough. Hugh Penosis, I haven't lost yet. No, it's over. Idiot's upward swing left a critical opening. With minimal movement, I swung my sword, striking his wrist. His wooden sword slipped from his hand. Goo, ah. That's enough, the winner is Hugh Penosis. As Idiot clutched his wrist and crouched, Alyssa-san promptly declared the match over. Amid the buzzing crowd, Lug and Lekti ran toward me. "You did it, Hugh. That was so cool." Lug leaped into my chest, her eyes sparkling. I barely restrained myself from hugging her back. "Your swordsmanship is amazing, Hugh. I really want to see you as a knight." Hey, let's talk about that later. This airheaded princess might blurt out something about personal knights right here, which is terrifying. For now, I shifted my focus to Lekti. Lekti was looking back and forth between me and Idiot, clearly flustered. When I nodded to her, she returned a small nod and hurried to Idiot. Let me see your injury, Idiot-sama." Lady Lekti." Idiot looked bewildered as Lekti knelt before him. Recalling his pain, he winced and held out his reddening left wrist. "Heal." A faint green light emanated from Lekti's right hand, enveloping Idiot's wrist. The swelling visibly subsided. So this is the power of the Saintess skill, my first time seeing it in action. "Idiot-sama, I don't like you." "Is that so?" "Yes, being shown affection or told you want to protect me in front of everyone, it troubles me. I just want to live quietly. But I've fallen in love with you. How can I convey these feelings to you?" "I don't know." Lekti shook her head slowly. Was it her timidness or kindness that kept her from outright rejecting him? Idiot fell silent, contemplating as he watched his injury heal. The light faded, and his wrist was fully restored. Lekti let out a relieved breath and stood, and Idiot spoke to her. "Lady Lekti, I swear I'll never do anything you dislike again. If I do, please tell me immediately. And, well, please forgive me for continuing to love you. I didn't know this feeling until I met you. Could you give me just a little more time to understand it? I think it's your right to feel that way. I don't have the right to deny your feelings." "Thank you, Lady Lekti." Idiot bowed deeply to her. Lekti looked uncomfortable but soon gave a wry smile and said, "Yes," accepting him. Maybe her view of Idiot had shifted just a bit. "Thank you, Hugh-san." Having finished treating Idiot, Lekti bowed to me. "Are you injured, Hugh-san?" "Nah, I'm fine." My hand ached and tingled a bit, but it wasn't worth making Lekti use her skill. Besides, erasing the sensation felt unfair to Idiot. "What's with that face, Hugh Penosis?" Idiot stood and called out to me. "You beat me, boast about it and pass it down for generations. Why are you so full of yourself? And you look awfully refreshed for someone who lost. You learn things from defeat. It's a realm you might not understand." "Is that so?" Idiot ran a hand through his hair with a bright smile. "But next time I'll win. I, Idiot Hortness, will defeat you, Hugh Penosis." "Sure, let's do it again." We shook hands, and he turned to leave. His hand was calloused. I can't even imagine how much he swung a sword to get like that. Maybe I should start training with a sword for real. "All right, duel's over, so let's start class. Today, we'll do one-on-one matches to gauge everyone's sword skills." At Alyssa-san's call, class began. We'd have one-on-one mock battles like mine and Idiot's, one after another. Alyssa-san picked opponents on the spot, seemingly matching people of similar skill levels. Did she research beforehand, or is she just that good at reading ability? The latter would be terrifying. Since my match was done, I headed to Lily just as Lug and Lekti's match began. Alyssa-san winked from afar, apparently having arranged this moment on purpose. I'll take advantage of it. As I approached Lily, she noticed and spoke first. "Shouldn't you be watching their match?" "It's fine, I can see well enough from here." Neither of them has probably ever held a sword. Lug was swinging wildly, shouting "Ya" and "Ticha," while Lekti was completely on the defensive. Lug's moves were a bit reckless, but Alyssa-san would stop anything dangerous. I hope they don't sulk later, saying, "Why weren't you watching from the front row? You're surprisingly good at impressions." "Forget that." Embarrassed, Lily blushed and elbowed me lightly. I took it in stride and asked her, "Are you starting to believe me a little?" "Yes, he was strong, wasn't he?" "Yeah, honestly, I underestimated him. I should have switched to a stronger skill. No, that's not it. I regretted not learning more swordsmanship from my father. He's always had talent and never slacked on effort. But everyone only sees his surface and flatters him, so he gets carried away, and everyone misunderstands him. Good or bad, he's easily influenced by his surroundings, huh?" "Probably." His harsh words to Lekti were likely just him parroting what his family or cronies said. It was him who said it, so I'm not defending him, and he wouldn't make excuses either. If that's the case, his environment's a bit pitiful. It can't be helped. Just a heads up, Don't get any weird ideas and hurt Lecty, okay? I know. I have no intention of meddling in Idiot and Lecty's relationship. Idiot hasn't asked me to, and I know Lecty doesn't want that. Their relationship should progress at their own pace. So, are you really going to help me? I told you, if that's what you want. I understand you're capable of it, but my engagement to Duke Lechery is backed by His Highness Slay. Interfering means making enemies of the Duke, His Highness, and all the nobles in their factions. I don't think I'm worth that much. Value's subjective. To me, Lily, you're someone worth helping, even if it means making enemies of a duke or a prince. Are you hitting on me? As a friend, obviously. Sure, I think Lily's attractive, but this isn't romantic. It's not about liking her or wanting her to like me. We're kinda like childhood friends, aren't we? Growing up without peers my age, Lily, who I played with for just a few days as a kid, is my only precious childhood friend. Duke or prince, I'd help her even if it meant making enemies. With the skills I have, it's only natural. You forgot about me until recently. Can't help it, I didn't expect you to turn out like this. So beautiful, saying that would sound like I'm hitting on her. I clamped my mouth shut, and Lily raised a suspicious brow. Like what? Nothing, so is it okay to help you or not? This isn't just about me. I told you, the Purity family's fate is at stake. I can't let my selfishness burden my father or our house. Then we'll have to solve that problem first. I need to create a situation where breaking Lily's engagement to Duke Lechery won't cause issues. For that, I'll need that person's cooperation. What are you talking about? That's enough, Winner Lecty. While I was talking to Lily, somehow Lug lost to Lecty. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Hugh boy. I need help cleaning up, cool with that. Why me? It's just 2 wooden swords, right? You carried them yourself. Come on, next time 2 won't be enough, so I'll show you the storage. Curse your bad luck for making eye contact. Fine, sorry Lily, I gotta go. Okay. Pretending to be annoyed, I jogged to Alyssa-san and took the wooden swords. That's a wrap, everyone. Alyssa-san declared the class over and led me toward the storage shed. We didn't talk much on the way, reaching the shed near the school building in about 2 minutes. Inside, Alyssa-san closed the door behind her. Just the 2 of us, huh? You set it up that way, didn't you? You're no fun, Hugh boy. Alone in a room with a beauty like me, and you're not even a little flustered. I'm losing confidence here. I've got another class, so make it quick. Ignoring me, really? Fine, whatever. I've got a reply from His Highness. The message I asked Alyssa-san to deliver to Prince Lucas yesterday. His response was mostly as I expected. The path to saving Lily is clear, but there was one surprise. Tomorrow night, His Highness wants to meet you and Lady Lily in person. I'll guide you from the academy, but can you sneak out of the dorm at night? Probably. Now, how am I gonna explain this to Lug? That might be tougher than saving Lily. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 8, Rushing Out into the Night. The following night, I spent time with Lug as usual while secretly waiting for the right moment to slip out. Alyssa-san had specified 10 p.m. A bit early for bedtime, meaning Lug was, of course, still awake. After dinner, a shower, and finishing homework, Lug was lounging on her bed in a dress she used as pajamas, hugging Nikoko-san and rolling around. Looking at her like this, she really seems like just a girl, which she is, but she's still trying to hide her gender from me. I'm partly to blame for that, since I've noticed I should just call her out on it. But if I do, this airheaded roommate might end up blurting out that she's the 7th princess, Lucretia von Reese. There's a difference between me secretly knowing and it being mutual knowledge. At the very least, it'd be hard for me to keep treating Lug the way I have. Sorry, Lug, I'm heading out for a bit. Steeling myself, I told her honestly that I was going out. Wait at this hour. Lug gave a half-hearted reply at first, but jolted upright on her bed, clutching Nikoko-san, as she realized the time. It's almost 10. Where are you going this late? I've got some business to take care of. Don't worry, I'll be back tonight. Back tonight? Wait, are you sneaking out to meet a girl? If I were, I wouldn't be this upfront about it. Well, technically, I'm meeting Alyssa-san and Lily, so it's kind of a meeting with girls, but the real goal is the meeting with Prince Lucas afterward. I see, I trust you've got your reasons, Hugh. Lug hugged Nikoko-san tightly, burying her face in it. After a moment, she peeked at me with an uncertain gaze. You can't tell me what's going on. Not right now, no. I could tell her, but I'm not ready to take that step. I'm scared that it might ruin what we have now. Still, staying completely silent feels dishonest. Keeping Lug in the dark and making her worry isn't right. So, I decided to tell her this much. I'm trying to do what I can to help Lily. To help Lily? Yeah, so for a while I might have to go out at night. But I'll always come back, so please don't worry and wait for me. Okay. Lug pressed her lips into a tight line, thinking, then gave a small nod. If you say it's for Lily, I believe you. But don't do anything dangerous, okay? If you don't come back, I won't forgive you. I promise, I'll always come back. All right. Be careful, Hugh. See you later. With Lug seeing me off, I stepped out of our dorm room into the hallway. She must have had a lot she wanted to say or ask, but she swallowed it all and let me go. Thank you, Lug. I'd already switched my skill to ninja. Suppressing my presence and footsteps, I leaped out of the hallway window. Our room was on the second floor, so with the body enhancement from the ninja skill, it was an easy drop. Moving through the shadows, I headed to the meeting spot at the front gate. Boarding the waiting carriage, I found Alyssa-san and Lily already inside. Alyssa-san's hand was on her sword, half-drawn. I'd heard you could switch skills, but it's true, huh? To think I didn't notice your presence until you got this close. What kind of skill did you use? That's a secret, if you don't mind. I'd already partially disclosed my abilities to Alyssa-san, just like with Lily, that I can switch between several skills at will. But I kept quiet about brainwashing. Being too secretive isn't recommended, you know? It just makes people suspicious. If you act shady, I might have to cut you down. I'll be careful. From Alyssa-san's or Roan-san's perspective, someone like me who can switch skills is probably the last person they'd want near Prince Lucas. It's no wonder they're wary, and I can't complain if I get slashed on a whim. That was a close one just now. Lug just warned me too, I'll need to be more cautious. Let's get going then. Alyssa-san moved to the driver's seat, and the carriage started moving slowly. Since Alyssa-san juggles roles as a knight and a teacher, she's allowed to come and go freely from the academy. Still, getting caught sneaking students out would be bad, so Lily and I crouched low in the carriage, holding our breath. At the gate, Alyssa-san casually greeted the guards, and the carriage passed out of the academy grounds without issue. Confirming no one was around, Lily and I let out a breath and sat back up. I never imagined we'd use Alyssa-sense to sneak out of the academy. It was just the smoothest way to do it. If I wanted, I could have carried Lily over the wall, but the goal is the meeting with Prince Lucas. Leaving everything to Alyssa-san, our liaison, avoids unnecessary suspicion. Especially after she just warned me. You don't even know where we're going, do you? Not really. Probably somewhere not far from the royal castle. A lodging, a knight's outpost, or something else, I don't know the specifics. Thanks to the ninja skill, I could see clearly in the dim carriage. Lily was fidgeting, her eyes darting around nervously. Are you nervous? Of course I am. I don't need to be told who we're meeting. I hadn't told Lily who we were meeting. But with all the clues, me knowing Lug is Princess Lucretia, using Alyssa-san from the Knights to arrange a meeting to solve Lily's problem, she'd figure it out easily. To think I'd be meeting Prince Lucas directly. Lily clutched her head and let out a heavy sigh. I didn't expect you to be this nervous. You're the weird one for being so calm. Even for someone from the Purity family, meeting royalty is rare. Of course I'm nervous. But you see Lug every day, don't you? She's different. She's royalty, but she's been my friend since childhood. I've barely seen her act like royalty. That's true. The reason I can treat Lug normally, even after learning her true identity, is definitely because she doesn't act like royalty. Hugging a stuffed animal and rolling around in our room, she's just a normal girl, no matter how you look at it. Seriously, stop pretending to be a guy. Prince Lucas was born with a handicap, but always strives to embody royalty. I heard he's been resting due to poor health in recent years. But lately, he's been actively handling political affairs and rapidly building his faction for the succession dispute. A truly royal, huh? Sometimes I think Prince Lucas might have the most kingly qualities. If he'd been born with sight, there probably wouldn't even be a succession dispute. Sight. Prince Lucas regained his vision through a skill, though it came at the cost of seeing too much, requiring a blindfold. The obstacle to his claim to the throne is already gone. The question is when he'll reveal it. Lily doesn't know yet, so he's kept it tightly under wraps. He's likely waiting for the most impactful moment to play that card. But Lily's engagement to Duke Lechery threatens to settle the succession dispute first. If Prince Lucas is going to act, it'll be at the ball 4 days from now, when Lily's engagement to Duke Lechery is announced. That's why he summoned us. The carriage slowed. Peering out the window, I saw a quiet, empty street. I'm too unfamiliar with the capital's layout to know where we are. The carriage stopped in a dimly lit alley with few streetlights, and Alyssa-san opened the door. Put these on, just in case. She handed us white cloaks with blue trim. Are these knights' cloaks? So, we're using a knight's outpost for the meeting. Following Alyssa-san's instructions, I donned the cloak and stepped out, pulling the hood low to hide my face. We entered a nearby building. Several knights were stationed inside, with tight security. Using my ninja skill, I sensed more knights lurking outside for vigilance. Prince Lucas is probably already here. Alyssa-san knocked on a door in an irregular rhythm. From inside, Roan-san's voice answered, "Come in." She opened the door, gesturing for Lily and me to enter. Waiting inside was Roan-san, standing by the wall, and Prince Lucas, seated relaxedly, smiling and waving at us. "Hey there, I've been waiting, Hugh. And you too, Purity Heiress. It's been a while, Your Highness Lucas." Despite claiming to be nervous, Lily executed a perfect bow. Then, glancing at me, her eyes widened in shock, and she forcibly pushed my head down. "I am terribly sorry. He's well from a backwater and lacks manners. Please forgive him." She's definitely nervous. I've never seen Lily this flustered. "Calm down, Lily." "You're too calm. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. This idiot is just an ignorant country bumpkin. Please forgive his rudeness." "Haha, you two are close, aren't you? I understand why Hugh would go to such lengths to help her." Lily must have realized from his words. "You've already met. I got summoned to the castle the day after the entrance ceremony. We talked a bit then." "Say that sooner, honestly." Lily's face turned red as she lightly smacked me. Prince Lucas chuckled, clearly amused. "You really are close. Relax and take a seat." At his urging, Lily looked hesitant, muttering, "Is that really okay?" I pulled out a chair for her. "Thanks." "You're welcome." I sat next to her, and Prince Lucas took a sip of water from a glass on the table before starting. "This isn't a formal setting, so no need to be stiff. Purity Heiress, take a cue from Hugh and relax." "Even if you say that." Lily glanced at me, her eyes asking, "What should I do?" "A little tension's probably good. I'm not as relaxed as His Highness thinks." "Oh, really? I can't let my guard down around you. The first time we met, he caught me off guard so many times. I ended up saying more than I meant to. There's no way I can relax around someone like that. Harsh, but I like that wariness. I'm glad I brought you on board." I wonder how much he means that. It's getting late, so let's get to the point. First, let's review the situation. 4 days from now, a grand ball will be held at Duke Lechery's estate, where your engagement to him will be announced, and he'll formally declare support for Brother Slay. "Correct." Lily nodded quietly in response to Prince Lucas's question. It matched the information I'd passed to him through Alyssa-san. "When did talks of your engagement to Duke Lechery start?" "About 6 months ago, my father and His Highness Slay began meeting frequently. I think that's when it started. I was only told a month ago." "I see, very like Marquis Purity." Lily tilted her head at Prince Lucas's knowing nod. He seemed to pick up on something, but I was clueless. "Don't worry, Lady Lily. Your father genuinely cares for you. He's not eagerly handing you over to some lecherous old man." "What do you mean?" "Brother Slay proposed your engagement to Duke Lechery 6 months ago, right when I started preparing to join the succession dispute. He must have sensed it early and tried to settle the dispute before I could step up. But it didn't happen. Your father didn't immediately accept Brother Slay's proposal. If he had, you'd already be married to Duke Lechery. You wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't have taken the Royal Academy's entrance exam." "Is that allowed?" I couldn't help but ask, given Prince Lucas's speculation. Anyone granted a skill deemed useful for war is obligated to take the Royal Academy's entrance exam. Even if Lily were married to Duke Lechery, she'd still have to take it. Not normally, no, but 6 months ago, it could have been managed. My birthday was 3 months ago. 6 months ago, I hadn't received my skill yet. Could they have hidden her skill? Exactly. Skills granted by the gods can only be seen by the recipient. If you hide or lie about your skill, you can avoid the obligation to take the Academy's exam. And if it came out, Duke Lechery has the power to cover it up. So, since skills are self-reported, it's easy to fake. The opposite of what I did. I got the brainwashing skill, panicked, and claimed I had a fire-starting skill, which forced me to take the Academy's exam. Normally, no one would. Attending the Royal Academy is an honor for nobles, and for commoners, graduating guarantees a bright future. Only extreme recluses or those with dangerous skills would risk hiding them. I see. Prince Lucas smiled at me meaningfully. He's so hard to read, no way I can relax. Marquis Purity delayed his response to buy time for Lady Lily to enter the Academy. I know about your skill, strategist. It lets you oversee the battlefield, automatically identifying and locating allies and enemies. It's perfect for war. You belong at the Royal Academy. Once my father learned of my skill, he started boasting about it, saying I was the reincarnation of my great-grandfather, the cunning strategist. It was embarrassing. That was part of his plan. The more your skill became known, the harder it was for Brother Slay or Duke Lechery to keep you out of the Academy. That ensured your safety for 3 years. Even with an engagement, you wouldn't live together or be touched. The Academy doesn't expel students unless they fail spectacularly, misbehave gravely, or die, so he had no worries there. Father, Lily clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, as if in prayer. Had she been afraid her father was selling her off? Marquis Purity couldn't outright refuse Brother Slay or Duke Lechery due to his position, but he resisted as much as he could, protecting you until you entered the Academy. I think your father's admirable. Thank you, Your Highness Lucas. Lily bowed, and Prince Lucas responded with a smile. This guy's scary. He eased Lily's fears while subtly guiding her to believe her father didn't want the engagement. I suspect her father didn't, but that's just a guess. Prince Lucas presented it as fact to make Lily believe it because it suits his goals. Under the table, though Lucas probably saw, I reached for Lily's hand. She looked surprised but didn't pull away, instead gripping my hand tightly. Hef, let's go over our win conditions. Prince Lucas raised a finger. The top priority is breaking the alliance between Brother Slay and Duke Lechery. That makes nullifying Lady Lily's engagement to the Duke an absolute necessity. But there's a problem. Lily and the Purity family would take the blame, right? Exactly. If Lady Lily unilaterally declared the engagement off, the backlash against her and the Purity family would be severe. Brother Slay, humiliated, would crush the Purity family, and who knows what Duke Lechery might do. At worst, Lady Lily and Marquis Purity could be killed on the spot. Lily's grip on my hand tightened. That's probably her biggest fear. If the engagement to Duke Lechery is broken, the Purity family would bear the brunt. They'd face a barrage from supposed allies like His Highness Slay and other nobles, leading to their ruin. To avoid that, we need a legitimate reason to break the engagement. A legitimate reason. Yes, for example, Prince Lucas's lips curved into a sly smile as he declared, Duke Lechery's involvement in human trafficking. Section. It was past 3 a.m. when we returned to the Royal Academy. After dropping Lily off at the girls' dormitory, I finally reached the boys' dormitory. The moon was hidden by clouds, enveloping the dorm in darkness. All the room's lights were off, and silence hung in the air. Luke's probably asleep by now. Using my ninja skill, I infiltrated the dorm, moving stealthily. Unlocking our room and slipping inside, I let out a ha of relief. Keeping my guard up for hours was exhausting. As the tension eased, sleepiness hit me hard. I've got Kingdom History first period tomorrow, my worst subject. I'd better sleep soon or I'll doze off in class. But first, a shower. It's a habit from my past life. I don't like getting into bed after being out. I'm sweaty, so I'll change too. Careful not to wake Lug, I grabbed a change of clothes and headed back to the hallway, opening the door to the changing area by the shower room. My voice overlapped with a girl's. Wet golden hair glistened under the light. Water droplets slid from her nape, down her shoulder blades, to her slender waist. The moment my eyes caught her small, firm peach, I slammed the door shut with every ounce of my ninja skills reflexes. I pressed my forehead against the door, sliding down to my knees. I definitely just saw something I shouldn't have. Please let it be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. My fleeting hope was shattered by a voice from the other side. Did you see? It was unmistakably Luke's voice, laced with embarrassment and hesitation. And nothing. I didn't see anything. I answered reflexively. I didn't see anything important, probably. The image of her delicate, small, beautiful, and oddly adorable figure burned into my mind. Shaking my head, I desperately tried to erase it. Oh, okay, sorry. I had a bad dream and got all sweaty, so I was taking a shower. I'll get dressed quick, so wait there. My ninja-enhanced hearing picked up the patter of footsteps and rustling clothes through the door. Apparently, I'd been so relaxed earlier that I unconsciously shut off the skill's effects. Lingering by the door eavesdropping would be creepy. I deactivated the ninja skill for now. After a while, the door opened, and Luke peeked out. Her silver hair framed her slightly damp, sapphire blue eyes as she looked down at me, still crouched. Your turn. Why, yeah. After that awkward exchange, Luke darted past me and scurried back to our room like she was escaping. I wanna die. I couldn't stay slumped forever, so I staggered up and took my shower. Turning on the magical shower head, I doused myself in slightly hot water, chanting, clear your mind, to banish the image. Obviously, that didn't erase the memory, and I'm pretty sure I'm using that phrase wrong. Everything's just a mess. Back in the room, the lights were off, and Luke's bed was a lump under the covers. I wanted to apologize, but waking her up for it didn't feel right. We'd see each other in the morning anyway. I'll apologize then. Sorry, Luke, good night. Muttering softly so as not to wake her, I slipped into my bed. Taking deep breaths to calm myself, sleep began to pull me under. The image in my mind started to fade, and I was about to drift into a comfortable slumber. Hugh, are you asleep? A timid, soft voice called out. I was on the verge of sleep and couldn't respond. What do I do? Pretend to be asleep? While I hesitated, soft footsteps approached. Slowly, stealthily, Luke slipped into my bed. So that's how she sneaks into my bed every night while I'm asleep? No, wait. Lying on my side facing the wall, I felt Luke press against my back. A sweet scent like osmanthus drifted through the air. I had heard in my previous life that out of the 5 senses, the sense of smell is the one most closely linked to memory, and I see. As soon as I smelled Luke's scent, the scene from earlier, which was beginning to fade, flashed back to my mind. See, calm down, it's fine. Sleeping next to Luke isn't new. Just sleep like usual and... You pervert, Hugh. You have to take responsibility and marry me, or I won't forgive you. The sleep that was lulling me was shot dead with a bang. I fought the urge to turn and hug Luke with every ounce of reason I had. After hours of back and forth, sunlight began streaming through the curtain gap. In the end, I didn't sleep a wink. I dozed through kingdom history, earning exasperated looks from the teacher and Lily. Chapter 9. The engagement broken amidst the soiree. The day of the ball. Lily and I had left class early and were riding in a carriage toward the Purity family's mansion in the capital. Lily needed to change into a dress for tonight's ball, and I was her escort. You didn't have to come along. There's always a what if. For today, think of me as your personal knight. Personal knight, huh? Lily, resting her chin on her hand and gazing out the window, murmured softly before glancing at me sidelong. You're not going to become one. A personal knight, I mean. I didn't need to ask whose. Leaning my chin on the opposite window frame, I looked outside and answered. I turned it down. I want to stay by her side as a best friend, not a personal knight. Not a lover. For now, a friend is enough. I have feelings for the future, sure. But for now, at least until the succession dispute is settled, I want to keep things as they are. When I said as much, Lily replied with a short I see, and we fell silent, the time passing quietly. The carriage arrived at the Purity mansion after about 30 minutes. Roughly 30 servants lined up to greet Lily, casting curious, who's this guy? Glances my way. Yeah, I get why they'd react like that. Lily. At the mansion's entrance, a middle-aged man greeted us. His face and build faintly matched a memory from childhood. This must be Lily's father, Marquis Purity. I'm home, father. Welcome back, Lily. Everything all right at the academy? You haven't lost weight, have you? Oh, I never knew being apart from you would be so nerve-wracking. You're exaggerating, father. Marquis Purity patted Lily's cheeks and shoulders, as if checking her health. Lily's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she let him until she glanced at me, then gently pushed him away. When we reunited with Lily after she got lost in the forest as kids, I vaguely recall Marquis Purity acting like this. Could such an overprotective father really marry his beloved daughter to a lecherous old man, even for the sake of his faction? At the very least, he must have resisted as much as he could. Prince Lucas's guess was probably spot on, but there was one thing that didn't align with the prince's calculations. Please save that for when it's just family. It's embarrassing in front of the servants and my friend. Sorry, Lily. Honestly, heh. Did Lily already know her father's true intentions, even without Prince Lucas pointing it out? Back then, she acted like she only realized it because of the prince's words. It made her seem like someone he could easily use. Prince Lucas might have seen through that with his skill, but I don't know. Thinking about these mind games is exhausting. By the way, who's this young man? Depending on your answer, I might have to make you rust for my sword. Marquis Purity's doting demeanor shifted as he fixed me with a cold stare. His half-turned stance, hand on the sword at his waist, suggested he knew his way around a blade, and he didn't seem entirely joking. I placed a hand on my chest, gave a noble's bow, and introduced myself. It's been a while, Marquis Purity Dono. I am Hugh, son of Mike Penosis, lord of the Penosis domain. Penosis domain, you're that boy from back then. You remember me. Of course. How could I forget a pest buzzing around my daughter? I mean, my daughter's friend. I'm pretty sure he just said something outrageous, but I'll let it slide. I'm grateful he remembers me, whatever the reason. It saves me from explaining my connection to Lily from scratch, or so I thought. Don't tell me you're here, because you took that promise seriously. Marquis Purity's voice lowered as he questioned me. He must mean the promise Lily and I made as kids when we parted. I can't believe he remembers that. Just how much does this guy love his daughter? What promise? Sorry, it was over a decade ago, so my memory's fuzzy. Honestly, I thought Lily was a stranger at first. She's grown so beautiful after all. Oh, I see. Yes, that makes sense. Lily's grown into a beauty like her mother, hasn't she? You've got a good eye, young man. How are your parents? I've always meant to repay the favor from back then. They're doing well, thank you. My father and mother often say they'd love to meet you again, Marquis Purity Dono. Please visit the Penosis domain sometime. The entire estate would welcome you. Yes, I'd love to take you up on that when the chance arises. Maybe it's my past life as a corporate drone, but this kind of smooth talk comes naturally. Lily gave me a look like she wanted to say something, but for now, I prioritized the conversation with Marquis Purity. So, why are you with my daughter? I'll explain, Lily interjected. I reunited with Hugh at the Royal Academy. He's a dear friend, my childhood friend, you could say. That's why I wanted him by my side on this, the most important day of my life. You mean you want to invite him to the ball? I don't mind, but it's awfully sudden. A letter in advance would have been nice. I thought it'd be faster to introduce him in person. You'd worry if I told you I was bringing a man home, wouldn't you? Well, true. Marquis Purity nodded, convinced. I'm going to change into my dress now. Hugh, can you wait with father? I should be back in about 2 hours. Sure, got it, wait 2 hours. It takes that long to change. Of course. Why do you think we left the academy so early? Yeah, fair point. I'd wondered why we left with so much time to spare, but I didn't expect getting ready to take that long. With that, Lily left the entrance with a maid in tow. Marquis Purity and I were left staring at each other. Care for some tea? Why, yes, thank you. What kind of conversation am I supposed to have with this guy for 2 hours? Marquis Purity stared at me intently, his gaze fixed on my Royal Academy uniform. I'd made sure it was wrinkle-free and clean, but is something wrong? No, I was just thinking the Academy uniform might stand out too much at tonight's ball. It's fine as Lily's schoolmate, but you know who's attending, His Highness Slay and many nobles. The uniform might draw too much attention. I see, that's true. That said, I don't own anything suitable for a ball. I never imagined I'd enroll at the Royal Academy when I left the Penosis domain, let alone need formal attire. Honestly, I'm not even sure we have fancy clothes back home. Tonight, you can borrow my clothes. They should fit your build. Really, are you sure? You're attending as Lily's friend, so you need to dress the part. I'll have someone assist you. Marquis Purity called over a nearby servant. I was led to a dressing room, changed into a tailcoat, and had my hair styled with scented oil. I didn't lift a finger. I'd heard upper-class nobles don't dress themselves, and it seems true, servants did everything. Once ready, I was escorted to a drawing room adorned with paintings and vases. In the center, Marquis Purity sat on one of two large-facing sofas. A teacup was set in front of him and another on the opposite side. I have to sit across from him. Please, take a seat opposite the master. The servant gestured, seriously right across from him. Excuse me. I sat on the sofa, and a servant poured tea. The high-quality leaves filled the room with a pleasant aroma. Thank you for lending me the clothes, Marquis Purity Dono. They suit you well. Relax until Lily's ready. Why yes. Relax, he says. For a while we sat in silence, sipping tea. This is way too awkward. Should I bring up a topic or just stay quiet? Noble heirs apparently learn social etiquette, but as a backwater country noble, I've never had that chance. I don't know how much time passed. After a few refills of tea, I was starting to need the bathroom when, do you think I'm a heartless father? Marquis Purity murmured abruptly, posing a heavy question. That came out of nowhere, and it's tough to answer. You must know. Tonight, my daughter's engagement will be announced. To that Duke Lechery. I've heard less than favorable rumors about him. His lineage is impeccable, but he's my age, far older than Lily. He's already got 6 wives and children older than her. And worst of all, he's a shameless lecher who boasts about tormenting young girls. A lecher? I didn't expect him to call Duke Lechery that. Unsure how to respond, I hesitated, and Marquis Purity gave a wry smile and apologized. Sorry, I just needed to vent. Do you regret it? Wouldn't you? What parent wants to marry their beloved daughter to a lecher like that? When His Highness Slay proposed this, I was furious. At some point, Marquis Purity had clenched his fists on his knees. Glancing at the servant, I saw him gripping his fists with a frustrated expression. I wanted to refuse if I could. But His Highness Slay had already gone to Duke Lechery first. They decided my daughter's engagement without me. Those bastards, trying to take her from me. With a shout, Marquis Purity hurled his teacup, shattering it against the wall. He sank deep into the sofa, clutching his head, breathing heavily. He's been bottling up a lot. Being a backwater noble uninvolved in the succession dispute probably made me a safe outlet. I can't defy the will of royalty and a duke. All I could do was buy a little time. Once Lily graduates, she'll marry that lecher. You're her friend, right? A childhood friend, even. Yes. That's how I see it. Then, would you risk your life for Lily? Of course. My immediate answer made Marquis Purity look up, eyes wide. He stared at me, then gave a dry smile. Then let me help. Take Lily and leave now. The Penosis domain should have plenty of places to hide her, right? Lily made a similar suggestion once. As I thought about it, Marquis Purity shook his head with a sigh, saying, just kidding. Forget the ramblings of a powerless father. No, Marquis Purity Dono. I share your wish for Lily's happiness. She's my precious childhood friend. I don't want to hand her over to that lecher. So please take this. A letter. Please read it, Marquis Purity Dono. I handed him the letter from my tailcoat's breast pocket, given to me by Prince Lucas. It detailed the entire plan, and I was entrusted with deciding whether to share it. There's no deceit in Marquis Purity's feelings for Lily. My ninja skills' enhanced observation confirms it. If all this was an act, it'd be impressive. A wax seal with a flower crown, who are you? Marquis Purity eyed the letter suspiciously. A servant handed him a letter knife, and he carefully opened it. As he read, his hands began to tremble. Is this true? Does Lily know? Yes. This letter was written in front of Lily and me. She knows everything, tonight's events and the hidden truth. Oh, what a thing. Marquis Purity clutched the letter like a treasure. Please lend us your strength for Lily's sake. Prince Lucas said even just for tonight is enough. Just tonight? Nonsense. If this plan succeeds, I'll owe Prince Lucas a lifelong debt. I should be the one pledging loyalty. Marquis Purity straightened and bowed deeply to me. Please take care of Lily. I will, Marquis Purity Dono. Rest assured I'll protect her. Everything is in place. Duke Lechery, who hurt Lily, will face his reckoning. Section, too much tea had me borrowing the bathroom. As I finished and stepped out, I ran into Lily fully prepared. Just to be clear, it's not diarrhea, okay? I didn't say anything. I preemptively clarified, and Lily put a hand to her forehead, exasperated. Black floral lace long gloves. A deep red dress flowed along her graceful figure. Her hair gleamed more than usual, and her already beautiful face was enhanced by makeup. A peerless beauty stood before me. What? Staring like that. Are you smitten? Oh yeah, I'm smitten. Can't deny it. I admit defeat. It's not a competition, but smitten, huh? Heh, winning doesn't feel bad. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled. Unlike her usual mature demeanor or her stunning appearance now, that smile held a youthful, girlish charm. That's not fair. I barely suppressed the urge to shout. To hide my racing heart, I exhaled slowly. Ready? Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Did you talk with father? More or less, I gave him the letter. He should be on our side now. Of course, he adores me. His overprotectiveness can be a bit much, though. As expected, she trusted her father even without Prince Lucas's words. That's why I couldn't bear seeing him suffer over my engagement. He was ready to defy his heinous slay and Duke lechery to break it off. Can you believe it? That would have destroyed the Purity family. So you accepted the engagement? Yes, I thought it was the right choice back then. If I hadn't met you at the academy, I probably still would. I didn't do anything. Prince Lucas showed us the way. Knowing him, he'd have intervened even if I weren't at the academy. Maybe. But that doesn't mean I'd have been saved. Lily extended a slender hand, clad in black floral lace gloves. Escort me, my knight. As you wish, my lady. With an exaggerated bow, I took her hand. We boarded a carriage with Marquis Purity and headed to Duke Lechery's estate. The capital radiated outward from the royal castle. In the central district, noble mansions of various sizes lined the streets. Among them, Duke Lechery's estate was so grand it could be called a palace. The path through the sprawling garden was congested with carriages. Nobles attending the ball had arrived in droves. Our carriage was guided with priority, slipping past the traffic. Lily was one of the night's main figures. VIP treatment was only natural. The carriage came to a stop right in front of the mansion, and Lily, escorted by Marquis Purity, stepped down. The servants who came to greet them, along with the gathered young nobles, congratulated the pair with cries of congratulations. There wasn't a single thing worth celebrating, but both Lily and Marquis Purity maintained flawless smiles, as expected of them. I followed a short distance behind the two. Thanks to Marquis Purity pulling some strings, I managed to slip into the gala's venue without any trouble. It was already growing dim outside. The venue, however, was illuminated as brightly as daytime by dazzling magical devices. Numerous tables lined the spacious hall, laden with lavish meals. As Lily and Marquis Purity entered the venue, a crowd of nobles immediately swarmed around them. In no time, a line formed, with nobles approaching one after another to offer their greetings. So this is noble socializing. Both Lily and Marquis Purity must be used to this. Their faces hadn't budged from those plastered-on smiles since we arrived. However, my eyesight, enhanced by the ninja skill, didn't miss the subtle twitching at the corners of their eyes and mouths every time someone said, "Congratulations." That's gotta be insanely stressful. The two wouldn't be able to move freely for a while. Standing around idly was boring, so I wandered through the venue, eyeing the arrayed dishes. As expected of a ducal house, the food was extravagant and stylish, unlike anything I'd seen even in my previous life. I didn't even know the names of most dishes. The best I could tell was whether something was a meat or fish dish. While sampling the eye-catching dishes, I ran into a familiar face. Well, isn't that Hugh? Fancy meeting you here. The one who called out casually was Idiot. Ever since the duel a few days ago, it felt like he'd been talking to me more often at the academy. You're here too, Idiot. Does that mean the Hortness family is in Prince Slay's camp? It was father's decision. Honestly, I don't care either way. The surrounding nobles shot us sharp glares. Come on, don't say reckless things in a place like this. The man himself just shrugged, completely unbothered. Is he a big shot or just clueless? And what about you? Why are you here? Has the Penosis family joined Prince Slay's camp? Nah, I'm just here as Lily's escort, more or less. Lily Purity's escort, huh? Then you must know about her engagement to Duke Lechery. Yeah, please, just don't say anything reckless, okay? I preemptively put my foot down, knowing he might let something outrageous slip. Idiot nodded, saying, I'll be careful. By the way, hasn't Duke Lechery or Prince Slay shown up yet? What are you talking about? The hosts always make their entrance at the start of the gala. Oh, speak of the devil. The magical lights, illuminating the venue, dimmed. Then a section of the hall, set up as a stage, was lit up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your tilts. We now present the hosts of tonight's gala, His Highness Prince Slay Lai Reese of the Reese Kingdom and His Excellency Greed Lechery, head of the Lechery family. At the MC's introduction, two men appeared on stage. The portly middle-aged man was Duke Lechery, whom I'd seen before. The other, a slender man wearing glasses, must be Prince Slay. At His Highness Prince Slay's request, a few words. Prompted by the MC, Prince Slay stepped forward. First, I extend my gratitude to all of you gathered here. Thanks to you, I was able to welcome this splendid day. Prince Slay thanked the nobles supporting him, passionately speaking of his vision for the kingdom and its future. The gathered nobles listened quietly to his speech. To put it bluntly, it was an average speech, for better or worse. His desire to become king came through, and he wasn't saying anything absurd. But well, it lacked the charisma to truly captivate. Now, allow me to introduce tonight's star. As you all know, the one who connected us with Duke Lechery, Lil. The moment Prince Slay began to say Lily's name, the doors at the back of the venue burst open with a loud bang. All eyes, focused on Prince Slay's words, turned to the figure standing beyond the doors. A person with long golden hair strode confidently through the stunned nobles toward the stage. A smile played on their lips, and despite their eyes being covered by a cloth, their steps showed no hesitation. "Why are you here?" "Good evening, Brother Slay. I had business nearby, so I thought I'd drop by." Lucas von Rees dominated the atmosphere in an instant. Lucas, do you even know where you are?" "Of course. This is Duke Lechery's mansion, in the middle of a gala for the camp trying to make you king. I didn't wander in here blind, you know. Sorry for interrupting. Please carry on with the gala, and don't mind me." "Wajiarar." Prince Slay seemed to swallow his emotions, clenching his teeth. Even if he ordered Lucas to be removed, Lucas was a prince of the kingdom, just like Slay. No one in Slay's camp, no matter their loyalty, would dare treat Lucas roughly. Prince Slay had no choice but to tolerate Lucas's presence, but this made it look like Lucas had outmaneuvered him. Disappointment flickered in the nobles' eyes as they looked at Slay. Prince Slay had exposed a weakness, his inability to adapt to unexpected situations. If the roles were reversed, Lucas would likely handle it better. Even I could see that, so the seasoned nobles must have noticed it immediately. "Damn it, quiet down. An unexpected guest has arrived, but it's no issue. Allow me to introduce once more. The treasure of the Purity family, who connected us with Duke Lechery, Lady Lily." At Prince Slay's introduction, a spotlight illuminated a single point in the venue. There stood a stunning beauty in a deep crimson dress. Lily Purity bowed with perfect grace and slowly walked toward the stage. Several nobles gasped at her beauty. The atmosphere, disrupted by Prince Lucas, tightened with her every move, and now she commanded the room. Supported by Prince Slay's hand, Lily ascended the stage and stood before the gathered nobles. "I am Lily Purity, as introduced. I have something to announce to all of you here today." Lily glanced at Duke Lechery. The Duke, entranced by her beauty, flashed a vulgar smile, perhaps imagining bending her to his will. Unaware that such a future would never come. "I, Lily Purity, hereby annul my engagement to Duke Lechery." The bold declaration of annulment froze the venue's atmosphere. Everyone doubted their ears, then Lily's sanity. Yet she looked relieved, a smile even gracing her face. What are you saying?" Prince Slay was the first to raise his voice. "Do you realize what you're saying?" "Yes, Your Highness Slay. I am annulling my engagement to Duke Lechery. I have no intention of marrying into the Lechery family." What? Lily's blunt words left Prince Slay speechless. Instead, Duke Lechery roared. "You dare mock me?" Duke Lechery, furious, stormed toward Lily. She glanced at me. "I've shown you nothing but favor. Annul the engagement. Stop this nonsense. Do you understand the honor of becoming my wife?" "Honor? My worth isn't determined by such things, Duke Lechery. No matter how fine the dress, how delicious the food, or how high the status of my partner, that's far from the honor I seek. My honor is earned through my way of living." "Silence." Duke Lechery raised his right hand, as he had once before, to strike Lily's cheek. Knowing this, Lily leaned back, as if throwing herself off the stage's edge. "Dangerous," someone shouted, but Lily didn't flinch, because she trusted I would catch her below. "Don't be so reckless, my lady. I believed my knight would catch me." Lily wrapped her arms around my neck and smiled softly. "That was pretty close, you know. With that, your highness Slay, please continue the gala without concern for me. Continue, Marquis Purity, what is the meaning of your daughter's actions? Meaning? Marquis Purity, standing near the stage, shrugged. My daughter is as beautiful and splendid as ever, no. That's not what I mean, this isn't what we agreed. Agreed? That's odd. The engagement to Duke Lechery was pushed by the Duke himself. Weren't you troubled by it, your highness? What are you talking about? Prince Slay's eyes widened as he questioned Marquis Purity. This exchange wasn't part of the plan. Both Lily and I were unsure of Marquis Purity's intentions. Amid this, only Prince Lucas responded to Marquis Purity's improvisation. That's a relief. I was worried about you, brother. You weren't getting too close to Duke Lechery, were you? Even you, Lucas, what are you talking about? I came here today because I had business with Duke Lechery. Business with me? Still furious, Duke Lechery shouted at Prince Lucas. Unfazed, Lucas nodded confidently and produced a parchment from his pocket. Greed Lechery, head of the Lechery family, you are under arrest by order of His Majesty, the King, for suspicion of human trafficking. Please accompany me to the royal castle. Arrest? Don't jest. That warrant is obviously fake. While Duke Lechery raged, Prince Slay stared intently at the warrant. Brother Slay, you wouldn't mistake father's signature, would you? That's... Prince Slay clenched his fists and fell silent. He was torn, whether to declare the warrant fake or accept it as real, and what stance to take if it was real. What are you doing, Slay? Get this fool out of here. Why yes, but... Slay, don't you need my power to become king? Obey me. Prince Slay bit his lip and turned to Lucas. Lucas, if that warrant is real, show evidence of Duke Lechery's involvement in human trafficking. Without proof, this is nothing but a plot to discredit my camp. Then I'll provide evidence. With a snap of his fingers, 10 knights in white and blue armor appeared from the rear doors. Leading them was a knight with messy brown hair and a scruffy beard. Behind him was Alyssa, waving at me with a smile. Sword Saint. It's Roan Ashblade. The nobles stirred at Roan's appearance. As deputy commander of the kingdom's knights, he commanded respect even among them. The kingdom's knights. Impossible, why are they here? Prince Slay and Duke Lechery gaped at the knights' arrival. The situation was spiraling beyond their expectations. Lucas's intrusion, Lily's annulment, and now the knights. The gala had already been hijacked by Prince Lucas, as planned. Hey, Roan. Did you bring what I asked for? Here, your highness. Letters exchanged between Duke Lechery and a trafficking ring, along with records of large sums received from a foreign merchant. Both were found in the Duke's study. What? Duke Lechery was speechless at the evidence Roan presented. The nobles, who had been watching silently, grew restless. If the evidence was real, Duke Lechery was a criminal of the highest order. Accused before such a crowd, even his ducal power couldn't erase this. Prince Slay, allied with a criminal, wouldn't escape unscathed. The throne, so close, would slip further away. But my engagement to Duke Lechery is annulled, so now all responsibility can be pinned on the Duke. Exactly. As Lily said, that was the crux of her and Lucas's plan. Explain yourself, Duke Lechery. Prince Slay turned his ire on the Duke, not Lucas. He decided his course. Impossible. It's nonsense. Those are fake. Duke Lechery's face was a mix of confusion and panic, not just anger, as he denied the evidence. Then let's have someone with the appraisal skill examine them. There's one in the knights, and if anyone here has the skill, please assist. It'll provide certainty, and Brother Slay will trust the results, yes. Fine. Those with the appraisal skill, step forward. At Prince Slay's call, 2 nobles from the gala approached the stage. Together with one knight, the 3 examined Roan's evidence. Their eyes glowed pale blue, a sign of using the appraisal skill. Each wore a different expression upon finishing. The knight's face was resolute, while the 2 nobles paled, showing unease and confusion. What's the result? These were written by Duke Lechery's hand, no mistake. The knight answered Lucas without hesitation. Don't be absurd, I know nothing of this. Those can't exist. Speak the results. Ignoring the Duke's protests, Prince Slay pressed the nobles for their findings. They exchanged glances and spoke hesitantly. No mistake. Both are in Duke Lechery's handwriting. Lies, it can't be. Duke Lechery stumbled back, collapsing onto the floor. His face was pure confusion, shaking his head repeatedly. He genuinely had no memory of the evidence. All three appraisers confirmed his handwriting, leaving him bewildered, like a fox had tricked him, as they'd say in my previous life. But the evidence was indeed in his handwriting. And it's no surprise he didn't remember, because both pieces of evidence were written by Duke Lechery under the influence of my brainwashing skill. Section: Duke Lechery involved in human trafficking, huh? The scene shifts back 4 days to a secret meeting with Prince Lucas. Lucas explained a legitimate reason for Lily to annul her engagement to Duke Lechery. Human trafficking was a grave crime in the Reese Kingdom, punishable even for nobles under the king's name. Is that true? I glanced at Roan, standing by the wall. Lucas tilted his head, wondering why I didn't ask him, but I ignored it. Lucas might fabricate a crime, but I trusted my ninja skills' enhanced perception to catch any lies from Roan. Remember that trafficking ring you took down? Yeah. Wait, what? When did this happen? Lily looked at me, stunned. I hadn't mentioned the entrance exam incident. There was no reason to. He and my sister stumbled into a clothing store used for kidnappings. My sister was taken, and he saved her, Lucas explained. So that's why she's so attached? Lily muttered, pressing a fist to her lips. Back to the point, Roan continued. We interrogated the traffickers and learned a noble was involved. They didn't know who, but the lake transport route they used was secured through a noble's influence. The knights followed that lead, and the name that came up was Duke Lechery, Lucas finished. He controls lake transport rights, but he's no fool. All we have is circumstantial evidence. Without solid proof, Father would dismiss any warrant. So, if we had definitive evidence of Duke Lechery's involvement, it would justify Lily's annulment, I said. Exactly. The Purity family could claim they discovered the Duke's crimes and broke the engagement to protect Brother Slay. His camp might resent it, but they wouldn't attack recklessly. The problem is getting that evidence. Lucas smiled at me. I'd offered to help, so it was time to step up. Got it, I'll get the evidence, Lily interrupted, her face set with grim determination. How? Lucas asked, surprised by her boldness. The evidence would be in his private quarters. If I play along with him, getting in shouldn't be hard. That's a risky plan. There's no guarantee you'd find evidence. It's too dangerous. Even so, if it means breaking the engagement. You'd spend a night with him, Lucas asked. It's like a mosquito bite. Her voice trembled and her hand, still holding mine, shook. Damn it. Why do you always try to bear everything alone? You agree, Hugh? Hell no. Hugh, Lily gasped at my sharp tone. That's no way to speak to his highness. It's fine, Lady Lily, Lucas said. His anger is justified. You should learn to rely on others a bit more. Why yes, Lily nodded, flustered by the unexpected reprimand. Now, Hugh. Lady Lily says she can get evidence by sacrificing herself, but could you get it more easily? If you're telling me to get it, I'll do it right now. That's the spirit, but no need to rush. Aim for the afternoon 3 days from now. The mansion will be busy with gala preparations, and security will be lighter than at night. Got it. 3 days from now should be a holiday at the academy. Sneaking into Duke Lechery's mansion during the day shouldn't be an issue. I'm a bit worried about leaving Luke alone, though. Hugh, you're not seriously planning to infiltrate Duke Lechery's mansion by yourself, are you? It's too dangerous. If anything happened to you, Let me make this clear, you're not the only one who feels that way. I'd be heartbroken and furious if anything happened to you, Lily. So I'm going. With my skills, I should be able to slip into the Duke's mansion without anyone noticing. That may be true, but at least take someone else with you. Lily's gaze wandered until it settled on Roan-san. Roan-san, meeting her eyes, shrugged. No can do, kid. I'm good for a frontal assault, but I'm not cut out for stealth missions where I can't be spotted. Hey, don't worry, Purity's little lady. I haven't fought him myself, but Hugh's strength is the real deal. He took down a trafficking ring single-handedly, without killing a single soul, mind you. Neutralizing them without bloodshed is way harder than wiping them out. Sneaking in to find evidence, piece of cake for him, right, Hugh? Well, yeah. Being praised like that by Roan-san makes me a bit sheepish. I know he's laying it on thick to reassure Lily, but maybe getting the endorsement of the kingdom's strongest knight finally put her at ease. Lily loosened her grip on my hand just a fraction. You're really going to be okay. Don't you think it's about time you trusted me? Trusting you and not worrying are two different things. Don't forget there are at least 3 girls who'd be heartbroken if anything happened to you. Yeah. Why does that make me sound like some kind of notorious playboy? It's not just how it sounds, it's the truth, isn't it? I'm trying to live a wholesome, honest life here. Lug, Lily, and Lekti too, huh? Yeah, if a friend suddenly got caught sneaking into a duke's mansion and executed, that'd be shocking and heartbreaking. I get it. Is everything settled? Let's discuss the plan moving forward, Lucas said. After that, Prince Lucas and Lily led the discussion on our next steps. We considered various possibilities, whether we could bring Marquis Purity into the fold, what to do if Prince Slay refused to believe the arrest warrant and resorted to force, and so on, hammering out a detailed plan. It was past 2 in the morning when we finally wrapped up. For now, we called it a night, agreeing to hold a final meeting the evening before the gala. Lily and I were sent off in a carriage by Alyssa-san just as we'd arrived. Hey Hugh, got a sec. Just before leaving the building, Prince Lucas called out to me. When I asked, "What's up?" he slung an arm around my shoulder, leaned in close, and whispered, "If there's no evidence of Duke Lechery's involvement in human trafficking in his mansion, you're not suggesting I forge it. I'm not saying you have to, but the Duke's a cunning man. It's possible he's left no trace of anything incriminating. If his involvement is certain, but there's no evidence to prove it, don't you think we'd have no choice, my dear brother-in-law?" You're right, dear brother-in-law. At my reply, Prince Lucas's mouth twisted into a slight grimace. I'd rather not use the brainwashing skill on anyone if I can help it. But this time, it seems I'll have to rely on it. If Duke Lechery is truly involved in human trafficking, I'll steel myself. Section, the day before the gala. Using my ninja skill, I dashed across the rooftops of the capital's buildings. My destination was Duke Lechery's mansion in the Central District, the grandest and most palatial among the noble estates. As I approached the Central District, I stopped and hid in the shadow of a rooftop. Prince Lucas had warned me that this area was heavily guarded by sentries. If there's someone with detection skills, even my ninja skill might get spotted. It's probably safer to approach from the ground rather than the conspicuous rooftops. I glanced back toward the Royal Academy. I'd shared the bare minimum with Lug, coordinated with Prince Lucas and Lily beforehand. I told her we were seeking Prince Lucas's help to save Lily, but kept my role and skills under wraps. I didn't mention infiltrating Duke Lechery's mansion today. I only told Lug I was meeting an old acquaintance of her father's to seek help for Lily. I want to do something to help Lily too, Lug had started to say, shaking her head slowly. Do what you can to help Lily, Hugh. When she sent me off, she had the air of a princess. This matter was tangled up in the succession dispute, and she likely considered the risks of her involvement. As Prince Lucas's sister, Princess Lucretia was both free-spirited and thoughtful. She was quite studious too, not slow-witted, just a bit clumsy. She might have even seen through my lie. Right now, Lug was probably holding a study session with Lily for Lekti, who was falling behind in class. I told them I'd join them after finishing my errand. Better wrap this up quickly. I scaled the wall separating the Central District from the city and slipped inside. Duke Lechery's mansion was easy to spot, with merchants' carriages lined up, coming and going. Just to be safe, I hid and switched my skill to clairvoyance to scout the mansion's interior. As Prince Lucas predicted, security was lax due to the merchants' comings and goings. They probably weren't expecting someone to infiltrate in broad daylight. And Duke Lechery, there he was. On the second floor, likely in his study, sitting on a sofa and talking with someone, probably a merchant, wearing a dark green robe with a hood obscuring their face. Suspicious, but the Duke seemed to be conversing amiably. Who is that? The hood makes it hard to see their face. Can't see? The moment the question crossed my mind, a pair of glowing red eyes glanced my way from beneath the hood. I cut off clairvoyance and hid, pressing a hand to my mouth and taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. Was I seen? Through clairvoyance? No way, but after 30 seconds of holding my breath, I used clairvoyance again to check the mansion. The hooded figure was handing Duke Lechery a small vial and a large leather bag. The vial contained a translucent, pale pink liquid. The bag held a large amount of gold coins. Duke Lechery checked the bag's contents with a vulgar smile. Could this be payment from human trafficking? It'd make sense if you were paying, but receiving feels off. The hooded figure shook hands with the Duke and left the room. For a moment, it felt like they glanced my way again. Just a coincidence, right? The figure walked off as if nothing happened and boarded a carriage outside the mansion. I briefly considered chasing the carriage, but securing evidence of Duke Lechery's trafficking was the priority. Switching back to ninja, I infiltrated the mansion. I moved through the expansive garden, hiding among the foliage, and leaped onto the balcony of the second-floor study where the Duke was. He was still counting the gold coins from the bag, oblivious to the door's sound as I entered from the balcony. No servants or others were in the room, and the corridor outside seemed empty. Now's my chance. I slipped inside, took a hand mirror from my pocket, and released my own brainwashing. Hello, Duke Lechery. Who's there? Skill brainwashing. As the startled Duke tried to stand, I activated brainwashing. The words brainwashing active appeared above his head. Sit. I sat on the sofa opposite him, instructing the half-standing Duke to sit back down. No need to risk him noticing fatigue or back pain. I'll be blunt. Are you involved in human trafficking? Yes, I am. Just as Prince Lucas suspected. Is that gold from human trafficking? Yes. Where are you selling the kidnapped people? I don't know. Don't know. What do you mean? I was approached with an offer to buy Reese Kingdom citizens at a high price. I don't know who they are or where the people are sold. What the? Selling off his own country's people to some unknown buyer for a high price. Don't mess with me. What do you think those kidnapped people are? Peasants, who cares if a few go missing? They'll just multiply again. I clenched my fists so hard my nails dug in, suppressing the urge to punch him. This scum was trying to take Lily. She was supposed to marry this filth. I wanted to order him to die right then. He'd do it without hesitation. But that's not the way. My goal isn't assassination. If he died now, Lily and the Purity family would be the first suspects, and Lucas would come under scrutiny too. Calm down, it's not my place to judge him. His crimes need to be exposed at tomorrow's gala. Is there evidence of your involvement in human trafficking? No such thing exists. Why not? Leaving evidence is for fools. Then you're about to become a fool. Following Prince Lucas's instructions, I had the Duke write 2 documents implicating his involvement in human trafficking. I placed them in a leather case to keep them pristine. Forget about me and keep counting your coins. Brainwashing will lift in 10 seconds. I stepped onto the balcony, hid, and switched to ninja as the brainwashing ended. The Duke continued counting coins without a hint of suspicion. Looks like it worked. I secured the evidence. Now, we just wait for Duke Lechery's judgment at tomorrow's gala. But who was that guy? As I left the mansion, my thoughts returned to the hooded figure buying kidnapped people from the Duke. Was their face hidden by a magical hood? And those red eyes that seemed to spot me through clairvoyance twice are nagging at me. Oh, I forgot to check the contents of the vial the Duke received. Should I go back? No, getting caught now would ruin everything. I don't want to risk it. Knowing the Duke, it's probably just an aphrodisiac or stamina potion. Still, I should report it to Prince Lucas, just in case. Hopefully, it's nothing serious. Chapter 10, The Girl Who Absolutely Won't Forgive a Fall into Darkness. No, I don't know anything. That's all nonsense. How pathetic, Duke Lechery, still denying it with irrefutable evidence. Despite the damning proof, Duke Lechery refused to admit guilt. It was Prince Slay who raised his voice at him. The Duke's crimes were undeniable. Rather than being dragged down with him, Slay seemed intent on cutting ties completely. You, Slay, have you forgotten the favor I showed you? Favor? I owe nothing to a criminal. Lucas, seize this man at once. At Prince Slay's order, Prince Lucas shrugged with a sigh. Understood, Brother Slay, Deputy Commander Roan. Yes, sir. You too, restrain Duke Lechery. As 2 knights moved to climb the stage and apprehend the Duke. Your Highness Lucas. Lily shouted Lucas's name, sensing something. He immediately ordered all units full alert. Instantly, the venue's windows shattered, and multiple figures burst inside. What? Monsters. Why are monsters here? What appeared were stout, bipedal beasts covered in pale gray fur, standing 2 to 3 meters tall. They resembled primates like monkeys or gorillas and wielded cutlass-like swords. What the hell are these? Monsters. In this world, beyond wild animals, there are creatures called monsters, grotesque beings that typically inhabit dungeons scattered across the continent. Occasionally, they escape and attack people or livestock, but there's no way this is a coincidence. We're in the central district of the capital, right under the royal castle's nose. For monsters to hide here and attack at this exact moment is far too convenient. Everyone, gather near the stage. Prince Lucas shouted to the gala's attendees. They scrambled away from the monsters, converging near the stage, while the knights drew their swords and fanned out to protect them. 10 knights against over 30 monsters, a numerical disadvantage, but these were the kingdom's elite knights. What a damn mess, Ronsan grumbled. Don't panic, you lot. Letting even one person die will make this a bigger headache. Protect them with your lives. Got it, master. Don't call me master. Amid the banter, Ronsan and Alyssa-san slashed into the monsters simultaneously. Their sword strikes were too fast to follow. Before I knew it, 2 monster arms holding cutlasses were airborne. A mere 3-to-1 numbers gap meant nothing to those two. The monsters charged en masse, but the other knights handled them with ease. Deputy Commander Roan, more are coming, 23 of them. Got it, Purity's little lady. You heard her, Alyssa, move it. Yes, sir. Roan-san and Alyssa-san ramped up their extermination speed, and, as Lily predicted, more monsters crashed through the windows, trying to overwhelm us with numbers. Eek! A pathetic scream came from behind. Turning, I saw Duke Lechery leap off the stage, landing clumsily with a B-way, like a squashed frog. He scrambled up and ran toward the monsters. Duke Lechery. Get back, are you trying to die? Ignoring Prince Slay's shout, the Duke darted past the monsters. What? Everyone thought the monsters would cut him down, but defying expectations, they let him pass and charged at us. Hugh, after him. We can't let Duke Lechery escape. Hold on tight. Still carrying Lily, I chased after the Duke, but multiple monsters blocked our path, as if deliberately hindering us. Damn it. Fighting while holding Lily was impossible. Should I trust the ninja skill's body enhancement and leap past them in one go? Run, Hugh. Leave this to us. The heads of the blocking monsters were sliced off in an instant. Roan-san and Alyssa-san had cleared the way. Thank you. I shouted my thanks and dashed through the monsters. We'd planned for the possibility of someone interfering with capturing the Duke, perhaps Slay's supporters or the Duke's private soldiers. Chasing the fleeing Duke was Lily's and my role. We'd also considered the possibility of needing to escape ourselves, which is why I'd been carrying her all along. But dodging a monster attack to chase the Duke, that was beyond our expectations. There was no sign of the Duke in the corridor just outside the venue. Lily, which way? Right. Lily's strategist skill allowed her to view her surroundings from a bird's-eye perspective, distinguishing friend from foe within a 1,500-meter radius. Even if we lost sight of him, she could track him. No wonder she was the top student, her skill was powerful. Its only drawback was losing normal vision when using the overhead view, but that wasn't an issue with me carrying her. Turn left at the next corner and go up to the second floor. Got it. I followed Lily's navigation through the mansion. Those monsters earlier, what were they? It almost seemed like Duke Lechery was controlling them. Who knows, they clearly tried to stop us from chasing him. Does the Duke have a skill to control monsters? He claimed it was body enhancement. At dinner, he boasted it was useful for nighttime activities. That's the worst topic choice ever. Stop! I screeched to a halt at Lily's command, just as we reached a windowed corridor on the second floor. Immediately, 2 primate-like monsters with cutlasses crashed through the window in front of us. Only 2, but in this narrow corridor, slipping past would be tough. Lily, any detours? We can backtrack to the first floor via the stairs. As I glanced back, another monster appeared through the window right by the stairs. It's like they're reading our moves. Am I imagining it? And my skill couldn't detect them until they were close. That's a first. Even Lily's skill couldn't sense them. For a moment, I thought of the robed figure dealing with the Duke, but there was no time to dwell on it. What now? Set Lily down and fight with ninjas' martial arts? No, 3 against 1 is too much. They might target Lily while I'm busy. Escaping outside could work, but... Hi. Lily let out a puzzled sound. Following her gaze, I saw someone charging a monster from the bottom of the stairs. With a single, unexpected swing, the man felled the monster, swept his hair back, and flashed a bright smile. Be grateful, Hugh Penosis. I, Idiot Hortness, am here to aid you. Idiot. Why are you here? Shaking the blood off his cutlass, Idiot approached us. A foolish question, Lily Purity. If anything happened to you, Lady Lecty would be heartbroken. Saying that, Idiot moved past us, facing the two monsters with his cutlass raised. I, Idiot Hortness, will handle this. In the name of my guardian skill, I'll protect your backs. Go with no worries. Don't die, Idiot. Ha, who do you think I am? I'm Idiot Whore. We owe you, Idiot. Leaving the monsters to Idiot, we backtracked to the stairs and headed for a detour. Fortunately, no more monsters attacked, and we reached the room on the second floor where Duke Lechery had fled. If my memory's correct, this is the study from yesterday. Duke Lechery. Setting Lily down, I stepped into the room. The Duke was kneeling before a small safe-like door, frantically stuffing gold coins into a bag. How much of that was earned by selling off the kingdom's people? It's over, Duke Lechery. You can't escape. Surrender quietly. Lily Purity, you've ruined everything, you harlot. Facing the Duke's furious shouts and hateful glare, Lily flinched, shrinking back. I stepped forward to shield her, confronting Duke Lechery. Who are you? Here to capture me too, eh? Seduced by that harlot behind you, you young fool. Duke Lechery, you'll pay for your crimes. Pay for my crimes, fool. A duke like me has no crimes to atone for. Lucas and Slay are idiots. Those two scraps of paper are your only evidence? I'll crush them with this gold. With that, Duke Lechery hurled gold coins at us. Likely using his body enhancement skill, the coins came flying with considerable speed, but they wouldn't hurt even if they hit. I knocked down only the ones aimed at Lily. Go on, pick them up. Want more? Then grab that harlot behind you. Acting so high and mighty for a virgin, I'll make her a woman right now. Go on, seize her. Shut up, you filthy bastard. Clenching my fist with all my strength, I smashed it into Duke Lechery's face. I'd never punched anyone before, but the full force straight, aided by the ninja skills martial arts, shattered his nose and front teeth. Gah-arg. Blood gushing from his nose and mouth, Duke Lechery writhed on the floor. I followed with a full force kick to his rear, sending him crashing through the glass door to the balcony, where he collapsed face down and stopped moving. I might have hit and kicked him too hard. He's not dead, right? No, my ninja skills enhanced hearing picked up his heartbeat. He's just unconscious. Is it over? Yeah, it's over. I answered Lily, who stared in shock at the fallen Duke. The monsters attacking the gala were likely being dealt with by Ron-san and Alyssa-san by now, assuming no more reinforcements arrived. Idiot should handle his side too. Those opponents weren't strong enough to beat him. Good, Lily started to say, but then. Lily. She swayed and I hurriedly caught her. She murmured, sorry, leaning into my chest. Once I felt safe, it's like all my strength left me. I'll move soon. No, it's fine. Stay as long as you're okay with it. I wrapped an arm around her back, holding her steady. She seemed like she'd collapse without support. If she needed rest, lying down somewhere would be better. Idiot. Why are you so kind? Lily. Because you're so kind, because you care so much about me, I'm supposed to be strong. I'm supposed to be a perfect ladylike mother. Lily gripped the hem of my tailcoat, pressing her face into it. The sobs I heard weren't my imagination. I'll do my best to be someone you can cry to without fear. 10 years ago, at our parting, I think I said something like that. This moment might count as achieving that goal. I'd become someone Lily trusted enough to let her guard down with. That felt incredibly rewarding and something to be proud of. But faced with her tears, I didn't know what to do. For now, I'd try to put into words what I wanted to say to her. To the girl who kept up a brave front through pain, who fought desperately against an unfair fate, my heartfelt appreciation. Good job, Lily. You did great. As Lily began to sob openly, I held her gently. I wanted to keep supporting her until she stopped crying naturally, but it seemed we didn't have that luxury. You damned brats. Beyond the shattered glass door, on the balcony, the bloody Duke Lechery staggered to his feet, clutching the familiar vial of pale pink liquid. Damn it, I noticed too late. The Duke uncorked the vial and downed its contents in an instant. Gah, what? This wasn't gah. The vial slipped from his hand, shattering with a crash. His face contorted and he clutched his chest, doubling over. He's in pain. Lucas said it was probably just an aphrodisiac or stamina potion, but this doesn't look trivial. Poison. No way he'd commit suicide. Be careful, Lily, something's off. My senses, enhanced by the ninja skill, screamed of danger. The Duke's body began visibly swelling. His fingernails lengthened and blackened, primate-like fur spread across his body, and his once portly frame grew 3 times larger with unnaturally developed muscles. No way, a human turning into a monster. The transformed Duke lechery resembled the monsters that attacked the gala, only about twice as large. That liquid he drank, it turned people into monsters. If so, the monsters we faced earlier, Gudgia. An ear-splitting roar echoed. My enhanced hearing from the ninja skill nearly made me pass out, but I held on, grabbing Lily and leaping back as the transformed Duke charged. The furry giant barreled through where we'd stood, crashing into the wall with a sound like an explosion. The building shook, debris and dust raining down. No time to feel relieved about dodging. I readjusted my hold on Lily and ran for the balcony, the monster, once Duke lechery, hot on our heels. I'm jumping, hold tight. Jumping, Kaya. I vaulted over the balcony railing, leaping outside. Landing and turning, I saw the Duke jump after us. The giant, ape-like monster soared over our heads, landing to block our escape. It grinned menacingly. Was it conscious, or was this the instinct of a predator cornering prey? Either way, it was relentlessly targeting us. Let's escape, Hugh. If we get back to the venue, Deputy Commander Roan and Alyssa Sensei are there. They can take down this monster. I'd love to, but the problem is how to escape. The Duke's original body enhancement skill was likely active. This monster's movements were far faster than the others. Even with my LV Max ninja skill, outrunning it while carrying Lily in a straight sprint would be tough. Fighting head-on wasn't an option either. The ninja skill specialized in stealth, with body enhancement and martial arts as mere bonuses, not enough to face a giant monster directly. If Roan-san, Alyssa-san, or even Idiot could take its attacks head-on, we'd have a chance. Lily, any chance of reinforcements? No good. The venue is still fighting monsters. Idiot's taken down one and is battling another. I see. No backup then. That means I have to deal with this thing that was Duke lechery. It's probably not that difficult. It just requires resolve. Lily, wait here for a moment. Hugh, I'll end this quickly. I set Lily down from the Princess Carrie and faced the beast that was once Duke lechery. The giant ape grinned ferociously, breathing heavily as if ready to pounce. I'd reveal this power to Lily. Suppressing my fear, I said, "Brainwashing release." Using the hand mirror from my tailcoat pocket, I released my own brainwashing. And then, skill brainwashing. The brainwashing skill effortlessly dominated the monster that was Duke lechery. Confirming the brainwashing active text above its head, I exhaled. This was my first time using the skill on a monster. The skill's status description read, Skill, Brainwashing LV1 manipulates the target you make eye contact with at will, max targets. 1. Since it didn't specify humans, I figured it'd work on monsters, but I was nervous. If it hadn't, I'd be dead. Can you understand me, Duke lechery? The ape monster showed no reaction. Who gave you that drug? Raise your right hand if it was a man, left if it was a woman. No good. The brainwashing skill was working, so it likely just couldn't understand my words. Raise your right arm. The monster slowly raised its right arm. It couldn't comprehend language but could follow commands like moving a puppet. It wouldn't act on its own, but I could control it. Return to your original form. No response. Even the brainwashing skill's compulsion couldn't reverse the transformation. Communication was impossible, and extracting information was tough. Switching skills might reveal something, but sleep. That didn't work either, not even a yawn. To switch skills, I'd need to release brainwashing. If I did, this monster would rampage immediately. Too risky. Its body couldn't revert, and releasing brainwashing would unleash it. Keeping it under control until Lucas or Roan arrived was an option, but that risked exposing my skill to Slay or other nobles. Maintain control and leave it here while heading to Roan and the others. No, running into more monsters would be disastrous. What do? Killing it would be quickest, but I couldn't cross that line. As long as I maintained brainwashing, it was safe. Unless there was an immediate crisis, killing it was too much. Still, I was at a dead end. Should I accept the risk of exposing my skill and wait for Lucas to decide? At the very least, I should move this monster somewhere less conspicuous. As I prepared to give the order, Plop, the monster's raised right arm fell. Huh. Before my eyes, the monster's body began melting rapidly. Its left arm fell too, and its legs gave out, collapsing forward into a gooey mess. The brainwashing active text had vanished. Wait, hold on. I didn't tell it to die or self-destruct. Stunned by the sight, the monster that was Duke Lechery melted completely, leaving only a stain on the ground. What just happened? Hugh. Lily's voice nearly stopped my heart. Did you do that? And no, I don't think so. I wasn't sure, but I couldn't rule out the possibility that my skill had misfired unconsciously. I knew too little about this power. Then stopping its movements and giving it orders. I'd resolved to reveal everything to Lily the moment I used the skill in front of her, or so I thought. But the words wouldn't come. I was scared to speak, scared to turn and see her face. What kind of look was she giving me? Fear, terror, or, "That's your real skill, isn't it?" Why, yeah, my real skill is brainwashing. It lets me control anyone I make eye contact with. Please accept it, understand it, don't be afraid. Such selfish wishes couldn't be voiced. Footsteps approached from behind. Turn around, Hugh. It's better if we don't make eye contact. Just turn around. No, what if I brainwash you? Then I'll do this. Wah. Lily grabbed the back of my neck, yanking me toward her. Her beautiful face appeared before me as I stumbled. I tried to look away, but she held my face with both hands, locking it in place. Her emerald eyes stared into mine. What are you doing? Aren't you scared of being brainwashed? Don't underestimate me. I've been with you long enough to know you don't have the guts for that. Right, you spineless, poor, rural noble. Why you? I tried to retort to her provocative smile, but a sweet, peach-like scent enveloped me, and soft lips pressed against mine. Is this feeling something your brainwashing skill planted in me? Her tearful eyes questioned me directly. Her flushed cheeks made her look even more delicate. No, absolutely not. Then I'm relieved. There's no reason for you to use brainwashing on me anymore. Well, not necessarily. There could be other uses. Other uses? I do anything you asked, you know. Naughty things, embarrassing things. I'm quite the devoted woman, despite appearances. Stop with the bad jokes. Hee, you seem pretty overwhelmed by that brainwashing skill, huh? Yeah, if I could, I'd get rid of it. Also, could you let go? This is getting a bit embarrassing. No way, I'm in the mood to keep looking at you. Give me a break. Lily, with her alluring smile, didn't let go for a while. Section. Satisfied. Very much so. I could only manage a wry smile at Lily's bright grin. She'd stolen my lips multiple times, and by the end, I was completely lost. Even now, my mind felt foggy. We sat side by side on the grass, a short distance from the stain that was once Duke Lechery, holding hands, our shoulders touching. I hope I managed to overwrite some of your negative emotions. Apparently, Lily saw right through my feelings. Thanks to you, I feel a lot lighter. The anxiety of revealing my brainwashing skill to Lily hadn't completely vanished, but it was much lighter. I was almost embarrassed at how easily a kiss from a beautiful girl could lift my spirits. No, that's not quite right. It wasn't just any beautiful girl. It was Lily who kept me from breaking. If she hadn't accepted me then, I might have thrown everything away or stepped into a dark abyss with no return. Thank you, Lily. You're welcome, so. Her sudden prompt made me parrot back. Lily sighed, giving me a half-lidded stare. After being so passionately pursued by such a beautiful lady, you're just going to say thank you. I'm asking if you'll accept my feelings. Even I could pick up on Lily's feelings after all those kisses. No one would passionately pursue someone they didn't like to cheer them up. Her emerald eyes locked onto mine, a testament to her trust and resolve to accept all of me. I had to answer honestly. Sorry, Lily, I'm grateful for your feelings, but I don't think I can love only you. Luke's dazzling smile flashed in my mind. For now, being friends was fine, but eventually I wanted more. I was in love with Luke. So, you can't love only me. Yeah, so sorry, Lily, I can't. Then, I'll yield the first wife position to Lucretia and support you as your second wife. Let's build the Penosis domain into the richest territory in the kingdom together. Okay. Wait, hold on. Don't start some frontier reclamation saga. Second wife, you're okay with that. Isn't it better than being the seventh wife of a creepy old man? That's the worst comparison ever. Her judgment must have gone haywire from that engagement to Duke Lechery. Why are you so flustered? Polygamy isn't that unusual among nobles. Isn't it rare for a marquis's daughter to marry a baron's family? If we're talking rare, a poor baron's son aiming to marry royalty is unheard of. Gah, that's true. No harm in being unprecedented. If you rise under Lucas's banner, it's fine. Rack up achievements, become a frontier count, and marrying a princess as your first wife and a marquis's daughter as your second won't seem strange at all. My goal isn't to climb the ranks, it's a leisurely, carefree life. You're too young to retire. We're only 15, you know. Well, yeah, but I couldn't exactly tell Lily I wanted to live slowly this time because I overworked in my past life. She'd probably just say, "What nonsense are you spouting?" with a straight face. Get it together, future husband. That's way too much pressure. My inability to outright refuse showed how tempting Lily's proposal was. In my past life's ethics, this was unthinkable, but in this world, noble polygamy was encouraged. A noble like my father with only one wife was the exception. Yeah, clinging too much to my past life's values isn't good. With the lingering warmth of Lily's kiss, my past life's ethics crumbled away. Epilogue. The result of pretending to sleep in a panic after almost being caught waiting up. After a brief rest, we headed back to the gala venue to regroup with Prince Lucas. By the time we arrived, the battle was over, with over 100 swords scattered across the floor. The venue reeked of rusty iron, making Lily and me grimace. But there were no monster corpses, just reddish-brown stains on the ground. So the collapse of the monster that was Duke Lechery wasn't due to my brainwashing skill going haywire. I sighed in relief, scanning the venue. Prince Lucas, Roan-san, Alyssa-san, and the other knights were all unharmed. No notable injuries among them. 10 knights had protected everyone against that many monsters. You're back. From the looks of it, you lost Duke Lechery. At Lucas's question, Lily and I exchanged glances. Explaining it was worse than that, Lucas instructed us to move elsewhere. Leaving the scene to Alyssa-san, he led Roan-san, Lily, and me to a room in the mansion. The parlor-like room was gaudy, filled with ostentatious furnishings. Roan-san stood guard outside, while we sat on sofas facing Lucas. So, what happened? We recounted everything since chasing Duke Lechery from the venue. Lucas listened silently, resting his chin on his interlocked fingers until we finished. When we concluded, he let out a quiet sigh. I understand the situation. This incident is far darker than I anticipated. Lucas leaned back, arms behind his head, as if throwing his hands up. I suspected foreign interference. Selling kidnapped people would likely be abroad, but monsters attacking the gala and a liquid that turns people into monsters. Even I couldn't predict something so outlandish. My skill doesn't see the future, you know, he added with a shrug. What did the monsters look like to you? Lucas had said his skill let him see both what he wanted and what he didn't. Maybe his eyes saw something different from what we did. I hoped for insight, but that's a tough question, Hugh. What I see with my skill isn't always what you see. But I can confirm the monsters that attacked the gala didn't look human to me. I see. Still, I think it's highly likely they were humans transformed, like Duke Lechery. I've had reports that the mansion's servants and private soldiers are nowhere to be found. Lily paled, covering her mouth, likely recalling the stains in the venue. It was almost certain. A mysterious liquid that transforms people into monsters. For now, let's keep this between us and the Kingdom Knights investigating it. If word got out that it might have been mixed into the gala's food, the nobles would lose their minds. Prince Lucas's words sent a chill down my spine. I'd eaten some of the food out of curiosity. Judging from Duke Lechery's reaction, the liquid acts quickly. I feel fine for now, so I'm probably okay, but still. Well, I should head back. You two should go home and rest. You've got classes tomorrow, right? Huh, oh yeah, is that okay? I asked as Prince Lucas stood from the sofa. I'd assumed he'd rope me into investigating the liquid or the person who gave it to Lechery. Switching skills could easily track their movements. Lucas, heading toward the exit, turned back with a smile. I've heard enough. I considered having you stay for the investigation, but I'd rather not keep you here. Catching more of Brother Slay's attention would be troublesome. He wants to keep me under wraps. I might have stood out a bit at the gala, but compared to Lily or Lucas, I was less noticed. Barely safe, maybe. And, nothing, never mind. Lucas started to say something but shook his head. There's probably more to it, but pressing him wouldn't help. If he's letting us go, I'll take it. I'm exhausted. We'll set up another meeting to discuss next steps. The Purity family's matters can be handled then. That's okay with you, Lady Lily? Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for your efforts. No, I just acted in my own interest. If you want to thank someone, thank you for dragging me into this. Oh, and please look after my sister. She's a bit jealous, so it might be tough. He understood. Lucas's all-seeing words were met with Lily's confident smile. Good, take care of my sister and brother-in-law. With a smile, Lucas left the parlor. Nice to be acknowledged by such a kind brother-in-law, huh? No idea how serious he is. Dealing with Lucas feels like it requires constant suspicion. His promise about Lug is just words for now. Until he becomes king, nothing's certain. We waited a bit before returning to the gala venue. On the way, we passed several kingdom knights, unfamiliar faces among the gala's attackers, probably reinforcements. Lily. Near the grand hall, Marquis Purity ran toward us, enveloping Lily in a hug. Father. Thank goodness you're safe, Lily. No injuries. None, thanks to Hugh protecting me. Lily, initially startled, softened and hugged him back. I'm just glad you're safe, Father. I wasn't always a desk noble, you know. I used to train with a sword. Took down 3 of those monsters myself. Marquis Purity boasted, but knowing the truth, Lily and I exchanged uneasy looks. Anyway, you're both safe, and that's what matters. Hugh Kun, thank you for saving my daughter. I've prepared a carriage, let's head back to the mansion. We shouldn't linger here. Glancing around, he ushered us toward the carriage. Even with Lechery's crimes exposed, Lily's annulment was a betrayal to Slay's camp. No open criticism, but grudges were likely. Lucas had mentioned a future meeting for the Purity family's next steps. Knowing him, he'd already informed the Marquis. No reason to stay. We boarded the carriage, which left immediately. Many other carriages were departing, nobles fleeing the gala. Without incident, we reached the Purity mansion. I changed from the borrowed tailcoat into my academy uniform and prepared to return to the Royal Academy. I thought you'd stay the night, Lily said. Can't keep Lug waiting any longer. I've worried Lug enough lately. Even with some explanation, asking her not to worry is too much. I want to get back and reassure her. And honestly, I want to see her. I was hoping we'd sleep together tonight. No openings with you, huh? I'd love to stay with Lily tonight, but getting swept up in her pace risks crossing lines. It's too dangerous. Fine, supporting the first wife is the second wife's duty. Hey, you're not sticking to that stance, are you? Of course. You'll have to greet Father as my husband eventually, so be ready, dear. I'm gonna be sick from the pressure. Sent off by Lily's mischievous smile, I boarded the Marquis's carriage back to the academy. Lily would stay the night and return early tomorrow. The carriage reached the academy in 30 minutes. Despite the late hour, I'd gotten official permission, so the guard greeted me casually, "Yo, welcome back," and opened the gate. From outside the dorm, I saw light leaking through my room's curtains. Lug was still awake. My steps quickened. I rushed into the dorm, up the stairs 2 at a time, down the hall, and grabbed my door's knob. Locked tight. Good job, Lug, safety first. I unlocked and opened the door. I'm back. I expected a welcome back, Hugh, but got no reply. Inside, Lug was asleep on my bed, clutching Nikoko-san, lights still on. Teehee, can't eat anymore. Dreaming a classic food dream, huh? Her happy sleeping face drooled a bit. I'm home. Seeing Lug's carefree face, I let out a relieved sigh. The tension drained from me, and I sank onto the floor beside the bed. My eyes met Lug's sleeping face. Touching her hair, she stirred comfortably in her sleep. I'm back, Lug. Emnayu, welcome back, Hugh. Her sleepy, mumbled reply made me chuckle. Ah, I love you, Lucretia. Must be Lily's influence. The words slipped out naturally. I'm more tired than I thought. Time to shower and sleep. As I stood to head to the bathroom, Lug's thrashing sounds came from behind, but yeah, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Interlude, hello, this is Mirie-chan. After Hugh and Lily left, Prince Lucas stood before the stain that was once Duke Lechery, accompanied by Deputy Commander Roan of the Kingdom Knights. This was really Duke Lechery. So say Hugh and Lady Lily. Like the monsters that attacked the gala, it had melted into a puddle, though this stain was larger. Damn, creepy as hell. Never heard of monsters melting like that. Never heard of people turning into monsters either. No kidding, Roan sighed, exasperated. What do we do? No one's gonna believe this was the Duke. Once he turned into a monster, it's all the same. Might as well say it saves us the trouble of covering it up, Lucas shrugged. The Duke, his servants, and private soldiers, likely all monsters, would be treated as missing. Lucas had wanted to arrest and publicly condemn the Duke to strike at Slay's camp, but that was no longer the issue. This was bigger. Roan, speed up the mansion's search. Secure any survivors immediately. And don't forget to collect any of that monster-transforming drug if found. Yes, sir. At Roan's command, the reinforcement knights began searching. They needed clues before Slay's camp got them. Fortunately, Slay's nobles had fled the eerie, monster-attacked mansion. Only Slay and a few close aides remained, holed up discussing their camp's future, not searching. If Marquis Purity were here, he wouldn't leave such an opening. Lucas considered Purity the most dangerous in Slay's camp. Almost certainly, Purity would be expelled. Such an easy success in sowing discord was pure luck. Lucas had earned Purity's favor. Known for his integrity, Purity would likely join Lucas's side, bringing other nobles with him. Despite the monster attack's irregularity, things were proceeding as planned. Lucas's camp was close to formally entering the succession race. Tomorrow's gonna be chaos, so it'll wait a bit. The Duke's kidnapping and trafficking scandal would shake the kingdom. The nobles would scramble for Lechery's assets and lands, leaving little for the disgraced family. Your Highness Lucas, come quick. Alyssa's voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Alyssa with several knights surrounding a trembling maid. She was as tall as Lucretia, with dull gray hair and twin tails, her youthful face and slight figure eerily familiar. Who's she? Found her hiding in the kitchen's pantry during the search, Alyssa said. Lucas had tasked Alyssa with leading a search team. She'd found this girl. Nice to meet you. I'm Lucas, your name. Miri, she stammered. Nice to meet you, Miri. Let's move somewhere calmer. Alyssa, take her to our carriage. Can you stay with her? Got it. Ordering the knights to continue searching, Lucas, Alyssa, and Miri headed to a plain-looking but luxurious royal carriage. Miri's eyes widened at the plush seats. Now, tell me what happened in this mansion. Why, yes. Miri, shrinking, began her story. She was a commoner hired temporarily for the gala. Clumsy and prone to mistakes, she was bullied by other temporary and permanent staff. The Duke gave us nutritional drinks as a reward, but I didn't get one. Pale pink ones. Why, yes, we were told to drink them at the gala's start. Everyone who did started writhing, then turned into monsters. I got scared and hid in the pantry. Calm down, Miri-chan, Alyssa said, hugging her. Sorry. Her words show no signs of deceit. She's likely trustworthy. Lucas had considered her a spy for Slay or another group, but his skill deemed her clean, just an apprentice maid. Miri, could those drinks have been served to the gala guests? Probably not. They were valuable, the person who brought them said. Who brought them? Someone I'd never met, but a regular merchant here. A tall man in a hooded robe, so I didn't see his face. Was he here today? Yes, before the gala started. He didn't meet the Duke, just dropped off the drinks and left. Then, I see. Miri's account clarified things. The hooded figure Hugh saw yesterday was likely the same person. Why distribute monster-transforming drugs to the staff? If the goal was to attack the gala, the motive was unclear. Disrupting Slay's succession? Too elaborate for that. Killing the Duke would have sufficed, with plenty of chances. Using such a drug seemed unnecessary. Were our movements predicted? Maybe they noticed Hugh's infiltration and acted to hinder us or save the Duke. No, giving the Duke the drug wouldn't make sense then. The Duke got the drug yesterday, the staff today. If Hugh's infiltration was detected, their purpose. Silencing them, maybe. Oh, makes sense. No need to kill them one by one, Alyssa said. What? Miri gasped. They likely wanted to erase all traces of themselves. The Duke, the staff, everyone. Killing them individually takes time, so they used the drug as poison. As such a thing. Why not regular poison? Alyssa asked. Maybe to cause panic at the gala, or they don't value the drug much. Or perhaps they were testing it while silencing everyone. So many unknowns, Alyssa sighed. Lucas gave a wry smile, agreeing. The monster's self-destruction to leave no bodies. Their coordinated movements, like they were under orders, are concerning, but we know little now. Speculating further was pointless. It clouded the truth. Hugh's skill could uncover definitive clues easily, but that get too close to the truth. Lucas sent Hugh away not for Slay's eyes or exhaustion, but to avoid revealing too much truth through his cooperation. More enemies from that would be troublesome. A few clues are enough for now. Let them scheme, as long as they don't interfere. Lucas clapped his hands to shift his thoughts. Now, Miri, about you. Emmy, you're the only survivor here. Know what that means? Yes, I'm super lucky. Nah, it means you're in danger, Alyssa said. Super unlucky. More lucky than not, Lucas said. Her life would now be fraught with danger. She might even wish she'd turned into a monster to avoid such a fate. But she could be useful. Miri, how about working for me? Really? I'd love to. Great, castle work's tough, but you'll get used to it. Yes, I'll do my castle work. Miri tilted her head, unaware of who he was. Did I not mention? I'm Lucas von Rees, third prince of this kingdom. Nice to meet you, Miri. Yay. Extra chapter, the story he doesn't know. Looking at the unfamiliar silver-haired boy, in the mirror I saw a hint of mother's features. Looks good on you, Lucretia-sama, Alyssa-san, the kingdom knight assigned as my escort by Lunai-sama, said with a grin. Thanks, Alyssa-san. Do I really look like a boy? Totally, well, mostly. Mostly. I felt a twinge of worry. The succession dispute began with father's illness. My brother, third Prince Lucas von Rees, is vying for the throne. To avoid hindering Lunai-sama, I'd enroll in the Royal Academy under a hidden identity and gender. There's an entrance exam, but Lunai-sama pulled strings. HMPH, I could have passed anyway. Time to go, Lug boy, Alyssa-san said. Lug Becht, that's my name now, posing as the son of Viscount Becht, a longtime supporter of Lunai-sama. Guided by Alyssa-san, I boarded a carriage discreetly. Hey, Alyssa-san, what's the Royal Academy like? Inside the moving carriage, I asked Alyssa-san, seated opposite. A top graduate of the academy, she was the one to ask, per Lunai-sama. Well, it's been 4 years since I graduated, so things might have changed. Alyssa-san shared stories. Why exam results are announced the same day, the dorm's luxurious furniture, the best cafeteria dish, beef stew, the perfect napping spot behind the staff quarters, was she really top of her class. The scenery outside the carriage shifted rapidly, and soon the academy came into view. The carriage circled to a back entrance and stopped. This is our stop. Inside, a teacher who knows your situation will guide you to the exam venue. Blend in with the examinees, and you'll be fine. Nervous. I nodded vigorously. The academy's a boarding school, and I'd live with peers for 3 years as Lug Becht, a boy. I've barely interacted with kids my age, except for Lily, my childhood friend, whom I haven't seen in 7 years. We stopped exchanging letters after Mother's death. Lily's probably at the academy. Meeting her after so long is nerve-wracking, especially since her Purity family supports my rival, Brother Slay. If she knew my identity, it'd be a disaster. 3 years at the academy are my trial, hiding my identity, acting like a boy, living with strangers. Natural to be nervous, I'd be too in your shoes. A bit of advice from your senior. Alyssa-san's bright smile eased my anxiety. Enjoy it, Lucretia-sama. It's your academy life. Don't overthink, just have fun. But I have to hide my identity for Lunai-sama. That's important, but Lucas-sama wants you to enjoy the academy. Otherwise, he could have kept you hidden somewhere safe. Oh, he didn't have to risk sending me here. He arranged it so I could enjoy academy life. But how do I enjoy it? Start by making friends. Friends. Lily's face came to mind. After 7 years, she might have forgotten me. As Lug, I can't go back to our old days. Alyssa-san, how do I make friends? She looked away. Just, talk to people. What? I spent my student days swinging a sword to get close to Master. No friends, just one annoying but lovable junior. Anyway, approach people with the intent to bond, and it'll work out. But I have to hide my identity. Try kids from out of town. Especially those in travel clothes on exam day. They're usually from far-off places, less likely to know court politics, so your secret's safer. Got it. They might not pass, she added with a wry smile, but knowing who to approach eased my mind a bit. Thanks, Alyssa-san. No prob, have a great academy life, princess. Will do. Waving to Alyssa-san, I stepped off the carriage, passed through the back gate, and was led by a school staff member into the building. In the distance, I heard commotion and the word saintess. What's that about? You'll now take the skill practical exam. It doesn't affect your admission, so relax. I'll leave you here. Thank you. Bowing, I stepped into the courtyard toward the second training ground for the exam. Along the way, I saw someone crouching. Black hair like the night sky, a cloak with an unfamiliar crest. They sighed heavily by the roadside. A cloak, maybe someone from far away. Summoning my courage, I spoke, hoping this would be the start of a life-changing encounter. Hey, you okay? End of Volume 1.